Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. We are here and ready to cover some politics and news. Yeah, there's a lot to cover. I mean, this is probably the most that I've had to cover in a while, so we are going to pretty much just be getting right into it right off the bat. But first, you guys know how I like to start the show. Give you guys a little bit of an update just on how I'm doing. I kind of like the way that Hassan does his personal stuff at the very beginning, and you know what? I can take some inspiration where it is warranted, and that is a good way of doing things. So just real quick, doing pretty well, having a good day. Wife actually is feeling a lot better than she was yesterday. So appreciate all the positive vibes and just in general, everybody that was giving some kind words. And when she showed up in chat, she definitely felt the love. So I really, really appreciate that, guys. Also, yeah, had some fun over on Pepaganda. Follow this space if you guys can, and do not already follow this space. Definitely check it out. Good times are had over on this space. It is a worker collaborative where we all are a working class collaborative. All of us are just, your average streamers. And you know what? I really like what we have over there. It's one of the coolest collaborations that you can find on YouTube. Gross. Hey, whatever, man. What? Working class? Ugh, working class? Oh my God. What do you mean? I want to follow winners. I want somebody that made all their money in crypto bets. Big hawkers over the news. Yeah. That was we're going to be covering that. We're going to be covering the Christie Noem stuff if you have not already heard. It is crazy. It is crazy. Why are you obsessed with my hair? That is weird. That's just weird. Like, I don't know. Coming in here and just kind of like going off about my appearance is just inherently weird. I think that it's like, why? Do you want me to cut my hair because then all of a sudden you'd be more attracted to me? Is that what it is? I appreciate it. Well, this is what low T looks like. Okay. Sure. If that's what your existence is focusing on low T, hair, long hair, liberal bullshit, then you have a miserable existence, my guy. Get a hobby. Because seriously, I have a hobby. I like to go to the firing range, and I like to practice my Second Amendment. And you know what? It's a lot of fun. Blows off steam, and it makes me not feel like I ever really need to go do whatever you're doing here. So that's kind of odd. You're trying to help me, you're trying to help me just by putting your preferences out there, are you? That's interesting. Just got back from the range, going to play hockey in an hour. Oh, nice. Well, that I do miss. I used to play some men's league myself, but have fun. Also, if you're gonna tell me to cut my hair and you play hockey, do you not know what a flow is, you fucking fruit? Come on, man. Like I said, you being obsessed with my appearance is kind of weird. His hobby is judging the appearance of other men. In totally not gay way, of course. Totally. Yeah, 100%, Pure puff. But yes. Oh, you just got back from the range. I actually just kind of ran that right through. Oh, that's cool. But just trying to help, man. No, you're not. Dude, again, you're kind of a miserable asshole that has to, judge other people just in general. Cool, dude. Cool. Goalie Pep activated. Trust me. This guy, he's probably a bender. You know what? Probably has never been in a fight. I mean, wears a half shield because he thinks he looks like Alex Ovechkin. I know the type. Trust me. I very, very much know the type. Probably wears the number 69 because he thinks he's hilarious. Yeah. Dare I go on? Anyway. Like I was saying about the news, there is lots of news. Trump is having himself a very bad day. He is kind of finding out that, yeah, you can't just, willy-nilly go and remodel the White House, which is kind of funny. Which, realistically, yeah, it seems kind of unimportant now that he's already torn down the East Wing, but whatever, man. Then you also have the fact that he was rebuked with the NPR decision. So NPR and PBS cannot just have their funding pulled. I saw that there was a counter-narrative. I actually brought this up for once, where you have these guys talking about how Congress has already decided to not fund them. That is not true, because the way that the executive order worked, they're going to have to re-vote on it, so... yeah, keep coping. Yeah, exactly. Probably uses packing tape on his socks. Yeah. Do you use packing tape on your socks? Yeah, you totally do. Oh, wait a minute. Do I know you? Liberals are so emotional and fragile. You're literally getting emotional and trying to have a back and forth with me because you just got insulted by me. So yeah, keep going. What up, Shield? How you doing, dude? Do you ever, as a Chicagoan, swear to do whatever you can to prevent Rahm from becoming president? Yes, I can. I can definitely commit to that, because Rahm Emanuel sucks. That guy is a fucking piece of shit. He really is. That guy, it's kind of weird. I would definitely say that I think I dislike him more than any, run-of-the-mill Republican politician. He's much more dangerous, There's a few people like that. Hakeem Jeffries is like that to me. Chuck Schumer's like that with me. I can't stand that fucking guy, but whatever, man. Oh my God, son of that guy who got blocked, the prophecy. So, does he need to rebuild the West Wing like it was? That would be hilarious. No, dude, for real, that would be hilarious if they had to rebuild it like a recreation. Interesting. You know what? I haven't thought about that. But yeah, I don't know what the implications are and what is going to happen to the project. Because they already built the bunker. Like, the bunker's done. They all but confirmed, too. Like, that, again, it's so great being in a wartime, and then you just kind of tell them exactly where the bunker be. But, okay. It's a little odd. But... Also, we have some interesting news about the Charlie Kirk stuff. Going to be going into that. That actually turned into a much bigger story than I was anticipating. So we're going to be contributing a decent amount of time to that. You know what? Screw it. Let's get into it. Man. This is... So, as I find the window for our window into the news, if you guys could do me the solid and just... hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, and hit the like button if you guys are enjoying the content or previously have enjoyed the content. It really does help us, especially when you see somebody that has, a little bit of a smaller page. I gotta say, it's very cool. It's very, very cool of you. I don't care what your political persuasions are. This is something that you should just do as someone who consumes YouTube videos. So, liberals are so fragile, they talk back when I insult them for no reason. Yep, right. Hey, what up, Ken? Ken Scholes, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here, bro. Dude, you're still here. You do understand, like, you're trying way too hard. I get it, man. Like, holy shit. This is the way that you try to get people's attention. Like, I get, okay, now I get why you're so lonely and you have to be here. Is this a liberal page? No, it's not even a liberal page, dude. This is the thing. You're just a douchebag. I'm calling you out as a douchebag. Just because you come in here. Liberal long hair, blah, 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 blah. So emotional, but I really don't care. Alrighty, let's get to the fun part. Judge blocks Trump order to end funding for National Public Radio and public broadcasting. On Tuesday, U.S. Judge Randolph Moss, We'll get all that information from here. Holy shit. Ooh, lizards. Uh-oh. Is that targeted advertising? Does it know that I want a blizzard? Blizzards rule, dude. Gotta say. All right, anyway. So, yes. Citing First Amendment, federal judge blocks Trump order to end funding to NPR and PBS. Citing the First Amendment, a federal judge on Tuesday agreed to permanently, so this cannot be appealed. Well, I mean, they'll try. You know how it goes. They're trying to appeal it to the Supreme Court, which the Supreme Court's even going to be like, yeah, no. The Trump administration from implementing a presidential directive to end federal funding for NPR and PBS, two media entities that the White House said are counterproductive to American priorities. You do understand that he politicized something that's just inherently not political. Like, as far as like as much as I was growing up, NPR and PBS was like the least controversial you could get. They had their morning block. PBS would occasionally, play some Doctor Who right around 3:00, and then you would get, a few things of PBS news. NPR is NPR. You are listening to NPR Radio. It is the top of the hour. We are talking about a federal judge striking down a decision, or striking down Donald Trump and his ego. They don't even, see, they're not even that interesting. God damn. No, Riz. Actually, they would just read it like this. The operational impact of U.S. District Judge Randolph Moss. Moss's decision was not immediately clear. But because it will likely be appealed, and because too much damage to the public broadcasting system has already been done, by both the president and Congress, Moss ruled that Donald Trump's executive order to cease funding to NPR is unlawful and unenforceable. The judge said the First Amendment right to free speech does not tolerate viewpoint discrimination and retaliation of this type. Oh my God. Look at this. It's almost like the guy hacked my computer and was just like, hey, you know what, soy boy? You need this. You need to be AI Lion Man. Come on, soy boy, get some creatine in you. Let's go. Fucking weirdos. It is different. It's difficult to conceive a clear evidence that the government action is targeted at viewpoints the president does not like and seeks to squelch. Who was nominated to the bench by Barack Obama? Who cares? It really doesn't matter. It never does. Again, we did this thing where we started politicizing everything, and it is completely fucking dangerous. But also, you do have to love the fact that Donald Trump is also the one that always likes to politicize shit. Abigail Jackson said Moss's decision is a ridiculous ruling by an activist judge attempting to undermine the law. NPR and PBS have no right to receive taxpayer funds. Again, they're just mad that the state regime media, or the state media, wasn't regime media. Congress already voted to defund them. Trump administration looks forward to ultimate victory on the issue, Jackson said. Punishment for past speech cited in decision. Judge noted that Trump executive order simply directs that all federal agencies cut off any and all funding to NPR, which is based in Washington, PBS based in Arlington, Virginia. The federal defendants failed to cite a single case in which a court had ever upheld a statute and executive action that bars a particular person or entity from participating in any federally funded activity based on that person's or entity's past speech. Last year, Trump, Republican, said, you gotta love the AP for just being totally, what's the word I'm looking for? They just overstate things. Said at a news conference that he would love to defund NPR, PBS, based on the belief that they're biased to Democrats. They're totally biased to Democrats. Not that reality is totally biased to the left wing and progressivism. Nope. Everybody loves being an asshole. Conservatism always wins. The message is clear. NPR and PBS do not apply for any federal benefit because the president disapproves of their left-wing coverage of the news. NPR accused the Corporation for Public Broadcasting of violating its First Amendment free speech when it moved to cut off access, blah, 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 blah. Public media exists to serve the public interest, exactly. Not that of any political agenda or elected official, exactly. I mean, in reality, it is that boring. But again, Trump needs to, like, it's not just Trump, but Trump and his base need to make it something where they're always persecuted. These people are persecuting them. Victim complex bullshit. PBS chief Paula Krieger said she was thrilled with the decision. The executive order, she said, is textbook unconstitutional viewpoint discrimination and retaliation. At PBS, we will continue to do what we have always done, serve our mission to educate and inspire all Americans as the nation's most trusted media institution. It really is. Actually, them and the AP. Last August, CBP announced it would take steps towards closing itself down after being defunded by Congress. Or CPB? I don't know. Victory through incremental, though incremental for press freedom. I mean, you'd think that the AP might be a little bit like, yeah, you know what? This is good. You know? Plaintiff's attorney, Theodore Buttress, said Tuesday's ruling is a victory for the First Amendment and freedom of press. I mean, as court expressly recognized, the First Amendment draws a line. I mean, let's put it this way, if the Supreme Court has any fucking consistency, they will vote in favor of this immediately because of what they think about the First Amendment, what they prove today. Otherwise, maybe, just maybe, it is a fucking kangaroo court that, yeah. The judge agreed with the government attorney that some of the news outlets' legal claims are moot, but partly because CBP no longer exists, or CPB. Center for Public Broadcast, is that what that is? It does not. NPR and 3 public radio stations sued administration officials last May. While Trump was named as a defendant, the case did not include Congress and the legislative body that played a large role in the public funding saga last year. Executive order. Okay, no real more information there.
We have some breaking news. 3 fired FBI agents have filed a new class action lawsuit on behalf of
This is totally unrelated to this, by the way.
Agents
We're up on
claiming that
this.
their ousting was retribution by the Trump administration.
Peter McBusiness. Yo, dude, it's my birthday. Would love to come on for a few minutes.
Joins me now. This is, as I understand it, Fallon, the first class action lawsuit of its kind. What more do we know?
Hit me up in Discord.
Yeah, Chris, this is a really big deal because we've seen a number of lawsuits filed by either individual agents who were fired or small group of agents who were fired. But this is the first time that we're seeing a class action lawsuit by these fired FBI agents. And this class is really interesting because it applies not only to the agents who have been fired by the Trump administration since last February, but it also applies to agents who could be fired by the Trump administration going forward. And of course, this is all firings that are based on what they're calling political retribution. Now, the 3 agents who brought this new suit are all agents who worked on Jack Smith's investigation into the 2020 election and Trump's attempt to overturn it. And they allege that their work on that specific investigation is why they were fired. And I want to read very briefly from this because they're really not mincing their words. They write, the defendant's mission, in their own words, is retribution. They began their terms of office by compiling lists of FBI employees whom they perceived to be, quote, enemies due to
Happy birthday, Dieter.
Investigative work, private comments, personal friendships, immutable characteristic, or other absurd measure, and publicly initiated mass firings on a rolling basis without due process. The firings were timed to drive headlines and curry favor with political supporters. Now, that's really strong. Of course, that language is directed towards Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, who initiated these firings and are the defendants in this suit. And they are asking a judge to not only reinstate those firings immediately, but
Claudia,
also stop any
how's it
future
going?
ones. Chris.
Fallon Gallagher, thank you.
DACA. America, what the fuck are you all going in last month? Like, goddamn, what in the hell? Yeah. You know what? As an American, I can just go, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just live here. I don't know. It's kind of like when your parents are like into some weird shit and everybody's just like, yo, dude, what's up with your parents? It's just like, I don't fucking know. It's like, I was just born, dude. I don't have any say in this shit. It's just like, yeah, but your parents be like having these wild parties and stuff. It's like, I don't know. All right. Let's see. Oh, here we are. Here's the Fox News response to the judge siding with NPR and PBS.
Well, breaking moments ago, a federal judge blocking President Trump's order to cut funding for NPR and PBS. The Obama-appointed judge calling the move unlawful and unenforceable. The president has argued public broadcasters are
again, the fact that they even have to say Obama-appointed,
biased and should not be receiving any tax.
If it was like good faith, like the way that the AP does it, sure, but this just seems like a way to make sure that it's like, are you guys upset yet? Well, you'll be even more mad to find out this wasn't a Trump judge. Oh, or would that be worse? I don't know.
Taxpayer support. Well, breaking.
Where's the other one here? Oh, here we go. Today's ruling will not reverse the Trump-led campaign to strip NPR and PBS stations of federal funding. Last summer, the GOP rescinded all money. Nonetheless, yeah, but the thing is, shit, that would require his signature, though. I don't know. We have the opportunity to see something really funny out of this. Oh, we just covered that. Because a lot of, like, rich assholes that are on the left can totally just, give the donations to fund PBR. PBR. I keep doing that. NPR and PBS. I got PBR on the brain. Hey, Grandma Flatterson, welcome back. I'm always happy to see you. Rango, how you doing? What's up, man? Fire Bear, none of our politicians give a damn about any of us. I tend to agree, man. I think that it's all one big sick game. They're all in on it. Like, the way that it all unfolds, it's just, they keep you distracted. They keep you in the team sports just long enough for us to fucking keep fighting and then not want any actual substantive change for all of us. Like, look at the way that they disingenuously designed the class war. Oh, my God. Because, again, you have so many people convinced that they're like their tax incentives, and all of that is tied to what we want as far as just, I don't know, taxing the richest in our nation. Anybody, dude, seriously, over $1 billion is insane. It's insane. Most Democrats and like most fucking liberals, they even want to tax at a fucking like way lower rate, like hundreds of million. Like, I think it was even lower than 100 million. I think that they were like capping it at 1 million, where they were just, it's like, okay, like, I get it to a degree, where it's just like, you want to incentivize people to have their million, right? But at some point you make enough money that you just become a fucking hoarding asshole that like is actually doing more damage. So I don't know. Again, I don't have kids. Never plan on having them, and I'll just say this much. I kind of want a future for America. I would love to see, your children have a better future, and that would be having, some stuff funded by things that aren't paid for by us. Like the fact that they're so egregious about this shit that they're just like, hey, we need $250 billion to add to our $1 trillion that we just gave to the fucking military. It makes a lot of fucking sense to sit there and argue about, these people on food stamps. Yeah, you know what? I don't like them. I don't like going to the store, and I don't like when they're in front of me, and then I see that card and I get mad because I'm paying for my food. I hate people like that. Genuinely hate people like that. My mom would not have made it without food stamps because my mom was on disability and she was in a fixed income situation. So this idea that the takers, like, dude, my mom, do you know how often I had to see her like put something back or fucking just like pick up a store brand thing for something that she like obviously liked the name brand to? And it wasn't one of those ones where it was like the factories were the same, like none of that. Like, dude, that's the shit that, like, we as Americans can fucking all agree to. Well, at least the ones in here that aren't disingenuous fuckheads. Like, we've experienced shit like this, right? I have experienced shit like this. Even now, like, now my budget has, like, this is the thing. I live in the stupid fucking country with the stupid fucking president who has made it objectively worse. My budgeting has had to get clamped down because of Donald Trump's decisions to go to war. Period. And who's benefiting from this shit? Who's the ones that are always getting the little details to inside trade? His billionaire friends, the ones that a bunch of MAGA goes out of their way to fucking just be like, yep, we got to protect them because one day, I'll get to talk to them and I'll tell them. Actually, hold on. You know what? Fuck it. No, I don't want to ruin this. No, but seriously. How many of those fucking people do we have to deal with before their own types start fucking going against them and going, hey, man, you know, I'm not a lefty or anything, but I think that he's making sense. Like, they really are fucking us. Like, you can agree that the politicians are fucking us, but you somehow stop just short of the business interests and the people that own said businesses? I don't understand. I really don't. And then again, the billionaires who take all that money and offshore it. The second that they can, they offshore it. They take a little bit, they'll inject it into the stock market, not the way that it helps us, it helps them. Actually, it usually fucks us because it usually shorts us. But again, whatever. Keep fighting the good fight for your oppressors. I don't give a shit, honestly. All I can say is just, when you are left behind, I'm not going to be there for you. And I think that a lot of leftists kind of feel the same way, where it's just like, all right, man, we're kind of done. We're kind of done being told, oh, you know what, we shouldn't be funding things like NPR and PBS, which, again, the ones that can even question this shit are already telling me it's like, you're kind of more, like, you're already privileged in this one. Tell me how you grew up. God damn. I mean, people you want to take care of you? What do you mean take care of me? I don't want anybody to take care of me, dude. The thing is, I have reserve, like, if you got kids, you're going to die in the same nursing home I am. That's going to be my favorite part about being in a nursing home and not having kids, is seeing all the condescending cocksuckers that were all the way through my life telling me how, oh, you need to have kids, you don't need to bring meaning to your life, crying over the fact that they're there alone, don't get fucking visited, okay? That is more likely how you will die in America than in a nice hospital, being taken care of by your kids. No, dude, this is America, dude. We have totally thrown our fucking elderly under the fucking bus. Totally. We don't give a fuck about them. And now, because it is the social norm to just ship them off and also got to keep that economy going, because you do know that the number one jobs market that's growing is medical care. What Jell-O will you use in the nursing home? Oh, shit, that's a good question. Probably the blue Jell-O. I like blue Jell-O. You want billionaire taxes to use so you can take care of yourself? No, Rowdy. I would like to take care of Do you not understand this? I may be included in this because I only make so fucking much. Again, don't be a class traitor, Rowdy. You do understand that you're actually doing the dirty work for people that will never give a fuck about you. They wouldn't even waste the piss to put you out if you were on fire. And that's what they wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. That's the saying. But they would literally say, nah, I may have kidney issues because I've been I've been holding this piss, but God, I can't waste it on that. Like, for real, man. Rowdy, you're better than this. Again, stop with your contrarian bullshit. Like, we always kind of get to this moment where I'm like, I know you're only asking questions. You're trying to do that shit. But realistically, you can't put the other side together where it's like, no, I said I wanted to take care of all of us. That'd be nice. Why is that a bad thing? Like roads. You understand that, like, even if you make your millions and billions of dollars, at some point you're going to have to fucking travel on the same roads. You know how many of these fucking assholes come out and talk about how bad the roads are? Taxation's not theft, dumbass. Taxation's actually one of the oldest forms of fucking, like, human civilization. Like, we have been, like, as humans, we have been paying taxes. The problem is, at some point, assholes like you start fucking playing this game where you get used because you don't want to challenge authority because you like the authority. It's your authority. It's your Caesar. You love your Caesar. Don't you talk bad about my Caesar Nero. He's doing everything he can for us. He is making decisions that will further the empire. And you know what? We will have an even longer empire. We will have a long lineage of Fucking A, man, because honestly, that's what you guys want. You guys want if you want the downfall of the American empire, keep doing it where we are subjugated, where we don't get what we want, like just the little bits. Did you know the whole bread and circus thing? Well, they're taking the bread, they're taking the circus. Then what? Oh, you're just supposed to go die, I guess. You know what? You're just supposed to, there's nothing for you. Sorry. You understand that's what this is? And that's what you're fighting for. If you make under $500,000 fucking dollars, you're going to be in this position, okay? Go get help. I don't need it. I already get help. The problem is you are sitting here fighting right now. Right now, Joe, I can already tell you're on YouTube watching a fucking stream that you just want to disagree with. The algorithm got you. And now you are feeling it. You're kind of like mad that somebody that you politically disagree with is having a good point about something. I'm going to just warrant that, or I'm going to warrant a guess here. You don't make over $500,000 a year, but you've been convinced by Daddy Trump and the fucking powers that be that somehow, some way, the poors are coming for your money. The Democrats are raising your fucking taxes. Uh-huh. Yeah. That's exactly it. I live in Illinois. I know exactly how it is. Seeing all the fucking, it's J.B. Pritzker's fault, even though he has nothing to do with it. Actually, so in Cook County, right? It's Chicago. So in Cook County, we had a thing that we could vote on. It was a tax referendum, and it was going to tax anybody that made over $400,000 just 6% more. That's it. And that money was specifically allocated into making sure that our roads and the general, city could be fucking funded as far as the CTA. Again, a lot of us use the CTA. And a lot of us we notice the fucking eyesore that is the concrete that's falling apart. And we've all been like, hey, what the fuck, man? Yeah, that was going to fix that shit. And some federal funds that Trump has also withheld, but that's a whole nother story. But realistically, we voted against our own self-interest because a bunch of people saw little red signs that just said nothing else but no new taxes. And do you know how many dipshits just went, yeah, vote no on new taxes? I'm in Chicago, bud. I'm an Illinoisan. It's J.B. Pritzker. He's taking all my money. Yeah, you know what? I'll vote no on that. Yeah. Meanwhile, now we're getting fucked double. They're double fucking us. The corporations are literally getting fucking incentives now. Yay. But you know who they're blaming? The immigrants. You know who else they're blaming? The Democrats. That's it. Well, at least some of them. The ones that don't want to do that little bit of extra research or thinking for themselves. But this is my favorite part is that. They fuck themselves. They really fucked themselves on this one. Now, here's the bitch of it, being the collateral damage of other people's bad decisions. And also being overeducated on shit like this. Like me, it does suck when I have to fucking bring this to somebody where I'm just like, how many hours a week do you sit on your ass? I don't know. I mean, I do this show for about 6 hours, so at least that. So, yeah, but I also get out there. I have hobbies. I like to take walks, touch grass, all that fun stuff. If you want to see me actually having a pep walk, this is Pep Talks. I have pep walks sometimes. And the inaugural one was actually filmed just this last Saturday. If you want to see it, No Kings, Elgin, Illinois. And then an hour and 8 minutes, that's when the pep walk starts. So, boom. Anyway, Angela, why are you so mean? What's up with that? What got you so miserable? Why are you the way you are that you had to come in and do that instead of just being like, hi, hey, what's your politics? Or, hey, what's going on here? Instead you just got to right out the gate, just kind of be like, oh, Pep gets chicken, Pep begawks. Nice. We pay your taxes and SSI. We pay who? I pay yours, dip. You do understand how that works. Yeah, Yeah. God damn. I hate these retards that really don't get it. Like they'd rather fight and constantly, like, this is why I'm convinced it's bots, guys. This is why. It's so easy to conceptualize the fact that billionaires pay for bots, create this kind of dissension, and make, like, the assholes like me that spend a little bit too much time online thinking that, oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's really like this. Here's the bitch of it. And this is why I piss off a lot of people on this platform and in my own politics. Because I talk to people and work with people who are the normies. MAGA, ex-MAGA now. Fuck. Shut the fuck up. Angela, why are you so mad? Angela, it's almost, I don't know, man. It feels like, are you not so jazzed with the winning? Is America not great again? I mean, you're sitting here, okay. I love the American flag. I'm a fucking American. I got the American flag right behind me. What else you got? You don't own that. That ain't your it may be your flag as an American, but if you're MAGA, that ain't yours. Just like the White House ain't Trump's. It's almost like we're more patriotic than you. That's kind of odd. I always kind of find it funny when they come in here and they're talking about these socialist leftists that want to ruin America. And I'm sitting here just trying to protect the principles of our fucking Constitution at this point. But that's funny. MAGA's so emotional. Yeah, they really are. So it sounds like you aren't left or right, but centralized. I'm not necessarily. I mean, I guess I come at things from a more centrist perspective because of just my understanding of the world. But no, I'm actually more left-leaning. If you want to go based on my politics and policies, they're considered left-wing. Now, is that technically a psyop? I think so. I think it is. I think that it wants everybody to fucking think that I'm radical for wanting to tax billionaires. They think it's radical that I want healthcare to not be commodified. I don't want to go into a doctor every fucking time and just wonder, like, oh, it's like when you go to a mechanic and you do. We've all done it. Anybody that has ever taken their fucking car to a mechanic, we have all done this where we're just like, oh, they're gonna upsell me. Well, I don't need that. Or you get a fucking oil change and they try to sell you an oil filter. You do need that. An air filter, which you know damn well you just changed. Like that kind of shit. But no, apparently some people want that. That's like, who the fuck wants to live in that type of just unreality is kind of what I'm going to call it, because that's fucked up. And honestly, this is why I think it's bots. They want us to be fucking Russia. They want an oligarchy. They want a kleptocracy. They would be happy with a religious fucking overlord. Like, you guys want these holy wars. This is what's fucked up. You don't understand how you guys are antithetical to America because you guys haven't read the fucking Constitution. You don't fucking care. Bottom line is, you care about what makes you feel your little emotions. You care about, oh, I don't like gay. I don't like trans. Yeah, government, do something. But then you don't understand how it's antithetical to something you were just about. Not even fucking 6 years ago. Don't tread on me. Freedom, freedom, freedom. Meanwhile, take those freedoms away from those lefties. I don't like them. I don't like them. That's the only thing you got, too. I don't like them. Uh-huh. Cool. So you get your fucking utopia. Then what? Then what? Oh, the few black Republicans you know, you gonna go after them? Gonna make sure that your wife can't vote? Gonna take away you gotta make sure that your daughter's considered property? What the fuck? Like, do you understand the difference between what your utopia is and what just practical reality of living as an American is? But instead, they have you here fighting with me over the fact that, you know what, I don't like your assessment on this because it makes me uncomfortable. You're making me face a hard reality that I don't want to face. I don't want to think about this stuff. I curate my news, otherwise known as doing your research, making sure that you never run afoul of that pesky fucking mainstream media, because they all lie to you. But you go to fucking Twitter accounts, you go to fucking Facebook, you go to whoever the fuck gives you the warm feelies. You get the warm feelies that, oh, look, Donald Trump's doing good. I love Donald Trump. I just love him. Oh, look at that. He just did something that made my gas prices go up. I guess I like him still. You know what? I could never throw out Donald Trump. He cares about me. He cares about me personally. I'm going to get a check from him with my name on it. Fucking A. Like, seriously, could you imagine, just for a minute, if liberals were actually that fucking jazzed about anybody? Like, holy fucking, did you ever wonder why people call you cultists? It's because you're cultists. It's because you guys, you look at him as a deity and never question him. Never. Why? Why bother? Why bother thinking for yourself? Why bother actually doing real research and like, you know, watching some of that fake news to hear what they have to say? Oh my God, are you admitting that you're so small brain that you're worried that you're gonna be, are you that impressionable? That you're going to see a fucking 4-minute segment from CNN that's going to change your mind that much? Oh, the liberals got me. They got me. They got me doing something I'm not used to. It's called thinking. And every once in a while, y'all can fucking do it. Well, go into listening mode. Got to get to work. Sylvie, I appreciate you. You know you are always a bright light in this chat. And I'm having fun because the reality is, guys, you are constantly fighting against things that are good for you. The day the cult realizes they've been used, shut the fuck up. or wait, I don't know what that means. But either way, I think that it really is like they're protecting themselves, guys. Like, and I don't know from what. Like, is it? The sunken cost fallacy? I know I say it a lot here, but it really does seem like they're protecting themselves from just, they can't admit they're wrong to their blue-haired fucking stepdaughter or some shit like that. It's weird, man, because realistically, they would benefit from a lot of these policies, right? Like, even if you make a lot of money and you pay just that little bit more in taxes, even as a millionaire, you do understand that, again, not having these healthcare costs, especially because if you're a boomer, then you should understand this. This is what drives me the most insane, is even with good insurance, I have now had it to where the thing happened, guys. My wife got cancer, and it pretty much devastated us because of just how fucked the American healthcare system is. And on top of it, how many answers we didn't have, or how many questions we did not have answered. So I just have to say, that's why I do focus on 2 issues specifically. Everything past that, we can baby steps. That's why I'm not one of these guys that, like the left, sometimes gets on my case, and I guess I hate using the blanket term, but like the farther left, they don't like me because I'm not commie, because I'm like, okay, I don't really see the revolution happening, but okay. The thing is, if they somehow do kind of fucking push for this shit, I ain't getting in the fucking way. I'll tell you that much. I'm not sitting here protecting this late-stage capitalist experiment that has just not worked. And it has proven it to us time and time again. I'm fucking sick of it. And I'm sick, as I said, nothing gets me more upset than a bunch of fucking working-class Americans fighting against each other. And the thing is, and this is where I hate to do this, but it's true, and this is where my bias comes through, is the left is usually fighting for something that will help you. You guys tend to fight for ideals or ideas of something. And it doesn't even pan out. It's not like, dude, trans people in sports, still a thing. You know? Oh, it's just because of blue states, blah, 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 blah. When in reality, it didn't even affect you to begin with. It never would have. Statistically, you probably would have never actually even dealt with this, but nope, it's at the top of your fucking mind. And as I said, and I'm not going to hammer this one too much, but it's because we get it, dude. We get it. The reason that most dudes care about the fucking trans stuff is because they've been fooled now. Realistically, and I hate to fucking be reductive about this, but it's true. Most of these guys grew up in the 80s and 90s, and they were thinking, you know, T-slur, yeah, it's like a transmission, you get it? And then they're like, yeah, what are you, man boy? What are you, a girly boy or a girl boy? Or, I don't know, chicks with dicks? What's going on here? And that's all it was really fucking boiled down to. Like, jokes, clerks, that kind of shit. And then also, it was always because they were just like, yep, men in dresses. But then this is my favorite part, is it's so obvious, too, because they always say men in dresses. They never talk about passers. And I'm sorry, like, again, they never... And the reason is because they probably fucking jerk off to it, okay? I'm sorry to put that in your head, but for real. They are sitting there so fucking focused on it because in reality, they're confused because in their... Men, wait, you're saying that she has pee-pee? Well, that's... She can't have pee-pee, she's hot. Oh, am I gay because I said... Whoa, I hate it all! I'm MAGA now! Donald Trump saved me from my thoughts! Like, what the fuck, man? It's the same thing with the fucking gay stuff. This goes back to when I was in high school. Most of the dudes that were all about fucking hating on gays, they turn out to be gay. And now that they're out, they're living their happiest, best life. And I'm proud of them. I'm proud of them. Live your fucking best life. This is why I'm all about retribution. Or redemption. Retribution, not the right word, okay? Redemption. I really am, though. Sounds like projection. Dude, I would admit it. What the fuck? I'm not insecure like you, man. I have found trans women attractive. I don't care. I don't care. I know my sexuality. I'm a cis white dude. I like women. I like boobies. I really like boobies. I like me. I'm a little bit of an ass guy, but I like some boobies. But you know, you guys can't even have these fucking types of nuanced conversations because you're so insecure. Do you know how miserable you must be? And I can guess. Like, I mean, I see some of the chats. I can guess. Like, it's kind of fucking wild. Like the fact that this, like I said, you guys think about trans issues way more than even the trans community. For real. It's kind of funny. Freudian slip. Yeah, MX. I'm glad. I don't know. Rebecca, what's up? How you doing? Sorry, guys, if I'm not engaging with the chat, I'm kind of on a roll here. As a trans girl, can confirm I've been fetishized way too much by the most straight men. They ask me directly if it makes them gay. That's my, you know what? I hope you tell them no. I hope that you're just like, no, you like ladies. Because maybe that's what kind of gets to them where they're like, well, I mean, so you're telling me I'm not gay. It's like, no, you like the female form. Like when you see them in public and you're just like, that's a pretty lady. Yeah, that doesn't make you gay, you fucking idiot. No, you know what makes you gay? When I bring up my, the test. When I bring up the Hunter Schafer, who is from Euphoria, or Kim Davis, the fucking cake lady. If you would rather fuck Kim Davis because she has a vagina, then you're gay. That actually makes you gay because she looks like, or you know what? Buck Angel. Fuck it. I'll just go with the Buck Angel. If you would rather fuck Buck Angel than go with Hunter Schafer, then you might be gay. Just gonna say it. The right has PDFs. I mean, honestly, like, I actually know a right-wing trans person. I don't like this overgeneralization shit. You understand how many people you just, right there, just instantly, they don't know what? I think women are gorgeous and I'm a straight woman. Yeah, there you go. Whatever, man. I remember having this conversation with one of my gay friends about like how every straight guy that watches wrestling has like it's like a bar. It's like a 5-pronged bar. It's just like, you know, the ones that like really are into it and like they like the Goldbergs and like the Brock Lesnar's and they talk about like he's not oiled up enough. It's just like they're number 5. Pep talk, get a life, loser. Oh, good one. Why are you still crashing out in my chat, bro? It's almost like you're mad that I was making some fucking points. If you were born with a penis, you are a man. See, that's your problem, man. The fact that you care so much is fucking wild. Live and let live, baby. Like, why do you care so much? Why are you such an unchill douchebag that you have to sit there and focus on fucking going and ruining somebody else's, not just day, their life, because you just want to make sure that they can't, oh, you can't exist. That's not, you're not, what? Your feelings aren't real. Well, I don't think your feelings about it are real either. How's that feel? I mean, Jim, I know you were born with a vagina. Vagina. You got yourself a hairy little pussy there, fucking, don't you, Jim? Well, you know, as a girl, can you explain to us how that works? Watch, she's gonna be real mad about that. I'm surprised they made it to the chill chat. Oh, I just realized that was an evader. Funny. I wish. All right, well, I set myself up for that one. Shit. See, I could even admit when something's funny. It's fucking funny. Can I crash the chat too? Ah, yes. Is that the same guy? Oh, yeah. He was in Vertical yesterday. Yeah. Anyway, I do think that it's hilarious. Like, again, why do you care? Like, at this, and no, realistically, dude, that's not how it goes. And if you can't see that, like, there's more nuance to that, then I wish you a trans kid. I do. Now, here's the thing that sucks. I hope I didn't just wish that to happen, and then them having a mother that would disown them. You know, are you one of those guys? Are you one of those ones that would just quit loving your kid? You know, you would abandon them just because, like, they were trans? Like, you do understand. Your life would be so much easier if you just didn't care. But here you are. Realistically, none of them want to fuck you anyway. Facts don't care about your feelings unless you're a right winger, and then feelings and 2,000-year-old scripture matter. It's so. Yeah. You ain't wrong. Fuck, dude. Same people who think gender is not fluid talk about how much more manly they are than each other. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, and most of these dudes don't even understand it. They're like, low T. It's like, okay, sitting there with your bald head and your fucking beer gut. Cool. How's that high T test? How's that working for you in your fucking bad joints? Danny, if you have to ask, you're never going to know. Go out and actually meet one. Yeah, that you know what, Bob? Hey, Bob, I appreciate that. By the way, guys, I've gone on a little bit of a tangent here. If you guys have not already hit that like button, I don't care if you agree or disagree with me. Makes you a cool person and a better YouTube consumer, so why not? Why not? Come on. Get me out in the algorithm. And if you like having these conversations, as I said, if you don't even like me, it does help me. Helps me stay here so you guys can return here to have these conversations. But I know. We can't have that. It's almost like you're a government psyop and you're just, we can't have dissension. I only want right-wingers, even though I've been here for almost an hour and I'm interested in this. And wait a minute. Even plants predominantly male, female characteristics in nature. Well, that's odd because I also know that, you know what's really weird? As somebody who grows, yeah, plants have this thing called herming, you know? And then they kind of produce seeds and buds at the same time. It's almost like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah. Like I said, they can start that way, but there's also hybrid. But whatever, man. You know exactly what you're talking about. Tell your wife, fuck cancer. She'll be get her on a full alkaline diet. You know what? Alkalinity does matter. I'm not even one. I'm gonna just say this. I'm not even one of like those alternate medicine guys or alternative medicine guys. Excuse me. But yes, having a properly balanced alkaline diet is actually like. I read a book back when my dad had cancer called The pH Miracle, and that did help. It's not like it replaced the cancer. It's not like it replaced the chemo treatment and the radiation, but it did help. So, it's funny to watch them squirm. I mean, it is. Talavani, have you already subbed to the channel? I again, if you guys are feeling the vibe of the channel, I really appreciate it. Yeah, definitely hit that sub. We're getting so close to 27 hundo, which, hey, for me, that's milestone markers. I'm all about it, man. You have. Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I deal with intersex traits all the time. I run a lot of C's. Yes, these people don't understand simple science. No, they don't. No. Like, that guy was actually, like, he was trying to do, like, a gotcha. Like, yeah, I gotcha. I can't even do quotes. Is that a problem? But no, for real. Like, they are not even right about their fucking plant science. Yeah, these guys are sitting here like, I know biology. Yeah, I know biology. That's just fucking... wipe it on your fucking Trump flag there, guy. God. You think they do that? Do you think that they're, like, so ingrained in MAGA that they, like, make cumsies in their fucking MAGA flag? They fly it at the rally. It's just a bunch of crust. Ew. Yeah, and you know what? I did that because I was whacking off to the picture of him doing the freedom pose. Because nothing gets me more rised up than, you know, going, woohoo, America, yeah. KRA, Bobby McPherson. Hey, thank you for the follow or the sub. I appreciate that, man. Damn, I don't have a Trump flag. I need to get one. All right. Go ahead. By all means. You're a dying breed on that one. Hold two genders is just another tool of control. Yes, it is. No, and that's the thing. Like, they want, like, and they watch so much of the content, like the fucking debate bro content. They're so steeped into their manosphere bullshit. That realistically, even them listening to this is just in one ear, out the other, because they've already decided that they're gonna go make sure that they wash themselves and their brains clean of this type of thinking to go and just, you know, go back to Nick Fuentes or fucking whoever the fuck in the manosphere that they love. It is exhausting to be MAGA, though. Think about that. Like, think of, like, how much they have to defend this guy now. Like, they have to defend him on gas prices, the war, every fucking day. Like, do you guys ever get tired? Like, I know that, like, you guys do the TDS bullshit, but do you guys ever fucking wake up and just go, oh, it'd be nice to just have a day that he didn't do some fucked up shit, so I didn't have to fucking go defend him? And then you have to pretend that it's awesome. That's the worst part, is you have to sit there pretending that he's doing a great job. But, whatever. Look how language works, Angus. Hey, that cap can try not to use all caps, but when you're trying to really reiterate a point to somebody that's just such a numbskull that they're just, like, not hearing it, I'll allow it. But if he continues to ignore you, please, just disengage. I got a Trump flag. Mine says FDJT. What's funny is all the good old boys with the lifted F-250s can't drive them anymore because they can't afford diesel. That's true. I have literally seen it. My neighbor has one of them big trucks that's like every fucking morning, because he goes to work at 6 a.m., I have to hear. It's been quiet the last few days. Gotta say. Trump, he also had a Trump flag that he, like, not only took down, but he put it in his garage, right? That's gone. Like, he had it hung on the back wall, like, where he had his, like, little toolbox and all that shit. Gone. So, I don't know, guys. Anecdotally, I'll just say it. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the cracks form. That's why, as somebody who is an online personality, I'm going to just say it. I don't think that any of the fucking Trump support, like, is actually, I don't think it's organic anymore. I don't. That's why it is easy for me to look at the chat and just kind of be like, okay. Even if you're real, like, you are hanging on to the sinking ship. Like, you are the band on the Titanic. Like, cool. So you're a podcast bros? I'm not a podcast bro. I mean, I guess you could call this a podcast. My mom did. My mom, she could never get the term right. She was like, my son he does podcasting. Which, it's adorable. Love you, Mom. Miss you. Rest in peace. But yeah. This is not technically a podcast because I'm not having a conversation with anybody, even though a little bit later I plan on reaching out to a guest to have him on here for his birthday. Dieter, if you're there, all I'll say is, you should let me know yesterday, bro. I would have actually worked you into the show. But unfortunately, yeah, I got this to get through, which I haven't even gotten to the NPR thing, so maybe I'll be able to bring you in halfway. Sigh, the bisexual witch. Hey, it's all right. It's always good to have you here, Rebecca. Thank you for popping in. How you doing? So many voted for Trump that are now sleazing their way out. Don't be fooled by them. Record them. Make sure to keep them in check. The thing is, dude, like, I already made this clear. I believe in reform. And I think that some people can reform out of even being triple MAGA. Now, this is where I don't want to necessarily say forget. Like, you can remind them, especially if they start getting shitty about something, but constantly just reminding them it's just going to push them right back to it. They're always going to just be like, this is why I was MAGA to begin with. You know? It works a lot better when you're just kind of cool about shit. Like, I think that, honestly, man, I've seen some responses. And it, you know what? Thank you. Thank you for being honest with me, guys. It does matter. Especially like the, shout out to, oh my God, Isaac from yesterday. Because he was a libertarian that kept telling it, like, he reiterated a few times where he was just like, nah, Pep's moved me left now. Like, and he wasn't trying to do it to, like, troll anybody in chat. He was being fucking real about it. He was bringing up examples about how he kind of believed in more of the libertarian liberty side of things, but then he realized that that's disingenuously used by the right to kind of control him. So my diesel truck gets excellent mileage, over 1,000 pounds and tools in the back, full delete and no DEF. How much does that take to fill your tank right now? We can't be like that to them. I constantly preach. We are far more alike than we are different, regardless of what anybody tells you otherwise. It can work. Yes. And that's where I'm at with that as well. I have a feeling that as far as like the YouTube stuff, they don't like people like me. They really don't. Like, even though I'm getting enough engagement, when it comes down to it, they would much rather have me sitting here talking about the merits of, Marxism and how everybody who's not already part of the DSA has no place in my life or my world. I just got to say, guys, no, I refuse to fucking play that game. And honestly, that's why my channel is the way that it is, even though, yes, my chat it sometimes gets a little daunting and it would be nice to have, more agreement. But at the same time, the few times that I've gone out of my way to, like, watch a Hassan stream, he fights with his own chat, and apparently they're all politically aligned. I'd rather fight with my chat and have people that aren't politically aligned fighting with me, but occasionally I get some tanky shit in my chat that, honestly, I think that my regulars could definitely attest that I get more annoyed with them than I do any maggots. Treat MAGA how Germany, again, no. Because, like, this hyperbole of that, dude, they haven't done it yet. You do understand that, right? Like, we feel the weight of it, but they haven't actually done the thing, like the whole thing. So stop. Because, again, if you're always in sky is falling mode, nobody's gonna listen. It's the boy who cries wolf syndrome. Like, we don't stop. Just fucking stop. Fucking A! Focus on the shit that he's actually doing. Focus on ICE. Keep doing this. But again, once you get into hyperbole land and it makes you feel better calling them Nazis when they're not. Like, honestly, sometimes that does fucking piss me off where I'm like, guys, you do understand. Like, it's easier for us to be like, hey, guys, like, you do understand. Like, you're kind of checking off boxes at this point. And you're at, like, box number 3 out of 10. But we treat them like they've already checked all the fucking boxes and have been graded. That's where I'm saying, calm the fuck down. I'm fucking over that. I really am. You know, we can joke about it, sure, but once it's not jokes and once you actually are acting like this to people, it comes as no surprise that we can never have solidarity. It comes as no surprise that we can't actually fucking move the needle. Fuck, man, we can't bring independence into the movement because apparently they're liberals. There's these bunch of liberals and these Kamala people. Honestly, that's the shit that's getting me just not interested in fucking even engaging in that shit anymore. Because realistically, what are we doing? We already have no power, right? And then we have also let the Democrats essentially become what they have become because of our inaction. Fuck, you can blame our parents. You can blame some of my generation for not voting a little bit differently and kind of getting this in, but whatever. Realistically, my biggest draw on YouTube should be the fact that, no, I'm not here for the bullshit. I'm here to kind of get you out of that and bring us back to some class solidarity. Now, if you're not part of our class and you're here fucking, sitting here like, nah, I'm a millionaire. I have, you know what? I can't get behind this. Well, then donate to my channel and then kindly see your way out. Because you know what? That if you make that type of money, then you could definitely afford to shut a leftist up by donating, $420 theoretically. Germans didn't have Facebook and mobiles, so they had an excuse to not know what you Americans all have proof. The thing is, no. Hit zone. I hate to say this, bro. What ends up happening is what happened to me. So, most of the people on my private Facebook have unfollowed me because I got too political. Now, they've come back recently because I did I have now an outlet for this, so I also have a page. I actually have a Pep Talks page on Facebook. I barely use it, though. But if you guys want me to use it, consider following. And then, yeah, I'll post more stuff there. But inaction is inaction itself. Sometimes. It depends, guys. Again, this is my broader point. You think that everybody's seeing this. They're not. They're ignoring it. Because most of the time, it's preachy. And MAGA's the same way, guys. They're not breaking through the way that you think they are. They're not more popular than the left right now. The left's, realistically, this is why you see the numbers that you do of people that vote. You understand that the majority don't vote. And it's not just that they don't vote. They don't care. They don't care about any of this shit. All they care about is them and theirs. And that's honestly what starts making them more political. That's why people came out and voted for Trump versus Biden. But that's also why some of those same people voted for Biden the first time and then voted for Trump again because they were like, we got to switch it up, man. We got to switch it up. I got a friend like this, right? He doesn't even know what a term limit is, but he just knows that the term limit should be when we go to the polls, we swap them out. I'm like, that's not very effective because they could be doing some good work. That, they need another go around to kind of get that bill passed. Nah. Which he's got a point. You know what? If that's the only reason I guess I'm protecting the status quo, then fuck it. Let's try something new. But I don't know anymore. That's correct. Most of the country doesn't vote. Yeah. And that's why I'm saying, guys, I hate the fact that we have a lot of people that it's almost like we exist in this small version of Street Fighter, but nobody's playing. The mass popular or the populace has already moved on. No more birthright citizen. Yeah, see right there, get fucked. Right there, Shannon, you're already against the 14th Amendment. You're anti-American in the fact that you are comfortable with us relitigating amendments that we have already solidified. But God forbid it be the Second Amendment. And I am a Second Amendment supporter. I am a Second Amendment practicer. And I can tell you right now, this is why you suck. This is why you suck as an American. I don't care if you're a fucking Republican. I don't care if you're a Democrat, a lefty, or a fucking righty. You suck as an American because you don't want to have the fucking already I can't even get this point out. You want to get rid of something that's already solidified in our Constitution. That is anti-American. I am sorry. That's just how it goes. So you're not fucking sitting here as a proud American. You're sitting here as somebody that's admitting that you already do. You think that America wasn't even great. We have to make it great again. But somehow, America number one, USA, USA, we're number one. We are the greatest country ever, except we have all these problems and all these people that I fucking hate. So we have to do something about it. It's fucking insane. And the fact that we've sat here platforming these idiots for as long as we have, I'm fucking done. Like, I really am. I am all for people trying to come and have a nuanced conversation. But if your immediate response is, I'm going to troll this lib, get rid of the 14th, get rid of the birthright citizenship, which a lot of you morons don't understand that you're literally like 2 fucking generations removed from that shit. At some point, it's just going to be like, okay, birthright citizenship gone. All right, no protections. If you're Irish American, get the fuck back to Ireland. Oh, Italian American, get the fuck back to Italy. If you're Czech, well, shit. Was it was it technically USSR era? Uh-oh. Japan is switching to hydrogen, to a hydrogen economy, in fact. That actually doesn't surprise me. It's the same way that China's doing a lot of that stuff. Pep, can I see your shirt? The specific shade is cute. Oh, yeah. It's CM Punk. It's a root of fight. I actually have I have 2 sweaters that are this shade of pink. I like pink. Whatever. I think real men wear pink, but a lot of dudes come in here and immediately are just like, look at this guy, this gay guy wearing his pink sweater and his long hair. I'm going to sit here and call him a libtard. Look, he's going to get triggered. Dude, seriously. Like, that's like 90% of the guys that are just like, they see me and immediately, all right, time to work my magic. If birthright citizenship got tossed out, it would make all white people go back and leave nothing but native tribes. Cool. No, honestly, that's my favorite part about some of this shit. Is like today the Supreme Court with their whole like the gay and trans conversion therapy, where they don't understand that technically now they just made it so yeah, okay, now they can't, like, as much as they can say that they can have this therapy, they also can't go after anybody, like any teachers that theoretically teach about, gay or trans stuff, because it's technically freedom of speech. Like, they shot themselves in the ass with this one, and I love it. So let's see what happens. Pep and wearing pink together. Yeah. Illegal aliens already. Whatever. Boring. You and your illegal alien bullshit. Just another talking point to divide us, but cool. Same guys who think pink stones are gay are out there proud how they climb blue mountains. Whatever, man. The fact that they're out there thinking that shit, like the fact that they have to just constantly ask, is this gay? They eat bananas. Like, every time they eat a banana, they're just like, I gotta eat it sideways, so I don't think that people don't think I'm gay. I'm actually gonna use a fork and a knife because I'm so not gay. I don't even like bananas. When I see a hot dog, I gotta chop it up because I can't have the idea of a weenie in my fucking head, because you know what it means to see a weenie? It's a penis. That's the fuck. These weird motherfuckers, dude. It is really, really weird. Like, as I said, they're constantly thinking about trans shit. Yeah, mom's basement. Yeah, okay, cool. Whatever, dude. Do you know how many times I see that, like, just throughout a stream, and I'm just like, okay, all right. I kind of feel like that's a bot response, but maybe it is real. Maybe that's the thing that's popular with the, I don't know. Technically by Trump's logic, because I am technically third generation on my dad's side in America, I should go back to Germany where I have never been. Yes, that is how this works. This is exactly how it works. Suffrage, birthright citizenship has very little to do with illegals. Yes, they're trying to take away women's right to vote, and it's kind of funny that a lot of women are just sitting here just like, no, they're not. MAGA! And then they sure as shit, they kind of figure it out where they're like, oh no. All right, so I've been sitting on this video for a minute. Let's get back into it, and then we will continue the discourse.
Tried to cut funding to NPR and PBS, and a federal judge just said no. This was not about saving money. This was about punishing speech. A federal judge in Washington...
The fact that they tried to wrap it in Doge, too, that was kind of funny.
Judge Randolph Moss permanently blocked the Trump administration from enforcing an executive order that told agencies to cut off all funding to NPR and PBS. The judge said the move was unlawful and unenforceable, and he was blunt about why. The First Amendment does not allow viewpoint discrimination or retaliation like this. So that matters because Trump had already publicly...
Have you listened to a single word I said in the last hour? How in the fuck can you come out of that and go like, yeah, this guy's brainwashed by the media?
He said...
Get out of here with your bullshit.
He wanted to...
Seriously, I'm not even kidding. You can see yourself out, or I'll have one of the mods do it for me, or I'll just do it myself. But for real, if you're going to sit here doing that bullshit, there's no place for you here. And there's no place for you really anywhere. Dude, MAGA's going to abandon you too.
Defund NPR and PBS.
I'm sure your wife already did.
He believed
if you had one.
They were biased against him and Republicans. The court pointed to that context and said this looked like government power being used to target speech the president does not like. So let's be clear about what this ruling is and is not. So this is not the court saying public media can never be debated or scrutinized. This is the court saying the government cannot selectively
go after it because it thinks that it's somehow a fucking threat.
Because it dislikes their coverage.
Yep.
And that line...
Well, no, they constantly are using that very stupid rule in the FCC charter. It's for the public interest. If it serves the public interest. And they're like, well, that's vague. It's like, that's why that's a problem.
For everybody. Even if you never watch PBS or listen to NPR. Because once government officials can threaten funding to silence disfavored speech, that does not stop with public media. That logic spreads. So today, it is broadcasters. Tomorrow, it is universities, nonprofits, public health campaigns.
They're already trying. They're already trying to go after the schools right now.
Anybody else the administration decides is politically inconvenient. Also, this ruling comes after Trump's May 1st, 2025 executive order directing CPB and federal agencies to stop funding NPR and PBS. So this has been building for months. And today, on March 3rd...
I didn't say you were doing it. I said AI using YouTube was doing... Oh, okay.
First, the court just shut that down. So bottom line... This was a First Amendment case disguised...
To be fair, Agus. Jesus, I can't even pronounce your name. I didn't
as
see
a funding fight,
your previous chat,
and the judge treated it exactly that way. He tried to cut funding to NPR and PBS, and a federal judge just said no. This was not about saving money.
We're in repeat mode. Ooh. All right, let's do some fun. Fuck it, let's do some fun. What the fuck? Political world erupts over report on Christie Noem's cross-dressing husband. Number one, why is he like? Is that actually what it is? Because these are comically huge knockers, but it's the pants. It's like, I don't know. Like, what is going on, dude? Social media users were left in shock on Tuesday after a report accused former Secretary of Homeland Security Christie Noem's husband, Byron Noem, of living a double life as a crossdresser observed with wearing fake big breasts. Breastises. Daily Mail chief investigate reporter Josh Bob. Wait a minute. This is what he was out there doing. Daily Mail's just like, hey, I got a beat for you. Josh Boswell and senior reporter Ben Ashford astonished readers after they published several photos of a man identified as Mr. Noem by the newspaper cross-dressing and wearing fake breastises. The newspaper also spoke to several fetish models who claimed to have been paid by Noem to engage in online chats about bimbofication, his interest in huge, ridiculous boobs, and his desire to be turned into a girl. Story quickly went viral online. Why is everybody in politics so easy to blackmail? All right, that's kind of funny. What the fuck? Reacted Piers Morgan, uncensored host Piers Morgan, while Megyn Kelly. I'm glad Cricket here. We got Megyn Kelly's response.
Oh, we get a comment from Christie Noem, who tells the New York Post she's devastated by these allegations.
Damn, dude, that comment about her arms really got to her. She is not sat not like this. And she does things like a fucking T-Rex. Like, this is how she's moving, like.
It's some representative.
And it's all because there was a fucking viral tweet that made fun of her fucking bird arms.
Of her saying she is devastated. The family was blindsided by this. They ask for privacy and prayers at this time. I mean, she's got him. She's got him.
I mean, let's be fair, dude. This makes sense why her and Lewandowski were getting at it.
This is not what you want to see if you are married to anyone, to find out that this level of betrayal has happened.
Careful, Megyn. Careful, because honestly, knowing Republican dudes, your husband could very well be into some weird shit.
This speaks to somebody's entire character.
This is what happens when you're repressed and you guys do this thing where you shame everything and you can't, it's all about kink shaming. You can never just accept it.
The fetish, yes.
It's almost weird because on the left, we don't give a shit.
But
that's the one thing I'll say about being on the left. I'm much more comfortable there. Fuck it, I don't care.
Lying, the deceit, the money,
you're not hurting nobody,
the getting
and you
off
don't,
with
you also aren't Epsteining. Then okay,
the person,
two consenting adults. I don't give a fuck.
Not your spouse. All of it is very
really
dark and dirty and disgusting. And I'm sure whenever she found out, whether it was today or previously, I'm sure it's made her skin.
I guess she's equating it to cheating.
Like it's making our skin crawl. And just what an incredibly reckless
No kings made headlines in Australia. Will Australia have another referendum to get away from British rule?
For her husband.
We have another Australian in chat. What do you think about that, Rebecca?
To have taken, given the position she just held for the first year of the Trump administration. It's not the president's fault.
What do you think, Rebecca?
It's her husband's fault. And I wouldn't be so. They've been married since they were in high school.
That was rude.
Like they're sweethearts since they were in high school. He's talked about it. She came on our show and talked about it. She was a young rancher's daughter. They met, they fell in love. I actually think we queued some of this up. Here is let's see. Yeah, he gave an interview to Moms for America in April of 2021. And here he is talking about how his relationship with Christie started. SOT 3.
We were friends, and I was a classmate with her brother. And so I was acquainted with her throughout high school. And then she went to the same college I did. We started dating when she was in high school, and she went to college, and then just, the typical off and on relationship. And we finally started to get serious. And then we, I asked her to marry me, and of course she said yes. And so, but we grew up in the same community, going to the same school, with the same group of friends, raised on a farm with the same kind of upbringing, good values, hard work. And when I went to college my freshman year, I'd heard that she had some interest in me. And then, of course, why wouldn't I have interest in her? She's remarkable. So we started dating then, and then it kind of went from there. And in 1992, we got married.
It really does make you wonder what causes a fetish like this in somebody. And now...
What, a big boob fetish? Well, Megyn, I'm going to just be very disrespectful and just say, we see what you're rocking. I understand why you're confused. Her being the foreman of the itty bitty titty committee. Sorry, but it's true. What the fuck? I mean, what's with the fucking nipples?
man accused.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh no! Oh no! I wasn't prepared for that. Against all odds, Christie Noem is the normal one in her marriage. Catch it! Dude, the internet fucking rules on this. Alrighty. Oh god, that's funny. All right, now here we got some left-wing reporting on it.
Right now, Christie Noem, the Department of Homeland Security,
of course, is gonna take it way too serious.
Secretary,
not a fucking guffaw between them.
Says she has been devastated after a new Daily Mail report says that her husband was leading a quote secret double life, cross-dressing. According to the Daily Mail, Christie Noem's husband was a secret cross-dresser who, as you can read that. While Christie Noem was in Trump's cabinet as secretary, he was dressing up and paying adult entertainers to talk dirty. And the Daily Mail has reviewed hundreds of messages involving three women from the... You could read that yourself. In response, Christie Noem's representatives told the New York Post that her family was blindsided, saying, quote, Miss Noem is devastated. The family was blindsided by this, and they asked for privacy.
There's something funny as fuck just hearing that. Yeah, they say that she's devastated, and in a quote here, she says, quote, I am devastated.
Privacy and prayers at the time. Now, I want to make something clear. There is nothing wrong with what happens in their personal life. That's their business. Christie Noem, though, was part of an administration. She herself has attacked LGBTQ rights, has attacked individuals who have cross-dressed, and that is what many on the internet are pointing to when sharing this story. As always, spread the word and follow.
I can't get over how much Aaron Parnas looks like Jonathan Taves from the Blackhawks. Oh, man. Oh, man. Is it already that time? I don't think so. Here. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do this. Fuck it. I don't want to do the,
Why would...
Oh, shit. Sorry. Give me one sec. I gotta change this. I just realized. What the fuck? Hold on. I gotta fix something. Oh! I don't know how this happened. Okay, that's wild. Whoa, that's really weird. All of this like went to a whole nother page that I didn't set up. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, that's all right. Never mind. User error. That was all me. Here we go. Let's go. There we go. Got it. Yo, what's up? Ray One Easer. How you doing? First time chatter over on Twitch. Yo, Twitch! I hate to call you the redheaded stepchild of the Pep Talks community here, but unfortunately, every once in a while I kind of forget that, yeah, I got Twitch over here. What's up, Twitch? How you guys doing? I appreciate you holding it down over there. If you are enjoying the Twitch, cool. If you guys also want to follow me on Twitch, it's at Pep Talks TV on Twitch. Actually, fuck it. Let's do this. It's almost smart if I have these links up. Ugh, God, one of these days I'll be better at self-promoting. There you go. Check out my Twitch. It has more emotes, and it is also technically a faster chat, so there's always that. And most importantly, if I, for some reason, ever have some kind of thing happen, you know, you guys can always find me on Twitch. Also, if you are enjoying the show, please hit the like and subscribe button. God damn it helps me. Especially being a smaller creator, you guys can directly impact how this channel gets out there. So GG's. Cheers again. No kings anywhere, baby. Hell yeah. Hit Zone, thank you for joining. I really appreciate that. Definitely make your way back, dude. I really appreciate you fucking finding the channel and having a good old time. A good old time. Having a good time. No, thanks, guys. And also, even if you don't like necessarily agree with me on some of my politics, the fact is if you guys can honestly kind of tone it down, get out of the whole fucking troll mode, and just kind of have a conversation, I'm here for it, man. I'm not just going to ban you because you're MAGA. I'm not one of those guys. So, now, this is going to be funny because Candace, oh, you've got to go. Much love to you and your wife. Thank you for the $10 donation, Rebecca. I really appreciate that. Man, you are...
At Rebecca Green 1827 10 Australian dollars.
I feel like I need to
I've got to go.
do something.
Much love to you and your wife.
As a thank you for you, but thank you, Rebecca. I really, really appreciate that. I'll catch you later. I hate the time zone difference from Australia to America. Talon, the Silverhawk, just resubscribed for 13 months. I really appreciate that, Talon. Also, holy shit, dude, good to see you. How you been, man? Hope you've been well. Talon, actually, you know what? I'm gonna give him his due here. One of my OGs, like as far as like someone who doesn't really agree with me, but yeah, you know, he kind of vibed, and then I'm sure he still doesn't agree with me on shit, but we cool. You see how that works?
Wouldn't I testify for the defense? I want to find Charlie's real killer. I feel 99.9%.
Fuck it. I'm going to practice what I preach. I don't like Candace Owens, but I'm going to hit that like button because I'm going to watch her video.
Certain that Tyler Robinson did not shoot Charlie Kirk from a rooftop by himself.
Good, just living life.
Yeah,
man.
So this is interesting. Sheriff Nate Brooksby has resigned suddenly. He had like a COVID resignation, died suddenly, resigned suddenly. Okay, and
I hate how she says okay.
That's the Washington County.
She sounds like Joe Pesci. Okay. What am I, a clown? What am I, here to make you laugh? Okay.
Sheriff, just to jog your memory here, Nate Brooksby was the guy that...
Try and unhear that. And then watch, next time you're watching Home Alone, you're going to hear him going, okay. You're going to be like, it's fucking Candace Owens.
Initially came out, it was to the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
We'll see. I'll take you up on that.
Allegedly, cool. Tyler had turned himself in, right? He resigned, and now there's an interim sheriff in place, and
let's not go on about
like I said, they're in the middle of an election, so now they're down to a single candidate.
It's pretty obvious what's happening.
Friday, and there has not been a public statement given for this out-of-nowhere resignation. But over the weekend, his name was quietly...
Wait a moment. Am I imagining things, or is this person saying that Trump shouldn't be compared to H, even though Trump has German roots and is the worst, dumbest president in American history? It's not about that. No, I didn't necessarily say that.
Removed from the sheriff's office.
I just said that people using the hyperbole of overusing the term to describe something that isn't it.
Website and social media pages, and there was a lot of speculation.
That's part of the problem, man, because like then they do this thing. They use it against you. They go like, look at these crazy leftists. They're calling us Nazis. Like, dude, Piers Morgan, he made a sport of it.
Some people said that there was going to be more information that was coming out.
Not you, I mean the other guy. Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
My
bad.
instinct is that there's going to be some corruption. He's gotten involved in something and he has to quietly resign. Like if you're in the middle of an election, they're usually digging up dirt on you. They may have found something. I am wondering if this might have something
called Simply Steve
to do with Tyler Robinson and the Charlie Kirk case. I don't know for certain, but I'm interested. In a statement that was released by the Washington County Commission, the officials confirmed that he had tendered his...
I'm gonna say it. That fucking low cut. It just kind of like it keeps you guessing.
Resignation on Friday, and that he announced his retirement, noting that he had served in law enforcement.
Just slams the laptop
years.
down, and it's just like, oh,
so that's interesting. I do want to jog your memory though, because I was sitting.
Isaac, what up, dude? I actually brought you up earlier because I appreciate you being open about how I have been changing your mind a little bit and pushing you to the left. I don't know how much, but just the fact that you said those words alone. Thank you.
You're going.
Because honestly, man, that's the kind of stuff that I'm just looking to kind of get some people to kind of shift a little bit on their politics. Not even like completely.
One of the biggest lies that makes me so angry. Some areas of agreement? Repeating. And there is no
just being like culture war.
Truth to this. There's no truth to this. Is that Tyler Robinson's dad handed him in, that Tyler Robinson confessed to the crime. And there's not a shred of proof.
Lethal Weapon 2, Joe Pesci. Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah.
Foremost,
it's Leo Getz. Oh my God, she's Leo Getz.
It does not pass the time.
What Candace says Leo Getz.
The common sense test, okay? Common sense. If I say that I am guilty of something and I turn myself in and I say I did it, the first thing they make you do at any police station is sign a statement. That is your confession. I did this. I am guilty. Signed, Tyler Robinson. And then...
No. No. That's not true, Candace.
You hand that in.
I'm just gonna say, I've watched enough Lethal Weapon, Law and Order, and just other. I don't know. I've also dealt with police and lawyers before. She's not right.
And there we go. We got it. Has anybody watched like the first 48? Anybody used to watch like TLC shows?
Yeah, no. And then you should understand that usually they don't just waive their right to having an attorney. Usually most of these people go, hey, can I have my lawyer? Yo, gonna go chill out, have an awesome rest of the stream. Natch, I really appreciate you hanging out today. Thank you. I will catch you on the next one, brother.
Get educated. Okay, this is how it goes down at police stations. You're guilty, you sign a statement, and
by the way, tomorrow's going to be a little bit different. I'm going to be on at my normal time at 4, but I'm also going to be on this space. I teased it being today. I got my days wrong.
The same would be true, by the way. If his father had handed him in, okay, that would be a witness statement. You would say, I saw so-and-so, whatever, and this is my statement. None of this has been presented as evidence. And said, I was going, where did this idea come from that he had signaled that he was guilty? And I thought, was it Sheriff Brooksby? Because I told you that I had a source that was very close to Tyler Robinson's family. And the story goes that Tyler Robinson repeatedly said that he was not guilty, that he was surprised when he was confronted by the family friend, who we know is Mike Mitchell, who used to work for the sheriff's department, but Tyler Robinson knows him.
Covert Ops. That's a dope name.
Him because he was his Boy Scouts coach or whatever. I don't know how Boy Scouts work. His Boy Scouts leader or whatever. And so he was the one that said to him,
it's Steven. Thank you for the follow,
have
man.
their prints on a gun, and like it's going to be easier this way. And he went to his house and said,
did I ever start the D&D in the community? Not yet, because my wife's situation has kind of made it so I don't have the extra time to really write a campaign right now. But after she's done with treatment and we're in like the in-between, because I have like 6 weeks in between, I will. I'm just going to go through it. No, I'm going to put together the campaign. And yeah, if you guys want to be part of a D&D game, you know
two
what?
options here. They're going to burst through the door. You're going to get the SWAT team. You're going to have guns to the faces of you, your mother, your father, or you're going to go and peacefully see what they have. And he's like, I didn't do it. Those are your options, bud. And that is the reason that Tyler Robinson went to the police station. And miraculously, we have no footage of that day. And I think the reason why they're saying there's no footage is because there's this narrative that he turned himself in and that his father thought he was guilty. It's a lie. It is a lie. Shame on people that are repeating this lie and trying to establish a patsy in this case. I am at the point that with all of the proof that I have, the people that I have spoken to that were intimately involved in this case, I would...
By the way, my cat's laying in the dog bed.
Willfully sit on the defense side and say, this person told me that the feds planted the gun. This person told me...
This is what's crazy. They're literally vindicating her.
The bomb dogs.
She did say this shit, and I hate it.
Couldn't find it. How can you sit back and pretend that you are like a...
She fucking called it. She literally said, I think that the feds planted the gun.
Friend of Charlie Kirk, because you're trying to get a patsy put into prison. Like, you guys are completely monstrous and pretending that you're on the side of morality.
Liar talking about people lying.
Like I said, I have...
Who, her?
And I have...
No, actually, I mean, again, I'm not sure if she's as much a liar as she is just stupid, but...
recorded and documented every piece of this case. I have been meticulous about this. There is an overwhelming, they love to use that word, there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that the feds set this kid up as a patsy. Okay? Everyone in the town, all the local sheriff departments, the SWAT team, they believe that the feds came in and they started lying and they were sending people on wild goose chase and they, said the gun was here and they said it was over there. There was no gun. They didn't want the bomb dogs to go into certain places. Like I said, I am not getting this information from people that do not have the credibility to assert that. That's how I got the pictures inside of the car. Okay, I am speaking to people with firsthand intimate knowledge, and they all believe that the feds set this up. So how are there people out there saying?
I mean, the fact that it's small caliber. I mean, guys, like, I know that Valhalla VFT already covered this a little bit, but because I was shooting a 30 just this last weekend, there's no way. There's just no fucking way. It was funny too because my buddy was just like, I'm looking at the target and I'm kind of like measuring it with my thumb. I'm just like,
saying otherwise. Why wouldn't I testify for the defense? I want to find Charlie's real killer. I don't want to find some random kid that they're sticking this on. It's not Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson did not do this alone. I feel the opposite of how Erica Kirk felt sitting next to Barry Weiss. With everything I have collected, I feel the exact opposite as Charlie Kirk's wife. I feel almost certain that Tyler Robinson did not shoot. I would say I feel 99.9% certain that Tyler Robinson did not shoot Charlie Kirk from a rooftop by himself. How about that? I'm going to say 0.1% because, I don't know, you just should never say 100% unless you're, Erica Kirk's lawyers. 100%, we'll get him. We're just going to go on vibes. No, you're going on corruption, not vibes. What she feels 100% certain about, confident about, is that there is a bunch of people who will lie for her. She's got a police force behind her. She's got 33 behind her. She's got the White House, Scott Bessent, that'll publish letters saying that they're so upstanding and so moral, right? That's what she feels 100% certain of, is that she's connected to the billionaire class of Epstein-type people who lie about everything. Me, I follow the facts, and Tyler Robinson did not do this. He's not a lone gunman on a rooftop, okay? So I challenge you. I challenge any person, like I've done over and over again, if you feel so 100% overwhelmed by the evidence that Tyler Robinson did this, please come sit in this studio and debate me. I need someone to debate on this. Because the best you have is, well, Kash Patel said 33, and Governor Cox, who had nothing to do with the arrest or the, I should just say, they just apprehended him, of Tyler Robinson. He had nothing to do with it. He did a press conference. In fact, Sheriff Brooksby, who just resigned, actually tells the truth about how Tyler Robinson was turned in. Listen to the words he is saying. He is saying what I have told you. Basically, that this Mike Mitchell guy came in, there was pressure, and Tyler Robinson then agreed to go into the police station because he didn't want to be shot and murdered by SWAT teams. Take a listen to Sheriff Brooksby.
At exactly 8:02 on the 11th, I received a call from a friend of mine who happens to be a retired detective that worked for me for many years. I didn't put that out there initially. I wanted to protect that individual as much as possible. Unfortunately, in the court documents, which is standard, he was referenced as a retired Washington County deputy. So I didn't put that out there. It was in the court docs. I was trying to protect even that information and just saying retired law enforcement in general. So I get a call from my friend, and his said, "Hey, how you doing?" Good. And it's not, he's been retired a few years. We'll call each other. It's not unusual for me to get a call from him or vice versa. And at 8:02 p.m., he calls me. Hey, I can tell his voice is kind of shaky. So my first thought is, who died? Like who's he going to tell me that died? And then I couldn't fathom what actually came out of his mouth. So he said, "Hey, I know who Charlie Kirk shooter is. I know the family through religious association, and he's in Washington County now, and we're working on trying to get him to come in voluntarily." During that phone call, some information was provided about Tyler potentially having some suicidal ideations, was en route to a remote area, Washington County. The parents convinced him not to do that, and
good morning.
Conveyed that they would stand by him and help him surrender peacefully.
Oh, okay. So that's the version of what I heard, and that makes the single most crucial person, and by the way, flies in the face of the fact he later on says he went in because he didn't want to get shot and have the SWAT team at his house. So if he had suicide ideation, why would Mike Mitchell tell you that? The single most important person, this is Mike Mitchell. Who is Mike Mitchell? Who is Mike Mitchell? The best I could tell, it seems like he was working undercover, like child porn type crimes on the internet, which is kind of a theme in this story. Who is Mike Mitchell?
Talon, technically ICE is more of the state militia at this point.
Who is the Boy Scout? Because
they really don't, they literally answer directly to the president at this point. So it is kind of like he has his own police force.
Leader Mike Mitchell. I have questions about him.
Realistically.
Because I think and I'm putting this out here, I'm speculating here, I don't have proof of this, I think he was working with the feds on trying to get Tyler and putting this on Tyler.
This is weird.
I believe that Mike Mitchell was the one who went there. He knew who Tyler was. He went there and coaxed him into going. His father, by the way, never, ever, ever said his son did this. I have had communications with people. I've told you this from the beginning. My sources are solid. He does not believe that the person looks like his son that is coming up the staircase. By the way, we, the public, agree with that.
No, I didn't
it's
think
not like
so.
His dad's got special eyes.
I didn't think so at all.
The picture looks nothing like Tyler Robinson coming up the staircase. It looks actually a lot more like Robbie Hild coming up the staircase. And it's, he recognized him on this. Where did we hear all of this from? Who told us this?
And the other thing is, when he was going up the staircase, there was literally no way that he could conceal that weapon the way that it was.
Who came up with all of these narratives?
Although there was theory that like he had already planted that days before.
Narratives that are in the press, the feds, the same people, the SWAT team, the local police are all saying
Oh, no, I mean governors are supposed to control National
feds
Guard.
are behind this. Kash Patel, delayed. We got him. It was the Qureshi person. We got him. Making people stop looking.
Oh, thank you for the 80 joules. I appreciate that.
Sending everybody on wild goose hunts. Kash Patel is central in delaying everything that happened on that day. You have now Joe Kent telling you that he stopped him from investigating
you jerk.
Things internationally. For what reason?
That's not an official.
Why is Turning Point not outraged about that? Why are they instead
you little stick? You dirty rat.
Upset with Joe Kent? Why are they not angry at Kash Patel?
Collapsible. That's not how it works.
Why are they hosting
not a 30 yet? I'm sorry there, pal.
Kash Patel on the Charlie Kirk show and angry at Joe Kent? Do I?
Because also, the weapon that the 30-aught that they showed was not collapsible.
Live in upside down worlds, or are all of these people guilty?
I'm sorry, man. This is the bitch about kind of being a lefty and also knowing weapons.
I'm going to go with the latter. All of these people are guilty and working together is what it seems to be.
No, we know he wasn't shot with it. No, he wasn't.
And the much more rational public. I get it. 33's got a lot of money, so you're going to get the stupid influencers out there trying to
Cloundus Owens.
Make you subscribe.
We call her Cloundus.
To idiocracy.
But at the same time, again, I disagree with her on 99% of things, and I find watching her more fascinating than anything. But this is wild, because now I'm actually like, I kind of agree.
That one press conference where they were all performative and saying 33 and we got them. Yeah, that was Governor Cox.
Hey,
and like I said,
KC.
He is the one that seeded the public with this lie, repeated lie. He had no access to Tyler Robinson. He was not there the night that he was apprehended. He is not going to say what Sheriff Brooksby, who he's Washington County Police, right? He's the Washington County Sheriff. He's not going to say what he says. He's the one that puts on the performance with Kash and says, he turned himself in and he confessed to the crime after 33.
I don't know. After watching his speech at CPAC, I'm pretty sure that he saw a Leering Center and he was just like, yeah, he liked it because that's where he wanted to go.
3 hours. That's where this got started. Governor Cox is a bad
guy is
man.
Fucking a special
I'm telling you that right now, Governor Cox is a very bad man. And I believe that he is also complicit in telling lies.
Yeah, did we? Yeah, well, she's the one who kind of already covered the autopsy report being lied about. But now, I mean, this is what's crazy is the fact that there seems to be some
about how Tyler Robinson
legitimacy
was
to
apprehended.
her.
Take a listen to what Governor Cox said.
Her craziness.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
This is wild,
dude. We got him. On the evening of September 11th,
sorry, I don't speak Indian.
Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend
or whatever.
Contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI.
Yeah. And to the left of him, who's that? That's a Fed, right? The one who just got the job. It's a Fed. And then you got that sheriff guy who also acts or whatever, is in some show, maybe some reality show. It's like everything about that picture is wrong. Governor Cox is a problem. And when I went back and looked at what Nate Brooksby said, he was honest in his delivery about how things came together, that Tyler was under pressure. He also, when he gets later on in the story about how he turned himself over, never says that he signed a statement, never says that he said he was guilty, never said that his dad said he was guilty. He said that Mike Mitchell told him his dad recognized him. But we got to talk to Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is now speaking on behalf of Matt Robinson. Did Mike Mitchell sign a statement at the police station? Mike Mitchell is a suspicious individual. We need more information about Mike Mitchell. He was trying to cover him immediately. I didn't want to say his name. No, say his name. He should be sitting trial. We should be able to see him. People should be able to ask him questions. The defense and the offense, right? I mean, let's roll the clip of him saying like when he came into the police station or whatever we have left of Nate Brooksby.
Within the hour, my friend drove Tyler and his parents to my office, where he was greeted by plainclothes detectives. So that was part of the deal. Is Tyler knew it was just inevitable with all the law enforcement pressure that his picture in the news, the gun on the news. He knew it was inevitable that he would be caught. He was fearful of a SWAT team hit on his house, or he was fearful of being shot by law enforcement. So part of the negotiation and getting him to bring himself in was that we would treat it as delicate and as soft as possible to make him feel comfortable to where he would show up at my office, and that's exactly what happened.
There you go. Doesn't sound like a person that's guilty. You don't have to make a deal with someone that's guilty and over-mounting pressure to get him to come in. And so I just wanted to point that out, that we need to go back to the beginning and realize who were the actors that put on the performance, that handed out these talking points. And then they say, oh, the messages. That has time.
Have you seen a collapsible 30-06?
Tyler said,
yeah, I have.
If those were his messages?
They're nothing like that. Again, this is the problem, is they showed what the pictures of the gun.
I'll confirm that
it is not collapsible at all.
That he authored those messages. Has Tyler been arraigned yet? Has Tyler entered in a plea? So who are all these frauds out here telling you he's guilty? That the evidence is overwhelming? I'll tell you who they are. They're people that have betrayed Charlie.
People that are literally
he betrayed his legacy. They betrayed what he believed in.
I'm just glad that she's catching up and seeing that the administration is a bunch of liars. All right. Honestly, I was not expecting to agree with her as much as I was on that one. Like, every once in a while, it does do that to me where I'm just like, oh, interesting. Okay, here we go.
And this is going to explode all the, I guess we're going to quote conspiracy theories now because, well, and this is going to explode all the, I guess we're going to quote conspiracy theories now because, well, something else has got to be true, because now that we know that the magic 30-06 confirmed was obviously not what was used.
No.
Well, then what the hell, Charlie?
No, I mean, honestly, the fact that the ballistics report came out and was just totally against what the official narrative was.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and well, guess what? We have some absolutely insane breaking news coming out of the Charlie Kirk story last night, and it turns out, and I know this is going to shock you to your absolute core, that, the ATF ballistics expert who was brought in to match the bullet found inside Charlie to the magical 30-06, he was unable to do so. So yes, now the bullet doesn't match the rifle. Okay. It's almost like somebody told you guys that from, 24 hours after the assassination attempt? Crazy. And to make matters even worse for the prosecution, it sounds like there's upwards of 7 different people's
I believe him, like, over a lot of people, too, because it is kind of like, yeah, you've seen
DNA on the magic 30-06.
You have seen an exit wound or
yeah,
two.
so that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe.
That's
helps
one thing
the
I'll
channel.
say is, I've only done, range and targets.
Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First merch. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. First things first. Okay.
Merch.
I hate to toot my own horn on this one, but the amount of people who came out and called me a conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat, grifter.
Notice how easy it is for them to rebrand, but like for some reason, every time I kind of brought up the whole how come we can't rebrand? They keep equating socialism to communism. Why don't we just call it something else?
My credibility.
I mean, yes, maybe me saying we should call it super fun, happy politics time.
Because
or something
you guys
like
didn't
that,
know, I was pretty much the first one on the internet to stake my claim to the FBI narrative
we
being
could have
bullshit.
taken America first. You understand that?
And the 30-06 weapon.
We're America first.
And the 30-06 obviously not being the real murder weapon. And I'll show you that. So I put this video out on September 12th. Yes, less than 24 hours after Charlie Kirk was
Yeah, but that's not what they found, Jake.
Assassinated, where I staked my claim on the FBI being full of shit and the murder weapon obviously not being the 30-06.
Oh.
Now, I'd love to say that I was
weird.
some genius guru on this, but it was just the most obvious thing in the fucking world that a 30-06 obviously was not what was used to not create an exit wound from 140 yards away.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the actual story, and then we're going to talk about what comes next, because this was basically the one piece of evidence that the prosecution had to have to be able to convict him, and it doesn't sound like they're going to have it. The lawyers of Tyler Robinson on Friday requested a 6-month delay in a court hearing scheduled in May to review evidence that suggests the bullet that killed Charlie did not match the rifle. Robinson's lawyers wrote in recent court filing that the ATF was unable to identify the bullet recovered at autopsy to the rifle allegedly tied to Mr. Robinson. They added that the FBI is conducting a second comparative bullet analysis, but neither have been completed. It's going to be real interesting if the FBI report comes out and shows it does match when the ATF's doesn't. We're going to have to wait and see if they try some bullshit like that. And the most important part of the entire story is this right here. It said that based on what the final reports show, the defense may very well decide to offer the testimony of the ATF firearm analysis as exculpatory evidence. So what exculpatory evidence is evidence that demonstrates that Tyler Robinson is innocent. So what the defense wants to do here by delaying the trial 6 months and then adding this as exculpatory evidence is so that they can just get the entire case dropped before Tyler Robinson ever even goes to trial. So that's going to be their new attempt forward. And that would be pretty crazy. Now, what reporting is also saying is that there's, again, potentially 7 different people's DNA on Grandpa's old World War I Mauser that he had in the basement by himself.
I hate to say Spider-Man because it's lame.
And just Tyler Robinson was the only other person to grab it, but there's 7 other people's DNA on it.
Ultimate Spider-Man.
That sounds a little suspicious. What sounds more likely? I don't know. Well, we do know from the recent reporting that the bomb dogs from the sheriff's department were never able to find this magic 30-06, which they 1,000% would have been able to do if that weapon had been fired in the last 24 hours. And then the FBI shows up and magically finds it immediately sitting in broad daylight in a chicken coop, almost as if multiple people had their hands on that weapon to go place it somewhere. Now, if this turns out to all be true, which it looks like it is because it's a viral story immediately everywhere in the news, then Tyler Robinson just walks free. Again, like we've seen no video footage of him bringing this magic 30-06 to the roof or him taking the shot. Maybe they have that, but even now, that wouldn't even be believable, because if you show me a video of him shooting a 30-06 from the roof, but the bullet inside Charlie doesn't match that gun, we got some big problems. And this is going to explode all the, I guess we're going to quote conspiracy theories now, because, well, something else has got to be true, because now that we know that the magic 30-06 confirmed was obviously not what was used, well, then what the hell killed Charlie? TPUSA, you've got some explaining to do. Also, remember the steel neck, the magic steel neck story?
Yeah, his steel neck.
So strong.
God damn it. I can't believe that they were so lame that he was just like, you know, Charlie, he just had a neck of steel. He was just he was genetically superior.
Stop the 30-06 run. All of these things we remember back and go,
yeah, that's
Why
a little
did
weird.
you guys say that when you said it?
I can't believe they had the balls to
now,
say that
I'm not
shit.
sure what they're going to try to spin off this, okay? Are they going to try to say that...
reached 2,700 subs. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you.
The bullet was so fragmented that it can't be matched whatsoever? Or that there's a full metal jacket round sitting inside Charlie's neck that just isn't a 30-06 round? I'm not sure. We haven't got the full details on this yet. All we know is that the bullet that was found inside him can't be matched to the weapon they're saying that was used. And I don't know how you convict Tyler Robinson without that specific piece of evidence. And it's also going to be very interesting to see if the FBI, yes, the FBI, imagine, guys, how did the FBI fuck this up this bad?
I don't know. Make-A-Wish Cash, anybody?
Oh, I think I know, because our boy Spider Cash is in charge. Now, what does this mean going forward? And what's the big problem for the prosecution? Well, the big problem for the prosecution and the FBI is they have no other suspect. This is what happens when you fly in, spend a couple hours at the crime scene, and then immediately wrap everything up within 40 hours and stamp case closed, and then block Joe Kent, Tulsi Gabbard from the National Counterterrorism Center from looking into foreign involvement.
Yeah,
and
also actual fucking law enforcement.
CIA from looking into foreign involvement.
Not them,
and just
but
saying,
just
nope,
in general.
we got them,
Blocking
boys.
Actual fucking law enforcement coming in, doing an investigation.
Well, it turns out it looks like you don't fucking got him, and now you've got no other suspect.
Yeah, it almost seems very... I'm just going to say it, guys. When Candace Owens said that this seems like it's a fucking Fed plot, I don't know, most of the evidence kind of points to it being a Fed plot.
And so they
it's almost like this was a false flag. Weird.
Have to basically just run this trial and hope for the best. They're going to
Then the transferring narrative fucking fell apart, and all of a sudden they couldn't just, go locking up trans people the way that they thought they would be able to.
Try to convict Tyler Robinson on I don't
fucking
even know what now.
They constantly do this.
Nothing else. And what they can't do is just let him go and just go, well, whoopsies, we botched this one. Sorry, everybody.
But this is where I would beg to ask Valhalla, do you think that every investigation, the church shooting, all that, do you think that maybe, just maybe, that they're behind most of this shit? Like, honestly, I believe that more than anything anymore.
We've got...
Like, the fact that it all went from, one lone wolf, it's just, you know what, it's lone wolf syndrome. It's not the fact that they're white and we have a loneliness epidemic and all this shit, and then we, have a bunch of bad influences. Not that, what are you talking about? No, it's the gays. It's the transes.
No leads, and we have no idea who killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that's not going to go over very well. But now we actually have to try to...
Whoa, somebody mad.
Figure out what the hell...
Whoa, this guy's mad. He wants me to go smoke another J and F off.
Actually happened. And so we're actually going to be...
Tells me to go do something fun and just... fuck off. Oh, okay.
Keep diving that on the live stream later
Didn't even
tonight.
tell me to jump off
a
a fucking pier or anything. Just go smoke a joint. It's like, okay.
Pacific, so come by for that. That'll be the main focus of the start of the show on this one, so we can really dig into it because, this is not good for the prosecution, TPUSA, Erica Kirk, everyone involved on the side that, again, told you have to trust the FBI. There's overwhelming evidence
Zumbi. Whatever the staple removers, those little teeth things, that we all we all did the thing where we're like, I'm a vampire.
Tyler Robbins.
Those. I don't even know what it's called. It's just like staple remover, right? I don't know.
Guilty.
Sure, it has an official name, but everybody knows what it is, recognizes it, but nobody can name it.
Because it doesn't look like there probably is anymore. The one piece of evidence you have to have, at the moment, it looks like you don't have anymore. So now we have no murder weapon and a suspect that
people who hate labels, they sure love categorizing things. Yes, they do.
Really believes did it to begin with. So, yeah, yikes. But I am interested to see what all the MAGA fanboys who've been shoving
our staple removers
down your throat that the FBI narrative.
I thought they were called something else.
Had to be the truth. I'm going to be very interested to see what they have to say now. If I had to guess, they're all going to be real fucking silent on this one. Again, now where are we at? Well, we're at a point where we've never seen a single photo of Tyler Robinson with the Magic 30-aughts.
Jaw style. It's a jaw style destapler. Aha! I was right.
Whether headed to the roof or leaving the roof. And now we can't even match the bullet inside Charlie to the Magic 30-06. Yikes. And what's the other problem? All those people who've been attacking Candace Owens and me and Ian Carroll and everybody that's been doing coverage on this. Well, again, you've got some explaining to do. Candace says here, where are all my neocons who have been overwhelmed by the non-existent evidence against Tyler Robinson? You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Hope the money was worth your soul. And the other part no one wants to discuss, that about 7 sets of fingerprints were found on the gun, which the bomb dogs did not find, which means it never fired at all. Obviously. So again, guys, this completely upheaves the entire story now, right? Now we know what we already suspected was that, again, the supposed 30-06 that was used never made sense to begin with. So what was used? Well, we got some interesting things going on here because all the different theories, right? Palm gun theories, you got the FBI narrative, you got exploding microphones, you got electrocution. Well, okay, well, it sounds like there is a bullet inside of Charlie, which means there was some type of round fired, which may rule out a lot of the niche theory.
Electrocution.
But also, now we're looking...
How's that explain that?
In a situation where there was most likely or almost guaranteed to be a second shooter. And man, That's going to complicate things greatly, isn't it? So this raises a lot of questions, also debunks a lot of things. So it's going to be very, very interesting going forward to see what comes out of this case. So will the trial get extended out so that, again, the defense can attempt to get...
I think that the defense has got a pretty fucking solid argument here.
Will the charges drop before they even go to trial? I'm not sure. I don't think the prosecution is going to let this one go. I think they're going to try to take it to trial and just pray for the best, pray that they can get a conviction without real evidence, which may be possible because they'll be in Utah and it's probably not going to be a jury of his peers. But again, it's going to be very, very, very difficult to convict Tyler Robinson now with this lack of evidence. But again, this was just for...
Yeah. All right.
For an update, make sure you come by.
Yep, okay.
Was Candace Owens really just vindicated on the Charlie Kirk assassination? Right, that's what you have many asking after a Daily Mail headline said that the bullet that killed Kirk did not match the rifle tied to suspect Tyler Robinson.
Although, to be fair, I guess TPUSA is saying that the official narrative isn't the official narrative. I'm kind of interested to see. I think we might actually watch.
That went everywhere. TMZ around the same framing. Owens declared victory, but the problem is the headline is misleading. Right? The ATF report actually said that the bullet couldn't be identified as matching, which is very different from saying that it didn't match. Well, the conspiracy machine, it's running full speed. The actual case, it's still very early on with the FBI conducting its own analysis that isn't even finished yet. But of course, you have many concerns and doubts there because of who is leading the FBI now. But where I want to start is with what actually happened. Here's what's real. Robinson's defense team filed a motion to delay a hearing set for May so they could keep reviewing evidence, with NBC obtaining that filing. And in it, the defense cited a summary report from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives saying that the ATF was, quote, unable to identify the bullet recovered at autopsy to the rifle allegedly tied to Robinson. And the AP describing the finding more simply, saying inconclusive. And the AP also explained why that is not unusual. Forensic ballistics analysis depends heavily on the size and condition of the bullet fragments. Experts look for microscopic markings left on a bullet as it passes through the barrel, markings that are unique to each firearm. And if the fragments are too small or they're too damaged, they can't make a definitive match. That does not mean that the gun did not fire that bullet. It means that the evidence was not sufficient to confirm that it did. And Robinson's team hasn't even actually been able to review the full case file associated with the ATF report.
I mean, they did say that it severed,
And again, that's as the FBI is conducting its own separate bullet analysis that hasn't been completed. Which brings us to the specifics of the headlines versus the reality. With the Daily Mail, they ran the headline, bullet used to kill Charlie Kirk did not match rifle allegedly used by suspect. But then, if you even read the first sentence of their own article, it says that the bullet may not match, which is already a lot less definitive than the headline. And again, they weren't alone. TMZ ran a similar framing.
I guess we don't have to watch the...
Owens running with it posting, where are all my neocons who have been overwhelmed by the non-existent evidence against Tyler Robinson? You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Hope the money was worth your soul. With that post and others like it spreading everywhere, people reading the headline, skipping the article, and treating it as proof, hey, there's no case against Robinson. But as people who have been pushing back have pointed out, the ATF said that it was unable to identify the bullet, and that's quite different than being able to identify it as a non-match. See what others accusing the Daily Mail of running clickbait trash, saying they're purely leaning into this because they know there are a bunch of rabid conspiracy theorists who will not take the time to understand this. And of course, that's
to be fair, they did kind of negate to say that.
Bullet analysis isn't the only evidence in this case. It's not even close. Prosecutors say that DNA consistent with Robinson's was found on the rifle, though Robinson's defense pushed back on that, claiming that multiple people's DNA was found and more analysis is needed. Also, on top of that, defense attorneys say that they just received a hard drive containing a large volume of audio, video, and data files that still need to be reviewed, which is part of why they're asking for the delay. You also have prosecutors insisting that they have enough evidence to go to trial regardless of what the ATF bullet analysis shows. And Robinson actually hasn't even entered a plea yet. This case is still in the very, very early stages. But I also then have to add that the conspiracy fuel didn't just stop with a bullet report. Where the sheriff of Washington County, Utah, the county where Robinson was arrested, abruptly resigned from his job on Friday after a 30-year career in law enforcement. And even the Salt Lake City Tribune reporting that the resignation came, quote, after the county received complaints from individuals who were concerned with operations of the sheriff's office. Now, we don't know the details of those complaints, but you had Candace Owens immediately connecting it to the Kirk case.
My instinct is that there's going to be some corruption. He's gotten involved in something and he has to quietly resign. Like if you're in the middle of an election, they're usually digging up dirt on you. They may have found something. I am wondering if this might have something to do with Tyler Robinson and the Charlie Kirk case. I don't know for certain, but I'm interested.
Right, and Candace wasn't alone. You also had Marjorie Taylor Greene going further, writing, the ATF could not match the bullet to Tyler Robinson's gun. And when the news breaks, the sheriff...
Well, again, may not. Like, the thing is, they can't just revise that and be like, well, now we can see the marking.
Resigned.
It's like,
but then also look.
Okay, so what's the marking say?
At the timeline, it doesn't actually appear to support that connection. Reports say that the sheriff resigned on Friday, and the bullet reporting.
That's kind of how these cases work. I mean, they have to share their evidence.
So the two events, they overlap in the news cycle,
but just pull a fucking Trump, last minute, like, by the way, we have the missing piece.
Established link between them. And all of this, it's happening as Robinson's due in court in just over 2 weeks for a hearing about whether cameras will be allowed into the courtroom. He still hasn't entered a plea. The FBI's bullet analysis isn't done. The defense is asking for more time with the evidence, and prosecutors say, they're ready for trial. But also with that, understand this is probably going to be a long case. And that is, the gap between what the evidence actually shows and what headlines and social media are telling people. It shows that this is a recurring problem throughout it all. And understand, I say that as someone that has a number of questions about what went down that day. But at least on this specific situation, it looks like another case study in how misinformation works in real time. By the time that the AP and NBC published the actual nuanced reporting, you had hundreds of thousands of people already seeing a headline, skipping the article, and forming an opinion that's not supported by the facts. And like with any situation, the accused deserves a fair trial. The victims and their families, they deserve a real investigation. And the public deserves reporting that tells them what the evidence actually says, not what gets them the most clicks. So then also, actually, I want to say, all of this, it's going down as we got a final verdict on another high-profile legal battle. Because the Supreme Court just made it a lot easier for parents to force their gay and transgender children into dangerous and widely discredited conversion therapies. But also, this broad decision, it goes beyond just controversial conversion therapies. It has sweeping implications for the ability of states to regulate their own medical care and protect their residents against harmful medical practices. Because specifically, the case in question here centers around a law that Colorado enacted in 2019 that banned physicians and mental health professionals from trying to change the sexual orientation or gender identity of minors. But also, Colorado's not alone there. Almost half of all states have banned conversion therapy for minors or implemented some kind of restrictions over the last decade as more and more evidence emerged that the practice was harmful. Or with major medical groups also discrediting the practice as an increasing number of studies linked it to depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and higher rates of suicide among gay and transgender people. And so under Colorado's law, practitioners were subject to a $5,000 fine for each violation and a suspension or loss of a counseling license. Though there, I'll say a very big thing is that Colorado officials say that no one's actually ever been disciplined.
Yeah, no one was even disciplined, so it wasn't even enforced.
But back in 2022, an evangelical Christian therapist by the name of Kaylee Childs sued, arguing that the law violated her First Amendment rights by preventing her from offering voluntary faith-based counseling for religious minors who were questioning their sexual orientation or dealing with gender dysphoria. And in her court filings, Childs argued that she wasn't trying to cure patients or change their sexual orientation. She said that she just wanted to help patients with their own efforts to live consistently with their...
This bitch can use some gender-affirming care. Look at that fucking bird's nest on her.
Their faith. Goals, she said, would sometimes include seeking to reduce or eliminate
Seriously, you ever heard of conditioner?
Wanted sexual attractions. And she also claimed that the law made it hard for parents to find therapists who would discuss gender identity with kids unless the counseling directly affirms transition. Then on the other side, you had Colorado defending the law, arguing that it still allows for broad conversations about gender identity and sexual orientation within the context of religious guidance, noting that the law literally exempts religious ministries entirely and claims that the measure is only meant to block therapies that try to convert LGBTQ plus minors to...
Okay, yeah. So this really wasn't... Oh my God. Okay, this is much worse than I thought.
Heterosexuality or traditional gender norms. With the state attorney general arguing that the law doesn't violate free speech protections because therapy is a form of healthcare, which makes it...
Yeah, I was about to say, no, therapists, that's not free speech. Like, you're practicing, like, if you have a practicing therapist, they have to abide by, like, actual medical law.
Different from other kinds of speech.
Which is, yeah, totally different.
Noting that states have long had the power to regulate medical treatments carried out...
But that's kind of fucking wild.
...through speech in order to protect patients from substandard care. And very notably here, the state...
Like I said, though, this is going to be interesting because I hope, like, my trans activist friends can understand how you guys can use this.
AG also...
I mean, this is a Supreme Court case, so this one's pretty, like, widespread now.
...warned that if the Supreme Court ruled against Colorado, it would undermine the ability of all states to protect their residents from bad...
Yeah, but as I said, this also makes it so anytime that, like, a right-winger wants to litigate, like, a teacher teaching their kids about this kind of stuff, it'll fall under the same parameters because it's technically free speech.
Medical practice.
You see how that works?
Practices, and
you do understand that there's some nuance in the way that it's like, oh, medical professionals, teachers. Yeah, it's a little different than your average citizen.
Make it harder for people to sue providers when they give bad advice. And what you saw is that argument was upheld by two separate courts, with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit ruling that talk therapy isn't a form of pure speech, but rather a medical treatment that can be regulated by the state. And that decision appeared to align with past precedent set by the Supreme Court, which has allowed certain...
Yeah, but the fact that they didn't say by, like, licensed professionals, that kind of, like, the lack of that that type of language is kind of disconcerting, man.
Restrictions that govern a person's conduct,
this is going to lead to some pretty bad shit.
Unintentionally butt up against free speech. Today, what you had was the Supreme Court ruling that that was not the case when it came to Colorado's law, with the justices striking down the lower court's decision and ruling in favor of Childs. And I will say a very big thing is that this was not a typical conservative versus liberal split. The decision was 8-1, where with Justice Neil Gorsuch arguing in the majority opinion that Colorado may regard its policy as essential to public health and safety, but the law ultimately censors speech in violation of the First Amendment. And that was also echoed by some of the liberal justices as well, with Elena Kagan and Sonia Sotomayor filing a concurring opinion arguing that the law regulates viewpoints on one side of the debate over conversion therapy for minors, but not the other. But then on the other side, you had Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the sole dissenter, arguing that this ruling could have a catastrophic impact on healthcare across the nation if states cannot regulate some kinds of speech by licensed professionals. Writing, this decision might make speech-only therapies and other medical treatments involving practitioner speech effectively unregulatable, and adding that it opens a dangerous can of worms that threatens to impair states' ability to regulate the provision
Christ, the Mormons are going to fucking have a field day with this shit.
Respect and ultimately risks grave harm to
Mormons and then
to American health and well-being. So arguing that not only does this decision undermine the conversion therapy bans and restrictions that are currently in place in almost half of all states, but it could also have an untold impact on the ability of all state governments to regulate any kind of medical care that poses a threat to all Americans. And so while this could be
it's kind of fucked up.
Consequential.
This idea that the Supreme Court just can't get it wrong.
For now,
it's like,
have to wait to see how sweeping the long-term impacts are going to be.
How lazy were y'all? Like, did any of you actually, like, really think about this?
And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me thank...
Done with the Philly D stuff. Trump willing. I don't give a shit. I can report on other shit. But we're going to finish up with the Charlie Kirk thing because I do want to hear what the news has to say about it.
In the assassination of Charlie Kirk are asking a judge to delay an upcoming hearing set for May. Tyler Robinson's legal team says they need 6 months to review the massive amount of digital evidence in the case. And they also made a new claim in the filing, saying the ATF was unable to match the bullet fragment recovered from the autopsy to the rifle that Robinson allegedly used in that attack. NBC News legal affairs reporter Gary Grumbach joins us. Gary, the defense is asking now for a 6-month delay. So walk us.
This guy looked like he just got off the field of a Little League team.
Through the evidence they have and the evidence they still say they need to review.
Yeah, you'll remember, Morgan, this was a widely documented event, both the shooting itself and the aftermath. Everybody had a phone out. They were taking video, they were taking photos.
Seems Gary.
And now the FBI has collected all of that and is starting to hand it over
to
Tyler
me as a Gary.
defense team. And it includes 600 hours of video, 300 hours, 330 hours of audio, 600,000 files. So we're talking about a ton of evidence. They say, the defense team says it's going to take about 60 days just to go through all of that and see exactly what they have and what they don't have. And there was a focus in a filing just the other day from Tyler Robinson's defense team on a part of an ATF summary report that they say they have obtained that says, quote, the ATF was unable to identify the bullet recovered at the autopsy to the rifle allegedly tied to Mr. Robinson. Now, this, just to be very clear, this does not mean the ATF thinks that Robinson is the wrong guy.
All of a sudden, people are starting to forgive Christie Noem's transgressions with Corey Lewandowski, but at the same time, it's like, nah, dude.
Perhaps they have the wrong suspect. But what this does mean is that perhaps the fragment of the bullet that was lodged inside Charlie Kirk was too small, or perhaps it didn't have the right fingerprints on it. A lot of reasons why that could be the case, why they could not come to a definitive conclusion on that. They also say, the defense team says, they don't have actually any of the underlying evidence that supports that summary report, and the FBI is also doing other tests on the bullet itself. Morgan.
So then when could we expect a decision from the judge, Gary?
So we can expect a decision in the coming weeks. This case is sort of running on two different tracks here. There is both the defense that is trying to get all the...
If you think that Kirk was hit by a 30-06, then I have a bridge that I want to sell you. Yeah.
The state of Utah.
I was bringing that up, man.
But also a fight over cameras in the court and whether or not this very highly publicized trial will actually be on camera. Some were concerned it could turn into a circus-like atmosphere. All of these decisions should be made in the coming months.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top
guys,
stories
we're
on
gonna
the
do
NBC News app
a
or
little
watch
bit
live
of
on our
the
YouTube
war
channel.
news here. Let's do this because we should. Oh wait, this is out now.
Howdy, Jordan Sheridan live. Status quo.
Hour and a half. Oh shit! I thought this was like a video that they just put together. Never mind. Never mind. I wanted to know about the Stephen Miller thing, but I'll watch that on my own time and then decide if I'm going to clip it for the rest of the show here. All right. War with Iran escalates amid new threats. Let's get at it. Because you know what? We need to learn. We need to know this stuff.
U.S. and Iran trading attacks. President Trump posting an image to Truth Social with no description of what appears to be a U.S. strike in the city of Isfahan. Video circulating online.
He really is no better than the Iranian regime. Like,
showing the massive
seriously.
explosion lighting up.
This is kind of fucked up. Like, I kind of wish we had a president that didn't have social media. I would love that.
Sky.
I honestly would, where it's like it all comes just through the White House.
Wall Street Journal.
Like, I hate to say this, but that was the most refreshing part about Biden is I didn't know what he was thinking, at 3 a.m. on his fucking on the shitter.
Reporting the Iranian military,
but every day with this asshole, every day
installation was struck with 2,000.
It is just exhausting.
Pound bunker buster bombs.
And like I said, his own supporters have to be exhausted too, because they constantly have to fucking just defend the guy.
Is the oil tanker hit by an Iranian drone strike Monday, fire breaking out on the vessel docked in a UAE port, a reminder the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed. Iran also sending a wave of missiles over Israel, a day after this strike on this oil refinery in the country's north. A fireball erupting from the site. And now, with the prolonged war hitting the global economy, pressure is mounting on the Trump administration as American service members become targets. These new images show a U.S. radar jet destroyed by an Iranian attack. Pieces of that U.S. Air Force E-3 Sentry scattered among debris at the Prince Sultan Air.
You don't want an app from the White House to follow everything they do?
In Saudi Arabia. That attack injuring 15 American soldiers, with 5 in serious condition. As the administration sends thousands of troops into the region, President Trump is sending mixed messages on the war's future, saying negotiations to end it are going well, but warning that the U.S. will be blown.
Yet Iran is just like, what negotiations? What are you talking about?
And completely obliterated.
And like, this is what sucks, man, is he's such a lying sack of shit that we cannot just take him at his fucking word. Like, I would love to. As an American, I would love to be able to trust my president, but just, the guy's such a lying sack of shit. Like, he lies like he fucking breathes.
Rating Iranian energy infrastructure and...
Which is so weird because he's also simultaneously, and I've admitted this, accidentally the most transparent president, because he gets too giddy where he's just like, ooh boy, I have something I want to share with the class. But I was told that by the teacher, I got to keep it quiet. It's a secret. And then when he finally does, he's just like, fuck it, I'm going to tell everybody.
Drinking water plants if Iran doesn't reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz soon. Concerns growing that the threat targeting civilian infrastructure is a violation of international humanitarian law. George pressing Secretary of State Marco Rubio about Trump's words.
He is negotiating, just not with the current leaders of Iran. How's that make sense? What is he meeting with 5 guys, or he's just like, all right, boys, let me tell you something. I'm gonna negotiate with you. You guys you have to make the best deal ever, and we'll make sure that you're there to see that the deal comes through.
That's a great expansion of the objectives.
Well, I think the first point the president makes is he prefers diplomacy. As I said, those efforts are nascent. There is messages being relayed back and forth.
My favorite part is how you guys already gave up on J.D. Vance.
Conversations
you have absolutely no loyalty
going on, including through.
And that's what's hilarious. You only have loyalty to one dude.
Intermediaries, and he always.
The rest of the party can fuck itself. I don't even think you're actually that loyal to fucking Marco Rubio.
Prefers that.
But at the same time, the administration is claiming
he just seems like the most competent person in the White House right now. So you're just like, yeah, I admit that Trump is a little fucked up.
Could come, quote, shortly. All as Iran repeatedly insists there are no direct talks with the U.S., saying the president's 15-point plan includes many, quote, requests that are...
I have a hard time believing that.
Excessive, unrealistic, and illogical. And overnight, the Financial Times is out with a report that a broker for Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth attempted to make a major investment in defense companies just weeks before the U.S.
Yeah, it looks like Trump is crippling the West's ability to get and refine oil. I'm sure Putin has absolutely no plans.
And Israel launched strikes against Iran. The Financial Times is reporting...
I did exactly what you told me. You guys are going to make the economy great again, because I'm telling you what, I got some people here, they're kind of pissed.
It alleges that the broker for Hexit at Morgan
Lots
Stanley
of burning red hats.
reached out to
The smell of burning polyester all over the country,
BlackRock,
especially in some southern states.
February about making what the paper calls a, quote, multi-million-dollar...
This fucking moron. The fact that anybody defends Pete Hegseth and you can listen to him and just not admit that he has the fucking gumption of a 17-year-old with a
investment in a fund
with a fucking homework assignment that was obviously copied,
linked to defense and security assets, including some of the Defense Department's
You're a whiny puss.
biggest customers. Now, Morgan Stanley has not responded to ABC News.
Whiny.
BlackRock had no comment. The Financial Times reports that the investment was not...
Is that the best you got?
Ultimately
seriously
made. And this morning,
you could have sat there for 10 more minutes. That was what, your first comment in chat right now, and you're just like, yeah, that's gold right there. Yeah.
Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell denying the allegation, posting on X, this allegation is entirely false and
kind of proving that you guys aren't exactly the sharpest.
Fabricated. Neither Secretary
Tools in
Hexit
the
nor
shed.
any of his representatives approached BlackRock about such an investment.
Right,
George, the Pentagon is now demanding a retraction.
Man Rivers, thanks.
Meanwhile, I'm the onion ring in your fries. I'm the surprise that everybody loves. Everybody loves to get a surprise onion ring.
Live.
Oh, you're just a punk ass. You need to be punched in the face. He doesn't realize you're stupid.
From London.
Very, very mature.
This is the Iran war today on BBC News. Over the next 15 minutes, we'll bring you all the key updates on day 32 of the war. Well, let's start.
For anyone keeping count, it's been a month. Over a month.
With today's main developments now. President
You don't
Trump
like onion rings? Oh.
Launches another tirade at his allies, telling them
that's
to
unfortunate.
learn to fight for themselves. In Lebanon, Israel says its forces will occupy parts of the south as a security zone, even once the war with Hezbollah is over. Iranian drone and missile attacks continue across the Gulf, with a giant Kuwaiti oil tanker struck near Dubai. Airstrikes on the Iranian city of Esfahan send a massive fireball and plumes of smoke up into the sky. This all comes as Israel's prime minister claims the country's military aims are more than halfway complete.
He doesn't even know.
But doesn't give a timeline for when the war will end.
Yeah, I'm the surprise cheese curd at Culver's. Hey. Oh, I know what Culver's.
Donald Trump seems to be losing patience with America's allies.
Everybody welcome the wife into chat.
Angrily telling countries to fight for themselves and get their own oil from the Strait of Hormuz. This impatience has been a familiar theme of the past few weeks.
Pep is an odd but funny dude.
President Trump regularly lashing out at America's closest diplomatic friends. Now there's concern the US could abandon old alliances.
I guess I'll take it.
Altogether.
It's odd but funny dude.
If President Trump's demands are
Take
not
the
met.
compliment. Take
Well,
the
this
compliment.
was the US Defense Secretary at a Pentagon briefing, doubling down on the president's message.
Countries around the world
Guess I can't be mad at
who ought to be prepared
odd
to step up on this critical waterway as
Good
well.
choice of
It's
words.
not just the United States Navy. Last time I checked, there was supposed to be a big bad Royal Navy.
You're an odd man there, Charlie Brown.
Well, let's speak.
What's up, Squishmallow Dragon? How you doing?
To our Chief North America correspondent,
See you in
Gary
chat,
O'Donoghue.
man.
Gary, how significant is
you've been well.
this moment in terms of President Trump's relationship with America's allies?
Well, it's deteriorating, and it's deteriorating badly, and it's deteriorating fast. He continues, as you say, to lash out. He also continues to criticize them for not helping, particularly with the Strait of Hormuz, where a fifth of the world's oil and gas flows.
This is a man that I will not make fun of his appearance, even though it would be easy to do so. This is one of those times that it's just like, nah, guys.
From the Gulf out into the Arabian Sea and to the rest of the world. You've seen those pictures of Iran managing, despite
You're okay, a bit stressed, trying to get everything done before my trip Sunday.
being pounded.
Well, at least you got a trip.
For 5 weeks,
Hell yeah.
nearly 5 weeks.
Man, you traveled.
Pounded.
That's
still able to
awesome.
hit a
Wish I,
huge tanker docked
do a
in
little more
Dubai,
traveling.
carrying 2 billion barrels of oil.
Man, he walks down the stairs fucking slow. Did you see that? Did you catch how slow he is? Look at this, just real quick.
5 weeks, pounded, still able to hit a huge tanker docked in Dubai, carrying 2 billion barrels of oil. So
not trying to do the Midas touch, like all hell is breaking loose as Donald Trump's health collapses underneath us. We're watching him collapse in real time. This is the 89th time that we've reported that his health is indeed collapsing.
His frustration is continuing, and he's directing it particularly at the United Kingdom.
They would just knock that shit off. That'd be nice.
So he says, were promised an aircraft carrier, which they didn't.
What's up, Robin?
Then dismissed the Royal Navy. And now the Defense Secretary also saying there's meant to be some sort of great Royal Navy, and where are they? So this wrath is directed particularly at London. Ironically, I mean, unbelievably ironically, on the same day the president says, oh, yeah.
I remember that guy goes to a party where he starts a fight, then he doesn't want to fight. He tries to get his buddies to fight. We knew him as the bitch.
By the way, here are the dates for when the king plans to visit the US.
Yep.
And today, the average price of gas at the pump topped $4 for the first time in nearly 4 years. So do we think that will be worrying the president?
Yes, it will. Yeah, the cost of living is a thing. It's definitely going to be a thing in the elections in November. The crazy thing about this $4 a gallon, it's an average price. It's a lot higher in some places. Now, some of those
he used to speak normally.
Places like California.
I just hate this new series. All hell is breaking loose, and they're using the same fucking like thumbnails. It's lazy.
Really,
there's like they got some lazy shit going on there.
Care about
like the Mycellus brothers made their money, and now they're trying to fucking get more talent so they can fucking kind of fade into the background and just collect that cash.
What the price of gas is in California, but in red states he will care about that. And I was down in Alabama the other day, and I was talking to a farmer, and diesel prices are up even more. He was paying something like 50% more for diesel per gallon, uses it in his tractors and his trucks, his other farm machinery.
Leaning more right due to the idiocy of the Democrats' thoughts. I mean, they don't make it exactly easy.
And on top of that, fertilizer, which is one of the products that comes from the Gulf as well, often forgotten, those prices are up $400 or $500 a ton.
I mean, I don't think that you understand that the Democrats are essentially pawns of Donald Trump as well. Like, they're doing everything. Like, honestly, man, all of this is designed to just keep us looking away from them robbing us blind. That is just the long and short of it. I know, it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks that it can't all be lumped into that, too. Because most people don't want to feel like they've been duped and that it's that simple, but it is.
When he comes to spray and look out for his peach trees, which are meant to be blossoming quite shortly, it's costing him a fortune. So there's a lot of tolerance in the red states for the president's idea that, look, this is a price we have to pay.
Issue is Dems are also right wing.
Yeah. A lot of Republicans, MAGA Republicans,
do
believe that.
That's very fair.
And will take
at least Stefanik, for fuck's sake.
A lot of pain. It's just a question of how long.
My God, they're trying so hard to make sure that there isn't any populist leftists that like get involved, which you guys, you should want, because again, better opposition for you, because you could be like, look at the radical leftists. It really doesn't do you good to constantly call everybody that's your opposition radical when they realistically are almost like along party lines. The only thing they are saying is Donald Trump is just a little much for me.
They're prepared to take the pain for.
Gary, thank you.
The government is too dangerous? Yes, right now especially,
familiar.
Man. The fact is, they're trying to get rid of any of the stuff that protected us. And also, can I just say this? The fact that the motherfucker started knocking down portions of the White House and remodeling portions of the White House when it's our house. Like, that's the one thing that again, am I more patriotic than you to just recognize the fact that the White House is ours and that he's just a figurehead for us? He's not our daddy. He's not our boss. We're the boss of him. And I think that a lot of you guys, and like this goes for the Democrats too, forgot our place in American politics. We control we control everything. We control who gets elected when. But these billionaire interests made sure to make like that we never see that again. They want us to think that he's somehow big boss man.
Refrain we've heard from the Trump administration is that Iran's military capabilities have been decimated, but Iran continues to retaliate and wreak havoc on its neighbours. Strikes and interceptions have been reported in Israel, the UAE,
what's up, Dex?
Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. Well, this Kuwaiti oil tanker was hit in an air attack off the coast of Dubai, sparking a huge fire which has now been put out. Well, our correspondent Lorna Gordon is in Dubai. And Lorna, talk us through the impact of these ongoing attacks in the Gulf.
You have no real leftists in the U.S. except for you, Sanders and AOC. That's not fair.
Yeah, as you say, Iran is continuing to attack its Gulf neighbours. The numbers dip up.
I mean, honestly, now we could argue that AOC's not left enough. Like, whatever. I'm so fucking sick of them all. I really am.
A little daily, but to give you an idea, here in the UAE, since this war started.
Even I voted for Kat Abu Ghazali because I recognize that she might not be perfect, but she's step in the right direction. But now we got Daniel Biss, and honestly, I'm voting for him.
Military say they've engaged with 425 ballistic missiles.
I had a plan for if Kat lost, unlike she did.
Cruise missiles and creeping up towards 2,000 drones. They say most have been successfully intercepted, but of course, occasionally they get through, not least in that attack on that big supertanker that was 31 miles offshore from Dubai. The Kuwaiti flagged ship was carrying an awful lot of oil. There were concerns early on that perhaps there might be
Good to see
an
you,
oil
bro.
spill in the Gulf, but that proved unfounded. But the drone attack, which the authorities here say was carried out by Iran, did cause structural damage to the hull of the ship and initially a fire on board. None of the crew were fortunately injured. But it does give you a sense, really, of the vulnerability of shipping here in the Gulf and those ships waiting to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. On a normal day, before this war started, about 140
Mike
ships
Simmons,
would transit that narrow.
Is positioning to do a to run for his state senate seat again.
Choke point every single day. But BBC analysis suggests
politics
that,
have made so many Americans waste their life.
Only a handful are getting through every day.
Lorna, thank you.
Politics is everywhere, number one. What place on this planet has perfect politics?
Well, let's turn now to another front line of the
That's kind of stupid.
war. Israel has said it will destroy all homes in Lebanese villages.
Fucking trying to get me to buy shit
adjacent to the Israeli border and keep security control of a large swathe of South Lebanon, even once its current conflict with Hezbollah ends.
You just kind of remind me, I gotta go.
Well, Israel's defense minister dubbed this area a security zone.
We're halfway through this. Give me 1 sec.
These pictures were shared on social media and verified by our BBC
I'll be back in just about 90 seconds.
It's said to be an Israeli strike on a building near the road leading to Beirut's main airport. Well, let's speak now to our correspondent Lina Sinjab, who is in Beirut. Lina, what's the situation there, and what do people make of Israel's security zone objectives?
Well, I think the announcement that came today was prepared for over the past 3 weeks of the war, with more Israeli steps taken to declare this area as a buffer zone, as a security zone. People were talking about imminent occupation of the south, and that's what they were worried about. And the announcement today came to, confirm their worries and concerns. Controlling this area, controlling the south of Lebanon as a security zone, and forcing hundreds of thousands to leave this area, even if the war ended, constitute a threat for the residents of the south. Even though some have left, were forced to leave, there are still hundreds of thousands inside the south of Lebanon. Some, including Christian villages, today came out to make a statement that we're not leaving, we're staying in our towns and villages. The Israelis said that they are going to destroy more and more villages and homes across the border, something they've started last week, but the announcement to say that they are going to reach towards the Litani River is also a shock for the residents. That's even more than 10% of the total territory of Lebanon. Earlier in the week, the government said that the presence of the Israeli troops on the ground violates the country's sovereignty. They called on the international community to help end this conflict. They were ready to negotiate, to have direct negotiations with the Israelis, but the Israelis seem to be determined in their objective to eliminate any threats coming from Hezbollah towards North Israel. They went even further to say that, and I quote, the 600,000 civilians who've fled will not be able to go back unless the north of Israel is secured. And this is really, attacking the safety of
many news people live your
residents
life. Every once in a while, this is why I do my show, man. We're watching the news, but having a little fun doing it, conversing, and just trying not to take everything so seriously. I mean, believe it or not, I don't take this shit as, it's serious stuff, but for real, like, being educated on this doesn't make your life any more miserable. And that's what I'm trying to help people with in realizing that you don't have to do that.
Are worried about when they will be able to go back, and if this
and if it gets to be too much, you can always take a break.
Occupation like the one that they've lived for 18 years, starting 1982.
Lena, thank you.
But don't check out entirely.
Let's turn to the human impact.
Checking out entirely from the news also is very bad, because I was thinking about this, like, with the people that don't vote. And like how they're the majority, but they're always the ones that are quickest to complain about gas prices, for instance, and be like, what the fuck? While that does help, like, whatever opposing party you're part of, because again, it doesn't matter, left or right, it's always going to happen the same way, where you got a bunch of dipshits not paying attention. So whoever's in power, they're going to blame, which Trump, he uses that as leverage. So like what he does is with the TSA, that's why he goes out of his way to just be like, the Democrats shut down, even though, again, objectively, the Republicans are the ones that the onus to make a deal are on. When you are in power, unfortunately, you got to do something. And that means, I don't know, making deals. That's what does suck about having all the power. Because then people will blame you when you fuck up.
Of the war now. We're now in the 32nd day of this conflict, and thousands of people have been killed across the region. Millions have been displaced, tens of thousands have been injured. In Iran,
my son's new used car has crank windows. Opinions, do you remember what they are? Yes, I do. I had a Toyota, or not a Toyota, a Chevy. Oh my God, what was it?
3,400 people have been killed,
Cavalier,
according
a
to a
Chevy Cavalier.
US-based human rights group.
I also had a Honda Civic that had that. I had a Jeep that had crank windows.
In Lebanon, authorities say 1,200...
You're so full of shit. If you want to quote whatever I have, what I am full of shit on.
74 people have now been killed and more than 1 million have been displaced.
Are you just one of those bots that is just trying to make sure that we don't get a little too close? I mean, for real. That's where I'm going with my programming from now on, too, is doing just this. I'm going to push for a more cohesive narrative for all of us. And these dipshits that come in here and they're just like, you're an idiot. Oh my God, you're full of lies, blah, blah, blah. You guys start to see it? Like,
Israeli authorities have reported 19 deaths.
What billionaire bot farm are you from?
Mostly from missile fire. At least
1998. That's what mine was in 98.
Have died in Iraq, according to authorities. Most of them have been members of the Popular Mobilization Forces, which has links to Iran.
Politics are unavoidable.
Across the Gulf states, at least.
The thing is, again, the people who usually do not, they don't pay attention. They'll complain the most. Again, grocery prices go up. They complain the most. My biggest problem is they don't engage. And that is a problem. And they do this on purpose. I think that they make this overwhelming, and they also make it so tribal that most people disengage, and I think that's by design.
34 people have been killed, as well as 13 U.S. service members. We mentioned the growing death toll inside of Iran as U.S. and Israeli strikes continue. Well, there's been a fresh wave of attacks targeting regime infrastructure in the capital, Tehran. We've also verified these images of a large explosion in Esfahan, central...
I literally lost a friend. The same way that I have, like, with MAGA. I've lost a friend that was just, like, he was what I, for lack of a better term, he was a tanky.
Iranian city, which is home to several military facilities, including nuclear facilities. It's currently very hard to contact people inside the country with an ongoing internet outage imposed by the Islamic regime.
You know what the cool part about crank windows is? If you fall into the water, you can actually open the windows.
But some people are paying hefty prices to connect using services like Starlink, and they've sent messages to our colleagues at BBC Persian about what life there is currently like. Take a listen.
I'm tired and worried. The past few days have been terrible in Tehran. It's not just the number of strikes. They sound even more horrific to me.
I'm starting to lose hope, but it is what it is.
I wouldn't identify... Dude, self-identifying as MAGA is so fucking cringe.
At some point or another...
And that's not just because I'm a leftist. I mean, dude...
The war would have...
Although America First isn't much better anymore.
Happened. But
I'll take the people who are like, I'm not MAGA, I'm America First. It's like, at least I can actually kind of talk to you.
A chance to leave Iran years ago, but I decided to stay and experience these days.
I sometimes...
Michael Payne, why do Christians love this child rapist? It's so weird. Yeah, well, if you understood the church, you might understand that, yeah, they got a lot of that.
Go out
like a lot of that.
During the day when I can. And Tehran is lovely during the spring these days. I'm starting to get used to the war.
Nice. Or Sierra, yeah.
Well, since this war began at the end of February, President Trump has frequently upended the traditional way of doing diplomacy, angrily calling out America's allies who he believes are not doing enough to help. He's lurched from asking...
What kind of leftist am I? Oh, God, I hate this. DSA.
NATO and Europe.
Even though the DSA actually fucking pisses me off. Like, just when I thought I was a fucking hippie, like... Jesus.
For help to outwardly accusing them of disloyalty.
Sitting there talking about fucking microaggressions, I was like...
And his growing irritation comes with a threat that the US could abandon its old alliances altogether. Our correspondent James Landale explained how important
Denali!
to geopolitical moment this could be.
Squishmallow.
As if
Denali.
With Donald Trump's utterances,
we gotta find that
you've got
video.
to try and work out, how significant.
Oh God, that was funny.
Is this just a fairly familiar
Denali.
now expression of frustration that this war is not going how he thought it was, and that he just wants allies and others to try and sort of sort something out? Is it
I'm jealous of Mike from PA? I saw that message.
Secondly, a prefiguring of his intentions?
Whatever, man.
Is
I'm
this
happy that they're doing well.
Signal now by saying that
Try
the
not
allies
to be
need to get
jealous of
more
people's
involved in
platforms.
opening up the
I
Strait
don't
of Hormuz,
care.
that he is now
They're doing great. If they're doing poor, whatever.
declaring victory, withdrawing.
Most of the time, when
without
if they're doing well, I kind of see it as okay. There's a market for this.
The Strait of Hormuz being reopened, or is it thirdly something even more?
Listen, I like my little
that some of your guests have been
corner of the internet
talking
here.
about earlier this afternoon, namely a threat to the future transatlantic alliance and an undermining of NATO simply by Donald Trump saying yet again, we will remember that the allies did not come to our aid here in this. So in the future, the suggestion being that the United States will not come to the aid of Europe if, for example, in coming years, there were to be further Russian aggression against European
You remind me of
allies.
someone.
So, as ever with Donald Trump, we have that full panoply
Waiting
of
for
options,
it.
an expression of frustration, or potentially the beginning of the end of the transatlantic alliance.
James Landale.
Big digits.
Whether you're joining us on YouTube, TikTok, Sounds, radio, or TV, thanks for your...
That's crazy that they have to say that shit.
As we continue to follow the latest in the conflict with Iran, I want to bring in Malcolm Nance, a retired U.S.
By the way, we're going to be going through the AOC Anna Kasparian debacle here in just a little bit, so stick around. We're going to be covering some more fun content.
Intelligence officer and a national...
But right now, I do like to kind of put in the middle of my show. We learn about what's going on with the war. I try to also learn about what's going on from both sides. So, I try to watch some Fox News or MSNBC or CNN even. Try to do the ground news thing just with,
security expert. Malcolm, thank you for being with us. You write in your Substack that an invasion of Iran by ground forces is imminent. Before we get into
or that
what
ship sailed in the 70s. Yeah, most ships have.
that would look like, or maybe the
They got ships that were commissioned in the early 50s.
objectives of any mission.
Do you know that the Edmund Fitzgerald would actually still be seaworthy if it didn't, if it hadn't of sunk?
Like that would be at first.
And I mean, it sunk because of a really bad, unnatural, an unnaturally bad storm. By the way, if you don't know what had happened to In the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald. The song would be a lot more boring if it was just like, the captain didn't see the wave that was coming overhead, and all of a sudden it crashed, and there everyone was dead. They were all underneath the water. They had no idea. They were all sleeping, and then all of a sudden at the bottom of the river.
I'd like you to lay out for us
And that's the tale of the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
leading you to your
Have you ever heard of Gordon Lightfoot?
assessment that U.S. troops on the ground will happen.
That was a bit that like 90% of you had no idea. It's just like, what?
Even though the war looks like it's happening in a massive aerial campaign, we've noticed just over the last 2 weeks, about 2 weeks ago,
what is happening?
A series of flights started to move from the United States.
I was singing about the Edmund Fitzgerald,
which started to spell out that there was a much bigger picture going on. We
Seriously,
started seeing
Gordon Lightfoot has an entire song that is about the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald in Lake Superior.
Flights that were at the main bases of the 1st and 2nd Ranger regiments, large numbers of aircraft, enough to
Pep, hard to say. Stick to the show singing, not your cup of tea. That is not my real singing voice, dickhead.
Entire battalion. Special Operations Command, Tampa, Florida's Special Operations Headquarters, SEAL Team 6's headquarters, and then
I called
an
it.
associate.
There's like nobody that gets it. There's like one person that's just like, that was kind of
only
funny.
used to take contingency flights.
The rest of you are like, who in the fucking what?
Repair damaged runways. This massive armada moved quietly to an air base in Israel, and an air base in Jordan. The numbers that they are having there are far bigger than anything you would need for Karg Island. I was in the Navy. I served off Karg Island, had naval battles with the Iranians in the 1980s, hit mines. Let me tell you, Karg and the southern Strait of Hormuz Islands are a task in themselves. The Marines could handle that. But that combined with the 82nd Airborne, we are looking at something much, much bigger than taking those islands.
Okay, you say that they quietly move those troops, but apparently not quietly enough for those with a keen eye like yours. Let's lean into that significant military experience of yours a little bit more. What would be the objectives in Iran, and where and how could these missions be carried out? Because some of what you described in your Substack sounds like something out of a Jack Ryan or John Clarke novel.
Yeah, it's really Tom Clancy-ish in its conceptualization.
Yeah, but isn't Tom...
My problem with this is, as someone who has fought in that region, lived in that region almost 40 years, speak the language.
We're not talking about Star Trek books, man. We're not talking about like science fiction. We're talking about espionage books. So if there's like a thing where it's just like, yeah, this is crazy. This is like one of those spy novels. It's like, yeah, that's
languages.
Wait, is spying really just way dumber than I think it is?
It's that this appears to be haphazard. This appears to be something that was just stacked on at the last minute. For example, bringing the Ready Alert Brigade to the 82nd Airborne, which is 1,000 troops, bringing their headquarters.
How about all the conspiracy theorists calling out that the ballroom had a bunker in the data center that Trump just admitted?
Element of the division, and then suggesting that 2,000 more airborne are coming, leads me to believe that they are probably planning a combat jump into Iran itself, whether to take one of 3 targets: the Isfahan Nuclear Research Center, the Natanz Nuclear Research Center, or the Yazid Ballistic Missile Complex. That's this underground city of ballistic missiles that's in a mountain that is still to this day firing missiles, even though the Americans and the Israelis have pummeled it day and night. This is a massive...
That type of patriotism that he has, where he has like an American flag, like it's just so much just
operation.
Dude, we
I mean, one where they'll have to seize a runway or make a runway.
It's like, just objectively, it's actually not the prettiest flag, but whatever.
The highway is a runway, and after paradropping troops, then get logistics supply down, and then hopefully...
I actually like the Union Jack a lot more.
Airlift them out. The New York Times has indicated, and other
just from an actual style standpoint,
papers, that it might be related to getting Iranian nuclear materials. Well, that material is buried under thousands of tons of stone, which means you're going to have to bring in excavators, backhoes, trucks. You're going to have to hijack them or bring them in. This is massive, and the numbers that are being shown only
it's called unrealistic.
Indicate that it's going to happen. It's a question of whether it happens right now or whether the president takes an absolute off-ramp from this war. But there's no in between.
What is your read on what's really happening here? Is it that he's trying for diplomacy, or is he trying to kind of create a condition where he can just clobber Iran militarily?
Why not both, right? I think that's what the administration is thinking. So you've heard the old adage from Teddy Roosevelt: speak softly, carry a big stick. You can't really speak softly in an era of social media, but that's kind of what you're seeing. The big stick is the military buildup and these elite units that are going out, and they are capable of everything from snatching enriched uranium in tubes from underground.
Watching the news is like watching laser pointers. Yeah, but the thing is, dude, not watching the news means that all of a sudden you wake up and then tomorrow gas is $10 and you have no idea what's going on.
Taking any number of...
Not being involved is not a great idea. If anything, get more involved. Like, Jesus Christ. No, half of it is just excuses for people that just want to fucking... they never want to pay taxes. They never want, like... They just want every fucking dollar, like, from their jobs. Like, again, like, this is like the populist kind of thing, because most of them are just like, wait a minute, how come I gotta pay for health care? But also not realizing that they had socialized medicine, they would get more money from their paychecks. This is the problem, and this is what I mean by undereducated populists. Most of them, like, the most successful populations, they are almost required to know something about politics, because their leaders kind of understand that not having them know is bad. But then again, there are the authoritarian regimes that have the opposite approach of that, where they would like to keep us just as dumb as fucking possible, so that you keep getting fucking your money taken from you. And then they tell you, like, we're not taking your money, your neighbor is. Hate them.
Money in islands, hunting down the regime remnants who are sleeping in their cars and sleeping in tents in the forest.
Problem is, most of them go, yeah, like I said, and I keep saying about the fucking SNAP benefits one. That's the one where I keep, like, seeing these people come out and they're just like, that is annoying. How come they get free food and I have to pay for mine?
Do is cause these regime remnants to question, what operation is Trump going to pursue with this military buildup? It forces them to defend across a number of fronts, which spreads them thin. You're also, by messaging that, hey, we might be talking to somebody, it might be going well. If you are a person in the regime,
needs to be,
your leadership has been eliminated. You have standing orders that were established.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Before the Ayatollah was.
Because think about it. Technically, yeah. No, like, if they could draft you, yeah.
Kill.
But then again, it's your choice. It is your choice.
But you don't know who's on what side. And you're thinking, what's my family worth? Am I going to be the last one standing? Has that guy already sold me out? Who's having these talks? And should I, for the betterment of my own family, my own interests, maybe I kind
love the stream, but I got to go pinch off a
agree with some of these protests. Maybe I don't. Where should I be deciding?
I got to go pitch a loaf.
Because whoever we can flip, that's what...
God, one of the best commercials ever. Yeah. He just cut the cheese. Yeah, but he doesn't do it right. It's too dainty.
You want to do. You want to create factions within an already factionalized leadership, really drive those wedges.
Just help you cut the cheese?
So, in a sense, these comments from the administration are weapons themselves.
Yo, I'll be right back. I got a pinch of loaf.
Trying to foster dissent among the leadership that's still intact. Colonel Layden, I wonder, of the scenarios and operations that Kirsten just laid out, either taking Karg Island or a similar outpost in the Strait of...
That would be the funniest thing if all Americans just avoid the draft by actually saying that they have bone spurs.
In the Persian Gulf, or potentially going
Operation
inland
Bone Spurs
and
has
going
commenced.
after some of that enriched uranium that's underground. Which do you see as perhaps the most likely or most effective move the U.S. can make? Or would you suggest that avoiding that kind of operation altogether is best?
Well, certainly I think avoiding everything altogether would be really good for everybody at this particular point in time. But, Boris, let's look at the likelihood of what could happen here. I think the most likely scenario would be, if they go ahead with any type of military operation, is to first do this right here. Basically try to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Now, you can do this in several different ways. It doesn't necessarily mean that you take control of everything that you see on this map, but controlling Abu Musa Island and Larak Island, those could be the kinds of things that would let you control.
Yes, but you're ignoring one. This is my favorite part about these nudniks on the news. You see all this? You see this very large mountainous region? Yeah, you see that? You see that? There, they have lots of ordnance. Lots of ordnance. Just pointed right here. So yeah, if you wanna sacrifice a lot of American lives to the idea of controlling the Strait of Hormuz, go ahead.
Control this waterway, and that's really what you're looking at. Second, I would say Karg Island would probably be.
What up, Vino? How you doing?
The area right here that would be a very.
Or is it Vinu?
Common thing for them to do because 90% of Iran's oil is made ready for export at Karg. The problem with this is so far, it's about 400 miles from here to there, up in the northern part of the Persian Gulf. The last thing that I think they would do is go and secure
you just got out of
the
school.
Nuclear materials, the 60% enriched uranium. That would become a very hard thing to do. They could do it. It would be a very audacious move, but it would also take a lot of manpower to do that.
General Schwartz, welcome back to the
Stan the Man Needs a Treats and Lido
program. So as we've been spending the first 10 minutes
ain't that a bitch?
Of the show discussing
Lido ate all his treats.
Stan the Man Needs Treats, Lido too.
The president's latest comments about perhaps even leaving the war and calling an end to the war without the Strait of Hormuz open for navigation, and directing his ire once again at NATO allies, saying, get your own oil. That aside, what we're seeing on the ground is at odds with what he is saying and publishing. We're seeing a troop amassment there in the region. In fact, a force posture that it only keeps increasing and not the opposite. So what should we be reading? The president's posts on Truth Social, or what we're seeing build up in the region in terms of what happens next?
I would, pay most attention to the troop buildup that's occurring in the region. So obviously the first Marine Expeditionary Unit.
I know you got your
week 2. The decision was made, or maybe even the end of week 1.
Guys. He's actually been having this problem where I think that him and Leto, they had a little an argument that I was not privy to when they decided to team up and knock over the treats.
To start moving that MU from Japan into the CENTCOM area of operations. But the subsequent deployments of the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Unit,
Isn't that always a bitch when you have two animals that kind of don't really function well, terribly well together, where they put their differences aside, where they're just for this, I need your help.
Troops from the 82nd Airborne, the command and control element from the 82nd Airborne, are all indications
Leto
that
jumped up here, knocked over the milk bone box. He pulled out a bunch of milk bones. This little jackass learned that he can't necessarily chew milk bones. He was sitting there licking them.
As the secretary mentioned this morning.
He also, I said yesterday, he ate all of his I had these greeny cat treats. He ate them all.
Wants to continue to keep his
entire box
open for.
That's why I'm technically he got his
areas that he believes will be necessary to put troops on the ground to support, achieving the objectives that he's laid out in the campaign.
Yeah. I lost mine. Just to old age in October.
Obviously, troops on the ground would carry.
She was a lab. She was
huge
a good dog.
Potential risk, just in terms of
really
escalating this conflict even further. In terms of what options the president has, his options are severely limited, mostly because, obviously, aside from the Strait of Hormuz, the president of the United States is supposed to be on the side of the Iranian people. And therefore, when he makes threats like taking out desalination plants, for example, those options really either are not, or at least should not be at all on the table.
Yeah, it's called a war crime. You guys are also misappropriating what it is. It's called a fucking war crime.
Because that would happen.
Most of the world has determined, that's not cool, because if we do that, then there is just no line.
Have severe humanitarian consequences in a country like Iran, which is obviously extremely dry, and they rely heavily on these desalination plants to have access to clean water. What do you make of that particular threat that the president is making?
Yeah, I would agree that the pain and suffering that going after the electric infrastructure, going after desalination plants, going after even the energy infrastructure is only going to have an impact on the population that's underneath the thumb of the regime. What I think is guaranteed is that the IRGC and the other state security forces, the religious ulema. They're not going to go without water, right? You're going to make sure that whatever is available.
How do we tell other countries not to do what we're doing? See, most other presidents had at least a modicum of a strategic brain.
They're going to receive.
But you know what? He's so good at business. Bankrupted 3 fucking casinos.
So I would agree. I'm concerned that we have that listed as part of the targeting deck going forward. One thing that really struck me today when I heard the chairman briefing, General Kane, was that the increase in what they call dynamic targeting, meaning that they have the ability to retask aircraft after they've launched based on actionable intelligence. So what that informed me with is the fact that I think a lot of the principal targeting going after the weapon development industrial base, whether that's drones or ballistic missiles, and even
it's kind of funny how many times they've said that they've already wiped out their ballistic missile capacity. How many times they got to do that? That's weird. That's weird.
Research.
How are they still targeting something that we've already wiped out? And we've gone through the same process since fucking June. And this is what I don't understand about his own supporters. Do you ever just realize how much he's lying to you?
Development.
It's not just the left that he's lying to, by the way. He's duping you.
Centers, and certainly all the...
Fuck, dude. He literally said that he hangs out with losers.
And control.
Because it makes me feel better. I don't want to hang around a bunch of people that are more successful than me.
Major ones across the country have been effectively either destroyed or degraded. So it sounds like, based on what we heard today, what I read and what was inferred is that absent of going after this national infrastructure that you just mentioned, the water, the electricity, and the oil infrastructure.
Yeah, he's starting to distance himself.
A lot of this significant targeting, minus what's buried very deep underground.
I have a feeling that he's actually trying to kind of like cater to the American first wing of the party.
Been eliminated.
He's this video, by disappear. The way, like that's not going to happen. He's not going to just disappear.
The national average for a gallon of gas is higher than $4.
The national average of a gallon of gas is much more than we anticipated. My helicopter pilot told me this morning.
This is the highest in nearly 4 years, higher than any point during the president's 2 terms. West Texas crude oil prices, the U.S. benchmark, they settle at their highest point in 4 years, and you can see they're actually up from what they closed at last night, which I said was pretty high already. Let's get to CNN senior reporter Matt Egan, who is here with us. And this $4 a gallon, I mean, this is a benchmark, a pretty big psychological barrier.
Yeah, a huge psychological barrier. And
like I said, it's one that people notice.
One, John, that was...
But you have the contingent of people that actually know that, like, presidents just don't unilaterally control gas prices. So it was super disingenuous when, again, everybody was doing it to Biden and Trump at the beginning. But now that he started a fucking war that was single-handedly responsible for this, yeah, now the onus does fall on him.
Unthinkable when the year started, right? $4 a gallon gas in March. But here we are. So the new national average, 402.
Also, realistically, ain't that a bitch that the people that you cultivated to, like, go, Biden did it, are now kind of waking up and going like, well, you're in charge now, dude. What the fuck? Like, I can't tell you how many times I have seen people at the gas station now that everybody's angry. Everybody's pissed because we're all just watching it go up, 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 up. And then you're just like, oh God, I just paid $60 to fucking fill up my car when it was $30. Not even 2 months ago.
$2.98 a gallon before the war started, significantly higher than $3.17 at this point last year. And analysts warn that the national average could approach or even take out the all-time high of $5 a gallon that was set 4 years ago after Russia invaded Ukraine. And look, drivers in some parts of the country, they're already facing significantly higher prices, right? $4.20 a gallon or higher in Illinois, Utah, Arizona, above $5 in Washington State, approaching $6.
My cat keeps like so I got the banger sitting right there, and he keeps like sniffing the bowl of it, where he's just like. Then he looks at me like this.
This is all about the fact that the war has set off this epic supply disruption, right? Bigger than after Russia invaded Ukraine, bigger than the first Gulf War, the second Gulf War. That's why oil prices have skyrocketed. As you mentioned, U.S. crude topping $100 a barrel, settling above that level for the first time in 4 years yesterday and trading above there today as well. The problem is that the market just cannot function if the Strait of Hormuz remains shut down. And overnight, we had another fully loaded oil tanker off the coast of Dubai.
Well, again, but Trump is now just doing the thing like, you know what, fuck it, go fight for yourself, we're out.
That was struck by what Kuwaiti officials have blamed on an Iranian drone attack. And the investment bank Macquarie out of Australia, they're warning that if this war continues and it lasts through June and the Strait of Hormuz remains shut, you could see far higher prices. Oil could hit $200 a barrel. John, that does not equate to $5 a gallon gas or $6, but something like $7 a gallon gas. Now, I know $200 oil, that sounds kind of crazy, but some of the oil analysts that I'm in touch with, they're not dismissing this, right? A veteran analyst, Bob McNally, he told me that
they'll blame Biden. They literally will blame Biden.
Hundreds or even, yes, $200 is possible if this crisis continues to drag on. And McNally, he said
enough people in, like, again, the independents, and then you have the non-voters. Everybody is turning on this motherfucker.
Market has just stopped listening to Trump.
And that's not just me doing my copium because I'm a leftist. It's because, no, I've seen it. Like, I have. How much anecdotal evidence do you fucking need before you're just like, wow, yeah, you know what? I haven't really seen a lot of Trump flags. That's crazy. We have a Trump store that is going out of business in one of the towns that I went. So after I found out that it wasn't Crystal Lake, by the way, I did go and do like a little oh, there it is. Interesting. Yeah, stay tuned.
So they're not.
I think that there's going to be a little Pep Shirley bit going on. You know, got to go make sure that she has her Leering Center. I'm not sure. Oh my God. You know what? Fuck it. I have got to find this
Earlier in this crisis, the market kind of believed the president's comments around a quick ending to this war, but now there's a lot more skepticism, John. And so look, I think the bottom line is the Strait of Hormuz, right? If it can reopen, then you could see oil prices crash back to earth. But if not, then this pain at the pump could get worse before it gets better.
And look, we'll see how they react to the news from the president that he's considering or hinting at the fact that the United States may end its efforts there without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. With us now, CNN senior business reporter David Goldman. Great to see you.
It's good to see you.
So gas, $4.02 a gallon. And what strikes me is that a month ago it was $1 less. That's a big jump.
Yeah, and you know, every dollar that gas prices rise, that's about $1,000 for American families over the course of a year. So this is a lot of pain for people. And it's not just at the pump. Remember, diesel prices are also rising. They're above $5. So now we're talking about everything that's on a truck gets more expensive. There's a lot of added cost here, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon because President Trump today is talking about how the Strait of Hormuz might remain closed.
I'm so glad they got, the son of Mr. Rogers and Steve from Blue's Clues to explain this to us.
For some time. Now we're talking about maybe.
All right, children. Well, now we have a little bit of interesting information about the Strait of Hormuz.
$150 oil, $200 oil, some analysts are saying yesterday, and that's a real possibility. That translates to maybe $5, $6 gas. That's a lot of pain for people.
And these oil traders, I think, are faced with these conflicting signals all the time, right? Yesterday, the president,
they got conflicting signals. You have the Democrats out there saying that this is all Trump's fault, and then you have you have Trump going out there saying that this is all the Democrats' fault. But you have us being completely useless and not telling you any actual information. We just ask questions.
To put out his tweet saying negotiations are going well. We're talking to a much different Iranian regime.
It's Casey Kasem. I'm going to say absolutely nothing while trying to break the news.
Last night, and I happened to be.
Here's the countdown. 1. Retail gas is at an all-time high. 2. Donald Trump is failing.
Here working, there's a giant Kuwaiti tanker.
Oh, wait a minute.
On fire there. And so you have these conflicting forces.
Well, that's right. And, if you look at the oil market, they're telling...
3. Baby, give me some love. Wait a minute.
Us a signal, right? They're giving us a sense of what to expect from this war. Right now, Brent crude, that's the international benchmark, that's trading at about $110 a barrel. If you go out, though, because you can buy futures for next month and the following month and the following month, and those are falling off pretty quickly. That gives us a sense that, well, okay, oil might start to fall a little bit, but we don't get back down to $70 a barrel, which is where we were before this conflict started, until 2032.
Oh, wow.
So this means that for 6 years, the oil market is saying that we're going to be above where we were before the conflict started. And that's a bad signal for the economy. It means that we could have high gas prices, high oil prices for quite some time.
Yeah, adios to $3 a gallon for gasoline, maybe years before we get that back.
That's right.
Yes, they are advertising Shell oil while telling us about gas prices. Yes, they are.
Thank you very much. The Wall Street Journal reports this morning that President Trump is considering ending the war without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And just moments ago, President Trump put out a statement on social media.
Honestly, at this fucking point, like, I'm thinking about doing this for my own show. I'm not, like, I really don't want to report on shit that Trump just says. Once he does it, then it warrants actual, like, hey, look at this.
Yeah.
But this Trump says shit, when is it going to be enough for everybody on the fucking face of this planet to just go, yeah, he says a lot of shit?
It doesn't exactly contradict that report.
Like, he's kind of, I don't know, a liar.
The president wrote all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran.
Like I said, somebody in his cabinet literally said just like, Mr. President, this actually doesn't really hurt us that badly.
I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two,
this
build
motherfucker
up
Trump
some
is a
delayed
lunatic
courage,
idiot.
go to the Strait and just take it.
That's fair.
You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourselves. The U.S. won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. And then it signed President DJT.
How funny would that be if they just make a deal and then all of a sudden all these tankers just start shipping to all the fucking Western countries?
All right, let's get right to CNN senior chief national security analyst Jim Sciutto, who's in Tel Aviv.
Look at that, Erica Kirk in chat
this morning. Jim, it's a pretty remarkable statement from the president, which almost seems to confirm that he's considering leaving the Strait of Hormuz to somebody else.
Well, John, you see a great shifting of the responsibility there, right? To solve a problem that didn't exist before the war, that is, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, President Trump, after raising the possibility of forcing it open, threatening Iran in various ways, positioning forces in this region to take it by force, as well as Iran's oil facilities on Karg Island, he is now saying, in so many words,
yeah, the dog just farted, and that's what that is.
Not our problem.
My cat's literally looking at me like, is that you?
Now, the president could change his mind again. He's changed his mind multiple times in his public statements since the start of this war.
That's one more than I'm going to have to actually fart on him.
But it at least appears to be laying the rhetorical groundwork.
Established dominance.
To end the war, declare victory perhaps, but without solving that key problem, which is now causing major global economic implications, including for America's allies, particularly those in
Epstein
Asia.
regime should get the fuck off. Zato, hell yeah.
On oil.
Also, Zato, if you have not already subbed to the channel, please do.
From here.
Let's talk about the price of gas specifically, if we could. So
I hate to do it. I know it annoys a lot of people about YouTube, but seriously.
Just noted the average price for a gallon of gas here in the U.S. now above $4 a gallon.
On YouTube, please just do that. And I mean, for every single video that you enjoy, just do that.
This is having such an important ripple effect across the global.
Dude, I like how we're going to the moon tomorrow, allegedly. And I say allegedly not because I'm like some conspiracy nut that's like, oh no, the moon. No, I mean literally, like, I know enough about the Artemis mission to know that like they're not ready.
Economy.
They're likely going to have to abort at the 11th hour.
Jet fuel
at the last
certainly
minute.
Getting a lot of attention, Eleni.
Oh, is that too bad? We couldn't. You know what? I don't know much about spacecraft, but I just know that we can't send astronauts up.
Yes, absolutely. So
when there's something going wrong, so time to postpone.
This war has exposed is the key.
Oh, also the reason that he's not talking about is I did find this out, that the Artemis mission was originally planned by Biden. And that's why he's freaking the fuck out.
Achilles heel of the global economy, Erica, no doubt.
Or not freaking the fuck out. That's why he just doesn't care.
This war isn't just contained to the Gulf region, but it actually has a chain reaction around the world. When I see gas prices in the United States hitting over $4 a gallon, this is the highest level since 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine.
Yeah, it's still scheduled for tomorrow.
Markets are interconnected. You know, President Trump keeps talking about the United States being energy independent.
But no, I mean, everybody that is like even just kind of like passively in like, you know, into spacecraft, they're just like, no, this ain't it.
Everything.
This is very, very, they if they send that up, we're going to have like an Apollo 13 like style debacle.
Is so connected.
Like, that's going to be bad.
People in America.
Oh my God, April Fools.
Are feeling it at the gas pump. And in fact, we've seen ripple effects around the world economy. Jet fuel prices really fascinating. I was looking at what they've been doing over the past month. They've doubled. They're up 104%. If you break that down further into Asia and Oceania, you've got jet fuel prices, so refined jet fuel, up 134%. In North America, jet fuel prices are up 88%. So we're talking about a massive impact here. So the overall closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
Again, it's weird. It's almost like the airline companies and the CEOs of the airline companies got a hold of Trump saying, hey, buddy.
It's not just about 20 million.
Something needs to be done here.
Barrels of oil passing through, but it was also those refined crude products that includes jet fuel, Erica.
Old as a lion.
Eleni, really appreciate the reporting. Thank you.
They're fake. Yeah. Shit. Oh. Iran war backfires. Israel. All right. Let's not. You start scratching that, then I'm going to have to take you upstairs. That's how that's going to go. All right. You know what? Fuck it. I want to do this. Originally, I didn't care, but first things first. Let's get this one on here. All right. Huntley Trump store owner agrees to move to new location after legal battle with the Village. Now, I have heard about this for quite some time because this actually, it almost went national, but for the most part, like here in the Midwest, you know, you had people from like Wisconsin, all of these, like, you know, you had Indiana and then you had Southern Illinois. It reached there because at one point there was like this big like caravan of people that came and supported her, which great, good for her. But it all seemed like, you know, fake support at some point because she keeps complaining about like, I'm being targeted. But then when you do just like a little look into her finances, no, she's in massive amounts of debt. And she fucking was not making a profit in the slightest. So this was also like my theory is that she was trying to get out of her lease. Because this chick, Lisa Fleischman, she's something else, man. But here, let's get this news report, then I'll read this.
The owner of a controversial President Trump-themed store has agreed to move to a new location. The Trump Truth Store on Route 47 in Huntley faced eviction. The store was accused of violating Huntley building and sign ordinances, partially.
Yeah, so like Huntley's like a really small town. Like it's a, dare I say, like a country town, right? Like they got cornfields and all that shit. So she had like Trump flags and like all this bullshit on the sidewalks that like no other store had. And at one point, the landlord got hit with a violation, and he was just like, what the fuck? And then he's like, this isn't me. I just sublet, or like I just like leased to her. Like, why are you coming after me?
Because of a 6-foot tall.
And they were like, yeah, well, you got to kind of figure this shit out then.
And a settlement agreement with the store's landlord owner. The owner has agreed to move out of the building next month. She hopes to relocate soon to a new space in a nearby suburb.
Yeah, so the move comes after a legal battle. Fleischman previously called her attempt an ouster political. Yeah, she's always the fucking victim. She's taking the Trump game. And like for a minute there, I even had to give her credit. But this is hilarious. I'm not even making half my rent. Trump Truth Store in Crystal Lake closes until further notice as sales struggle. The Trump Truth Store in Crystal Lake has closed until further notice as the owner says sales are struggling. And her being lucky to get 3 cars a day. Oh, no. Since moving the store from Huntley. The Trump Truth Store is located in a strip mall at 829 South Virginia Street, Suite C in Crystal Lake, and hosted a soft opening in January. The store was previously located at 10, who cares about the address? The new location is much larger, and owner, Lisa Fleischman, an Algonquin resident and somebody who she must have ties to like either a judge or some kind of person in law enforcement, because I'm telling you, man, I ended up digging into this bitch. And you know what's really fucked up? She has like a whole bunch of traffic tickets and like traffic infractions that are serious shit, like driving on suspended multiple times that usually would result, like the second one, would result in her losing her license and losing, the ability to drive. Nope. They have thrown out her cases multiple times. And then she's got a little slip on your wrist. So what I did is I called the prosecutor. I was like, hey, man, listen. As somebody, I'm just a concerned citizen because I have gone through similar things, and I'm just kind of surprised. You should do a video on that. Well, don't spoil your dinner there, guy, because I'm going to be doing that. I'm not even kidding. I'm going to be, since the Trump censor store is still there, even though it's closed, I'm going to go and I'm going to do a little Nick Shirley investigation into Laura Fleischman, because I think that, we need answers. So without burying the lead on some of what happened, I'm going to just say that I found out that in Illinois, specifically as a state, they have this thing where apparently prosecutors can kind of like just give cases to other law firms and they could prosecute it, or they essentially give them these misdemeanor cases so they can make a deal. That just keeps happening for her. So I found out what law firm did it. I contacted the lawyer, and then all I did was I proceeded to read him her Facebook posts about, bragging about her, fleecing the court system, and how, she was acting like she is Boris from fucking GoldenEye. I am invincible. And he was not happy. This old man, for about 10 minutes on the phone, just went, like, he was not fucking happy. Yeah, dude. Yeah. So, because I just informed him, I'm like, yeah, dude, she's going around social media making a perfect ass of you and your law firm. And I'm like, by the way, dude, I'm not going to let this one go. He's like, and what publication are you with? I'm like, oh, I'm just a independent journalist. You're going to see it on YouTube. And again, you just heard him go, release the video. I don't have the video made yet. I actually have to go do this. Like, I got to put in effort for this one. But like I said, this will tie into it. I'm just, whatever. I'm kind of going with it. Trump's previously said the new space was amazing. Trump store sells apparel, cups, mugs, as one David Pakman would say, posters, flags, and other memorabilia related to Donald Trump. The store closed in Huntley on July 13th after the owner of the building filed an eviction complaint, or filed to evict Fleischman off the property in March 2025. Trump Truth Store on Thursday announced it is closed until further notice, as Fleischman said that she thinks she will have to close down the physical store and operate online only. And here it is. Think I should have not have done this. Now, this right here, think, is not a fucking typo, by the way. She said this. She typed that. Because I'm assuming that she was typing her responses, because she is a certifiable fucking dumbass. Fleischman said she is not even making half her rent in sales. Lucky to get 3 cars a day since opening weekend. And most people don't even buy a thing. I really did this for the people. I really thought that everyone wanted this, but no one's coming. Not even the people that promised and promised that I need to open up a store. I just spent so much money because people on Facebook said they would come and support me. I read the Facebook comments and they were so supportive. And I spent so much money on tables and chairs for Trump bingo. I don't even feel like anyone's even gonna come. Which any other business I would feel bad. Like if this was like some bakery or some shit and they're just like, yeah, we were gonna do bingo and nobody's even showing up. Then you're gonna do the TikTok thing. But this bitch is trying to fucking guilt the people that like said they would come into her store to fucking try and get her get that bag. Here's a picture of her stupid fucking first Trump store. I never did this for the money, but I don't know how much longer I can last with paying for all this stuff. Maybe people think it's just Trump stuff, but it's not. I have a lot of God and Jesus and veteran and Second Amendment police and firefighter support. By the way, this was typed by her. She didn't capitalize God nor Jesus. Fleischman said she is thinking of shutting the store down and buying out her lease. At Fleischman's previous store in Huntley, she faced eviction for displaying Trump signs, flags, tables, chairs, and a Trump inflatable. The Trump inflatable was actually like the most egregious one because it was blocking the sidewalk. And a sign on her trailer outside the store. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Look at this shit. Look at how fucking this fucking tacky bitch. I never did this for the money, but I don't know how much longer I can last with paying for all this stuff. Oh, I already read that. At Fleischman's previous store, blah, 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 blah. Oh, sorry, my bad. The owner said in the eviction complaint that Fleischman refused to keep her merchandise inside the store despite numerous requests by the landlord in the village of Huntley. Instead, she displays many items on the public sidewalk and outside the building along the street. Fleischman and the landlord were both charged by the village of Huntley with several ordinance violations in relation to the displays in January 2025. The ordinance complains about the inflatable figure, a flag installed on the sidewalk, and a flag installed on a building column, and Trump's True Store signs and flags installed within the public right-of-way violated city Huntley Code of Ordinances. The complaint said the store did not have to have the required permits for the displays. No, because why would she? Why would she? You know what? Fuck that. Fuck that. Government can't tell me what to do. These are the morons that are like, comply. Don't tread on me. Comply. Wait a minute. Local business? What? I'm a local business. Local government can't tell me what to do. God, you tyrannical fucks. Court records show Fleischman and the building owner agreed she would vacate the blah, 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 blah. Fleischman has asked supporters to help spread the word that she is now in Crystal Lake. That's part of the problem. I can't get a billboard and the haters steal my signs. She said another problem she faces is that her current landlord has a $2 million insurance clause on the lease. She did not even really look at that. She admits, this dumb bitch admits that she didn't even read the fucking contract and didn't even really look at it before signing the lease. Go figure. I don't think she can read. Fleischman said that Trump triggers people, and that's part of why she loves saying she does not run the store for money. Well, I hope that trolling fucking pays the bills. Spite ain't paying the bills, is it, sweetheart? One online commenter said, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yes! I'm so glad that they quoted that. Oh, fuck, that's wonderful. Okay, now I have got to find it. Here. Hold on. Where's the Okay, she put out a like a picture that it was essentially begging people to come and check out her store. Oh, come on. Oh, why? Here, I gotta find it. I know that Tom Powell did something on it. Because Tom Powell, being local, Oh, here we go. Here we go.
And now, a feel-good story. There was a store in the far northwest suburbs of the Chicagoland area in a town called Huntley. The store was called the Trump Truth Store, and they sold nothing but Trump paraphernalia and Trump propaganda merch, and they
here we go. Here
didn't
we go.
have.
Oh, by the way, this is not going to impact my video at all. My video is going to be very different.
Something done right with their lease, and I can't remember what it was.
And it's all made in China too. It was.
Or it might have been that
somebody actually like walked in there and just like looked at the back of the hat, took a picture, and then they were just like, "Yep, this is the crap she's selling."
They had too many signs for what they were allowed to have. Anyway, they got kicked out of their store, and so they moved to Crystal Lake.
That's a sick Grateful Dead guitar, dude. I swear to God, man, Tom Powell's the shit.
Crystal Lake being probably
it's
a little bit more
centristy for some people, but I like him.
Open and sympathetic to a store like that, let's say. Well, that store is now closed. Now, they say it's closed temporarily, but the owner does admit that business has been extraordinarily slow since they moved to Crystal Lake.
I only get 3 cars.
And
nobody even buys anything.
They're just not even making
that's a relief.
Enough money to cover half the rent. So she claims she's going to shut down and retool.
Here we go. Here we go.
So this was in the local.
Yes, this was a Shaw Local. That's why I didn't find it. That's right. This was a so Shaw Local did a report on her, and I don't think that she understood how much she clowned herself with this
paper here.
Because oh man, I got to go through the comments on this.
Truth
Hold on.
Store, which moved to Crystal Lake following an eviction from the shop's previous location.
I'll save that for my video.
Huntley,
fuck it.
is shutting its doors at least temporarily, and the
But
owner
here it is. What's next?
Here shows this picture of herself in her store, and what she plans to do now.
Show us. Show us.
Awesome
Come on,
that she
man.
had to shut her doors because she can't get enough people in the door. B.
Guys, stick around because the payoff on this is wonderful.
Awesome that she's probably in what is hopefully a dying.
Oh my God,
business.
that tacky ass, her necklace.
At this point in time. But I want to show you a close up of this because you can't make this shit up, folks.
What's next? Trump's Truth Store, not just the store. Mock Oval off sea.
First of all,
mock Oval off sea. The Vision.
Come down here. Talking
politic should not be bad thing. As I said, don't think she can read.
Politic should not be bad thing. I've checked. This does not seem.
Y'all remember what I said about that typo?
To be photoshopped. This seems to be real because I just blew up the picture from the newspaper. On their
she's
digital
charging $30 for the American flag shirt with the cotton
Facebook page. Yep. Talking politic should not be bad thing.
Politics should not be bad thing.
And this is the new
unless you're a stupid lefty.
Vision spelled Vision.
Vision. And office is also misspelled. He missed this.
She's going to have games and a hangout area and a mock Oval Office, as well as the merch and all kinds of weird shit. It's going to.
Oh yeah, it can't even be AI. Yeah. She put this together herself.
On her ass, but
she's completely Twitter broken. Yeah.
This is the Vision.
It's the Vision. Yep. And the mock Oval off Z. Wait, let's see. Can we see any more? Meet people and do great things. I'm surprised she spelled great. Fucking right. Guest speakers and have a free place to have meetings on discovering and sharing the truth. Free craft center. Oh my God. Hangout, and she has 2 fucking B-roll images of, dude teaching kid how to play pool, and then foosball, guys. Foosball. She's going to create a rec center.
This is her vision.
She talks in tweets.
Politics should not be bad thing. Me fail English? That's impossible.
That's impossible.
Fire bad.
Fire bad.
Wow. And now, a few.
I fucking love it. I'm glad that he did that. Fire bad. Me not know how to speak. Impossible. Oh man. So yeah, we're going to we're going to be doing something a little bit fun as far as the channel is concerned. Because, yeah, like I said, I did an oopsie into journalism because that bitch pissed me the fuck off one day. And honestly, it had nothing to do. Here, let's see. Can I find her? Lisa Fleischman. Here we go. Owner of now closed Trump apparel store in Huntley facing new criminal charges following traffic stop. The owner of the now closed Trump True store in Huntley who has vowed to open a new store soon, has been charged with another criminal case in McHenry County. Court records show Lisa Fleischman, 52, of Algonquin, was stopped in Oakwood Hills by the Oakwood Hills Police Department. She was driving a white 2010 Jeep when she was stopped around 9 p.m. by officers. Court records show that in the stop near Woody Way, whatever, I don't care about that. They stopped the Jeep for having expired license plates. Fleischman also driving on a suspended license at the time, a criminal complaint said. Fleischman was charged with driving on suspended, a Class A misdemeanor, and driving with expired registration, a petty offense. She was released and given a notice to appear in court on August 29th for a plea hearing. At the time of the incident, Fleischman already had another criminal case pending for the same offenses. The same fucking offenses. That is what got me, where I was like, what? No. A repeat offender, and they still let her go with misdemeanor and petty offense? That's fucked up. So, yeah, that's why I went and did me a little deep dive. Charges were filed after Fleischman was stopped in Oakwood Hills. Blah blah blah. She was charged in April with driving on suspended, expired registration, and operating a motor vehicle on suspended registration. Court records show Fleischman failed to appear in court after the initial May 16th court hearing. Again, no bench warrant was issued. And McHenry County Judge Mary Nader had ordered a summons be issued to Fleischman, notifying her to appear for another court hearing set for June 13th. A report from McHenry County Sheriff's deputies said he attempted to serve a summons on Fleischman on June 6th. Deputy said he made visual contact with Fleischman and greeted her, at which point she ran back into the house and would not answer the door. The deputy placed the summons on her Jeep windshield. Fleischman disputed the report and said that she did not run into the house to avoid being served. Why would I run? The deputy could have easily served me the papers at my store where I am present every day. The last time I was served, I ended up talking to the server for about 30 minutes. I would never flee from a conversation. Fleischman failed to appear at the new court hearing on two failures to appear. Two fucking failures to appear. And Nader issued an arrest warrant. Fleischman appeared on court on June 22nd, and McHenry County Judge Cynthia Lamb squashed the warrant. Cynthia Lamb, there we go. I'm going to do a little deep dive into Cynthia Lamb next. Let's find out how much Cynthia Lamb and Lisa Fleischman might know each other. There might be some corruption here, folks, because this right here is proving that they are doing favors for people in our local community. So this may have actually blown up into a little bit of a fucking bigger story. Sounds like she is in financial ruin. Yeah, she is. But somehow she skates every fucking thing. Everything. This bitch skates everything. I don't understand how much dick she sucks, but she must be a fucking Hoover. Fucking A. Every judge in the McHenry County fucking courthouse must be getting serviced by her. If this, I mean, including Cynthia here. She must be a fucking expert too. You know? She is the clit commander. Sorry. She was arraigned on the charges and appeared in court on Friday with the plea hearing, which was continued to September 19th. Here's the reminder. They still sent this to another prosecutor. They sent it to another attorney to settle this. 2 cases against Fleischman are among 9 traffic cases. 9! She has had 9 other fucking cases on top of this shit. This equals 11. 11 traffic infractions in McHenry County. And this bitch is getting off scot-free? Not on my fucking watch there. I'm sorry. How is this even possible? I don't know. 2 cases against her, filed against her in a 2-year... Wait. The 2 cases against Fleischman are among 9 traffic cases in McHenry County filed in 2 years. In a 2-year fucking span. Fleischman previously owned the Trump store. Blah, 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 blah. Who cares? Fleischman said she plans to open a new location. Business sold Trump apparel. Blah, blah, blah. More you wear the Trump. The closure came. I don't care about the closure. Don't care about the closure. Court records show the business. Yeah, they piggyback this onto the other story. So, that's where we're at with Lisa Fleischman. Like I said, I will be repeating some of this information in a video, but guess who's taking a little trip to the Trump store? And I don't care if she's closed or not. I'm making a fucking... We're going viral, kids. That's what we're doing. We're gonna make Pep Talks famous, and I'm gonna do it on the back. I'm gonna do it piggybacking off her bullshit. Because you know what? Maybe there's justice in the world if that were to happen. So, real quick, I'm not gonna take 13 minutes out of a news program to show you guys what the Edmund Fitzgerald was. Here we go.
Now to Michigan, where mourners will pay tribute today.
Here. Okay, 1 minute I can handle. So for anybody that was here for like the last story that I was covering, at one point I started talking about the Edmund Fitzgerald. Here is what the Edmund Fitzgerald is, and there's a song by Gordon Lightfoot that made this legendary.
Now to Michigan, where mourners will pay tribute today to one of the most famous maritime tragedies in modern history, the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald. From church services to lighthouse displays, people across the Great Lakes are marking the anniversary of the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald, a massive cargo ship that went down on Lake Superior 50 years ago today.
It's become part of the Great Lakes culture, a tragedy that we'd probably put in the same category as the Titanic.
A surprise.
It is about as famous.
Catching the crew off guard.
Surprisingly.
15-foot waves and...
I guess that's hard to say when some people in chat were just like, the what?
Gale force winds battering the 729-foot cargo ship before...
Bad grammar posters on the storefront.
Knocking out radar and dragging her into the depths. 29 sailors were killed as thousands of tons of iron ore aboard the ship settled on the lake bed.
The general thought was, how could that happen? Because after all, it's just the Great Lakes.
The wreck stunning locals who had watched the so-called Big Fitz ferry shipments across the lake for years.
It was a grim day. When I got home from school, I heard that the Edmund Fitzgerald was sinking or had sank.
Oh, it sank. No. It wasn't sinking.
And
no, dude, it sank like that. When you so maybe I will watch this a little bit later if you guys are interested in it. But there was a the gale that hit it was just
a year after
it was
the
a
sinking.
freak
A
accident.
folk song recounting the tragedy cemented the ship's place in history.
Fucking Gordon Lightfoot. That's my man. That's my man. Gordon Lightfoot.
The tale of the ship into legend with the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, a song that reemerged in recent years on social media, educating a new generation about what happened on November 10th, 1975.
There you go. And that was the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Yes, and I sing bad like Gordon Lightfoot because Gordon Lightfoot was not exactly like a... I don't know. He wait, people do not know who Gordon Lightfoot... Do not know he was the original Mood and Vibes guy. Oh, he was? See, I didn't know that. I'll admit. I didn't know that. Here, I'll play this for a minute.
Death sentences only targeting Palestinians. This is the bill Israel's parliament approved late on Monday, a law that far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir has been advocating for and celebrated with a bottle of champagne
wearing nooses.
Inside the chamber.
Wow.
A man is...
Wow. For people that are just like, oh, don't be anti-Semitic, it's like, oh, you make it hard. Jesus Christ.
Works at the Palestinian Prisoners Society. She tells us families of Palestinian prisoners are concerned. Dozens who await conviction fear they will face the death sentence by hanging. She has no answers or ways to try to calm their worries and says death is already a risk for many in Israeli detention. Since October 2023, at least 89 Palestinian prisoners have died in Israeli jails, mostly because of torture, deprivation of food, and denial of medical treatment. Now, she fears a larger crackdown is on the way.
We meet with released prisoners every day. The attempts to break them are unprecedented. They're either...
All right. You know how I said the thing about calling Trump, Nazis? Reserve it for Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel.
Physically broken or psychologically tormented.
Anybody that supports Ben-Gvir, it's literally fucking like, oh, no, you're a Nazi. Like, you are an Israeli Nazi at that point.
The Israeli authorities are working to destroy Palestinian prisoners like
Good job.
never before.
Palestinians say they're being denied a fair trial. They're tried in Israeli...
Which is so fucked up because I know that, like, in Hasidic Jewish or like Hasidic culture, that this type of like blood appetite is like kind of forbidden.
Military courts where the conviction rate is higher than 96%. And
any good news? Yeah, Trump store closed down.
Where confessions are obtained under extreme pressure, sometimes even torture. This new law does not apply to Jewish Israelis, even those accused of what the
Man, you know what's crazy? I just watch a whole bunch of people jump on this where it's just like, oh, okay.
state itself considers terrorism. Whether soldiers or settlers, Israelis...
It's uncomfortable to look at this and realize that this is the just reality.
Those who assault Palestinians are rarely held accountable, sometimes even celebrated. Just in the past few weeks, Israeli courts dismissed a case against Israeli prison guards accused of raping a Palestinian prisoner. That's despite video footage of the attack. Legal experts say the death penalty law is a continuation of Israel's genocidal practices. The law could take effect in 90 days. It's already being challenged in Israel's Supreme Court, and the discriminatory nature of the law could push the court to strike it down.
Good.
In practice and on the ground.
I mean, honestly, if they don't want to be seen as the monsters that we already think they are, then they might want to do that. Anytime that like Ben-Gvir comes up with something and he's just celebrating it, then Israel should be very aware that that's very bad for
Israel
them.
does not need a law to execute Palestinians.
And you know what? If you guys, like, honestly, if you are Israeli, and I know that we do have at least one that watches this show, and I'm sorry, man, like, I'm not going to call you out single, like, but this is something like, yeah, this might make you think, like, no, it's like, this is the stuff where you should probably push back a little.
Israeli soldiers often
I don't care how bad it is in your fucking country. Killing just prisoners, non-war fucking criminals or any of that shit.
Extra
or prisoners of war,
judicial,
which again, POWs, man,
killings.
Like, it's almost like we have like our own idea of how we treat POWs and how, like, oh wait, that's right, Donald Trump said that McCain was an asshole he was an idiot for getting caught. I know, I like my soldiers not getting caught.
Little to no,
I can't.
No account.
Every once in a while, it does kind of just hit where it's just like, this fucking guy.
Accountability. This law is a message, a declaration that there are few red lines, if any, in Israel when it comes to Palestinians. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, Palestine.
It's fucking insane.
We wanted to turn our attention to this new law that just passed in Israel, which is really first of its kind, which applies effectively the death penalty to one ethnic group over the other. So Palestinians will be slated for death by hanging, and it does not apply with, effectively no exceptions to Jewish Israelis. So let's put this up on the screen from Haaretz. This is something that Ben-Gvir, you can see pictured there, has been pushing hard. He was celebrating with champagne yesterday after this monstrous ghoulish bill passed through the Israeli Knesset. So Israel passes bill mandating death penalty for Palestinians convicted of lethal acts of terrorism. The bill's wording creates a distinction designating it almost exclusively for Palestinian terror, while the ideological burden of proof it sets is expected to make its application to Jewish nationalist terror difficult to impossible. So let me give you guys a little bit of background, because even that headline is a bit misleading. So they say, okay, this is going to apply to Palestinians convicted of lethal acts of terrorism. That makes it sound like there's like a real judicial process where people get to go and they get to prove their innocence, and that it's only by and large going to be people who are definitely guilty of these horrific crimes who are going to be subjected to the death penalty. Even if that was the case, The fact that you have this blatantly apartheid law that only applies to Palestinians and not to Jewish Israelis, that is unacceptable to begin with. But we also have to keep in mind the people that this would apply to. These are West Bank Palestinians, by and large, who are convicted, tried in military courts that are effectively kangaroo courts. The conviction rate is, I've seen estimates anywhere from 96% to 99.6%. So it's effectively show trials. We know the way that Israelis not only sweep up Palestinians, you know, like just because they're military-age males, but then they use torture to coerce confessions. And they put them through these show trials, and those are the people who would be slated for execution. So it's incredibly, incredibly disturbing. You can put E2 up on the screen. This is, as I said before, this is Ben-Gvir.
I just experienced a boomer that's nostalgic for Walter Cronkite. He's like, Walter Cronkite should, we should bring back Walter Cronkite for tomorrow's launch. I'm just like, why? So he could, here, we need Walter Cronkite back to do the Artemis commentary tomorrow. What's the commentary? And I just answered, what's the commentary? Well, after a long wait, the launch has been postponed again. Thank you for watching. Like and subscribe. And then I just said, I am 60/40. It's going to launch. Oh, actually, I meant to say not going to launch. Oops. I'll correct that. Too many issues keep coming up. I wouldn't send it, but, you know, 250th anniversary optics and such.
We're wearing here a pin that has a picture of the hangman's noose there on his lapel, along with his acolytes, all of them drinking champagne and cheering about this this mass death. So this is one of the other sponsors and pushers of this legislation, dressed up, you know, excited about the ability to hang Palestinians to death. You can see here some of the conditions that these, I mean, they rightfully should be called hostages, not prisoners of Palestinians. The way
Cronkite was another draft-dodging propagandist. Propaganda machine that was literally handpicked by the government to report on World War II. But that was the golden age, guys.
That they are treated.
I've been told that by every boomer.
And I even saw one person who had been through these torture camps.
Wow, they are monsters. Yeah, they are.
You know, these are the type of places where, of course, we had the
there's no ambiguity to that.
And the horrific abuse that's been documented by many human rights organizations. In any case, I saw a Palestinian former.
It's been kind of a busy show here. I'm coming up to the fun half. If you're in chat,
of the Israelis saying, you know, don't be sad about this, because many days the torture was so bad that we actually wished for death. So Sagar further codifying here a new way to mass murder Palestinians and further entrench and codify what is just undeniably at this point an apartheid state.
Yeah, again, the new law can only apply the death penalty for homicides intended to negate the existence of the state of Israel, which means it explicitly would rule out, like settlers and others who were convicted in the 1990s of gunning down Palestinians. So this is, I mean, look, let's call it the way that it is. And even in Israel, you know, the so-called like secular left, they're like, oh, this goes too far. Like this makes it seem very explicit, the way that we're applying the law. And we're like, yeah, that's kind of the problem, by the way, you know, with the entire system of the way that it's all working out. But I mean, I just think it just, what we need to demonstrate, my goal, I guess, with all of this is just to show the people that we've empowered and the society, which is supposedly so Western, normal, that we're protecting, that we are protecting, coddling, and helping expand. That's the part which actually galls the most, because a state like this, as you know, I'm not a moralist. If they want to exist, fine, whatever. That's your business. But don't be asking me for my money and your free healthcare and your defense and to fight your war. And now it's to expand. Like just this morning, the Israeli defense minister said, we're declaring a security buffer zone for the entire 1/3 of Lebanon. That's 1 million people displaced. And when he says that, they're never leaving. They even said, we're going to
Ziggy Marley, what's up, man?
Demolish all homes on the border, just unilaterally. In invasion and annexation of control. I mean, if
saw Ziggy Marley this
effectively security control, which is
summer.
You know, possession is 9/10 of the law.
Got to see Ziggy Marley with Damian Marley.
This entire region,
Yeah.
the world says nothing. So we take this society, we're copy and pasting it onto West Bank, onto Gaza, onto Syria, portions of northern Syria, and now onto Lebanon, empowering and paying for this Israeli empire. I mean, think about the land grabs that these people have made since October 7th.
Yeah.
That's the craziest part.
I mean, I know people get uncomfortable when you throw this around, but it truly is a Nazi state and a Nazi ideology. I mean,
oh, do they get uncomfortable? See, guys, this is why I've been saying stop applying it hyperbolically to everything that you think is like, again, we can point out how it has similarities, but just overtly calling it that does kind of lose, like these situations, they lose the power. You know what I mean? Like it loses its God, I can't even fucking talk.
The expansionist vision, the Greater Israel Project,
because I don't even know how to put it. Like it loses its oomph. You know what I mean?
Repeated invasions and annexations, to the ethno-supremacist ideology and the entrenchment codification, like from a state.
I don't know how Israel has any support at this point.
Level of mass
luster. Thank you.
Death,
good word.
And then the celebration, like that, even is next level. The celebration, the wearing that noose and celebrating mass death, mass murder in that way is truly something that is sick beyond belief. I mean, words fail to describe just how sick that is. But this comes from a, blanket dehumanization of Palestinians, where they are the ultimate evil. They are inherently bad. We are inherently good. That's what the ethno-supremacist ideology means. We are inherently good. So anything we do is inherently good. Anything we do to you is inherently good. And, this thing passed without a problem, Netanyahu changed it a little bit to have some, little bit of ass covering, slight differences that make no essential change to the actual functioning of the law. And so, here we are. And just to underscore the point I was making before, put E3 up on the screen. These are kangaroo courts. These are military tribunals that Palestinians are subjected to. The judges come right at they're IDF judges. And the conviction rate, according to 972 magazine, and this is from a number of years ago, other estimates I've seen are 96%, but what they found is 99.74%. Okay.
That's it. No more Iron Dome. I mean, this is going to make it a lot harder for the likes of, a Daniel Biss to continue to support this shit. Like for me, I plan on asking Daniel Biss specifically about this story, this exact story, showing him the video footage of Ben-Gvir doing exactly the pop the champagne fucking ghoul.
Torture, which is used to coerce confessions.
I got that wrong, by the way. It was Stephen Marley.
Palestinians swept up for minor infractions.
I saw Stephen and Damian Marley
held in these prisons
Great
as
show,
well.
Because it was actually Stephen Marley and the Wailers with Damian Marley as their guest.
And then just blanket across the board a mandate that if you are convicted in these
Exodus,
kangaroo courts of these certain crimes, that you will be hung to death within 90 days of your conviction.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
CNN crew assaulted by the IDF. If we didn't need one more story to kind of prove why Israel is just kind of going for it, and we don't need to ever feel like... This is why also, like, the anti-Semites that have been doing, the other disingenuous shit... you kind of helped them, by the way.
And put E4.
You actually ran protection for them because now they can point to you and just be like, see?
Up on the screen, we've got a little bit of
Thorns Dutchy. What up?
Polling here about the support for the war, which continues to be extremely high. Very different political
I think I've seen you in chat for quite some time. How are you?
In Israel for the war with Iran. Then here you still have 78% of Jewish Israelis who support continuing the war. Now that is down from the 93%
Pupper treat time. Hell yeah.
who supported it a month ago. I guess you have some small percentage that are getting tired of living in bomb shelters. But, you still have overwhelming support.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, what they call Arab Israelis, which are Palestinians who live in Israel, 19% support the war. I guess originally it was about 26%. So you can see the way the society is completely divided here. We also wanted to get to this incident that unfolded with CNN's Jeremy Diamond and his team on the ground. So his photojournalist was actually assaulted by IDF soldiers.
Right.
And then Jeremy was able to speak to these IDF soldiers.
Sorry, guys, my cat is still under moratorium from yesterday. He ate an entire bag of greenies.
And asked them basically, like, what are you doing?
And they are the catnip greenies.
And their responses were incredibly, incredibly revealing about the way that the settlement movement works and the way that they are supported by the
again, dude, thank you so much.
IDF and by the state, and the way this whole thing is designed. Let's go ahead and take a listen. This is E6 to that.
Producer Abir Salman identifies us as journalists before translating the soldiers' commands.
Sit down, sit down, sit down.
So the soldiers just immediately came up and started pointing their weapons directly at us, telling everyone to sit down immediately. Obviously, we're not posing any threat here.
The commander comes straight for our camera, and within seconds...
Leave the cat alone.
A soldier has just put photojournalist Cyril Theophilus in a chokehold, forcing him to the ground.
Don't touch him like that. Don't touch him like that. Give me my phone.
The soldier who assaulted Theophilus continues to demand he turn off his camera before another smacks my phone.
Yeah, they are not escaping their fucking any of this anymore. Like, guys, I'm glad that we're all watching this together so we can all just see, like, yeah.
So as you
again, like, call Nazis when we see them. This is Nazi shit.
You can see what we have seen happen in the last 24 hours is that settlers came to this area.
And like I said, I think it was a psyop to make it lose its power.
Yeah. They settled that
to have
hilltop.
everybody calling
Now you have
everything
a lot
fucking
of soldiers coming to this area with the
Nazi
Palestinians
shit.
in this area.
Hey, Rebecca.
They're on top of the home of
You
Imad,
are
the
back.
man that we were just speaking to.
Thank you.
We're seeing the soldiers treat the Palestinians in the area as the threat.
Sorry,
when really
this story's a little heavy, so it kind of hit me. Where I
started
was
this
like,
problem
"Ooh."
was obviously the settlers who came in the middle of the night and took over land that's not theirs.
The Palestinians here are detained and questioned. Soldiers detain us too and walk us back to our vehicle.
No, you're missing the point here. It's not that it's just the death penalty. It's the death penalty for specifically Palestinians. This does not apply to Israelis. That's the fucking problem.
Say they're trying to establish order between settlers and Palestinians.
So then let's put the next piece up on the screen, and this is a VO. I'll read you what happens here. This is an exchange between Jeremy and one of the soldiers who is, so they're having this interaction. And Jeremy says they don't have permission to be here, even under Israeli law. He's talking about the illegal settler outpost. He says even under Israeli law, this is not a legal settlement. This is one of these outposts that they strike up. The soldier says, but it will be a legal settlement. It will be. Jeremy says, how do you know this? Slowly, slowly, thanks to your help, right? Jeremy says, of course, I help my people, says this IDF soldier. He goes on to talk about how the reason that they're doing what they're doing and helping these settlers is because of, quote unquote, revenge.
Well, CNN, I hope that you get the fact that you are 100% kind of condoning this if you don't fucking, like, I wonder how they reported on that.
Because of one of the settlers who was killed in some sort of a car incident. The details are very murky. But in any case, they explicitly say that they are doing what they're doing because they are seeking revenge. And, this is something that Jasper Nathaniel has talked to us about. So you have these sort of designated, quote unquote, by
That's a fucking hard ban for my channel right now.
Israeli law, legal settlements.
Get fucked, bootlicker.
They're illegal.
Nazi motherfucker.
Under international
Seriously. Watching this shit.
Law, but Israeli law.
I have zero tolerance for it anymore.
Says
like that shit I got zero tolerance for.
These, settlements, okay, these are officially sanctioned. And then what settlers will do is they'll create these outposts. They'll just go in and steal Palestinian land and set up a tent, put a car there.
Last fucking comment on my channel.
And then gradually those outposts, which are illegal, again, even under Israeli law, let alone under international law, those...
No, this is my favorite part. Seeing just how bad people on the internet, respond to this stuff. This is actually good. I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see some people, saying it in chat, because we need the realization that, there's some really fucking shitty people out there. This is why I always get into the arguments I do, that not everybody is born good.
settlements will grow, and then eventually the state will come in and say, okay, it's legal now. And so that's what the soldier is talking about there. He says, well, it's illegal now, but it's going to be legal in the future. And Jeremy says, oh, with your help? And he's like, yeah, of course, I help my people. I mean, it just shows you exactly what's going on.
What's really crazy about this is that I don't really know why. I don't pretend to understand like the Zionist community in the US, but every once in a while they just like pay attention. And so, you know, that pogrom that we covered a few weeks ago, for some reason they were all like, wow, Bibi really needs to do something about this. With this one, though, it's pretty clear. They just messed up. They messed with the wrong journalist. They happened to mess with United States citizen from CNN. That's it. By the way, does anybody remember? They just murdered those two guys in Lebanon, and they photoshopped his body onto a Hezbollah military uniform. They even admitted it. They're like, yeah, we photoshopped it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these people, they don't care whatsoever. It's basically in their
Maximus, even talking about this.
In their IDF response, they're like, we have instituted, we've called back the entire reservist brigade, and we are going to retrain them.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, this behavior's been happening this whole time. The same brigade is responsible. Didn't they kill a citizen, a U.S. citizen? I believe they're responsible, at least, in some way, not to mention, you know, for all of their behavior. This is part and parcel, I think, for what they are. It also, I think, demonstrates the serious problems for the IDF, which the IDF chief even warned about. They're stretched to the brink. They've got these like reservist 19-year-olds.
As
you know,
always,
5 of them got killed
America's
yesterday
involved in that.
in Lebanon. So that's a real disaster, I think.
I am not my
for a
country.
society which is not
TJX,
very big.
what up, dude?
And then they're stretched all across
Peacock
the
Q,
brink.
thank
and
you
then
for the
probably just
sub.
got
I appreciate
the
that, man.
same-
Oh, by the way, thank you everybody who has subscribed today. We have officially hit the milestone that I was looking to hit. We have hit 2700 here.
Phenomenon of
I know.
putting people in various different places.
that have millions and millions, but every sub goes a
site this same culture
is
where you
appreciated
encourage this
here.
with Gaza. This is what it creates.
So this particular battalion
Once I hit 50,000, then I'll start forgetting about all you.
is called the Netza Yehuda 97th Battalion, and it's an ultra-Orthodox Israeli military unit, and has come under scrutiny before.
How you
In
doing,
fact, the Biden administration
Hope you had a good day.
considered sanctioning them because
by the way, Twitch gave me some false hope. It said you were live, but then you weren't live. What's up with that?
they, have done all sorts of wild things in the past as
That's
well.
weird. I'm gonna try
I don't
and
want to
check out
make
your
it sound
stream,
like they're out of line with
between
official
my
government policy. They're
propaganda
not,
and
but
this.
they are a bit of an outlier in terms of their aggressive tactics and I guess how brazen they are about it. And so this is, this ultra-Orthodox unit that's set up to basically, comes from a bunch of the settlers and set up because, they have religious restrictions on men and women serving together, et cetera. So that's what this particular battalion is. And worth noting that the Biden administration considered sanctioning
Technically, we kind of
them, but
we're 2 away from the goal. I don't understand why the goal's not updated.
didn't. And apparently Tony Blinken himself intervened and convinced them like, no,
Sorry,
the
guys.
Israelis will handle it. They're on it. Most moral army in the universe, blah, blah, blah. And so now they're doing this PR thing of pulling them from the field and sending them for quote unquote retraining, as you said. I mean, it reminds a little bit of like, the ICE rampaging. Like the training was really not the issue. The problem was the mission that they were set on. The problem was what leadership wanted them to do. That's the problem here as well, where it's not just this battalion, it's the IDF in general is there by and large to protect settlers and help push forward the settlement movement. And they understand that to be the mission. They understand that to be
The goal
what
says
they're
0.
doing.
Yeah, that's not right. That's definitely not right.
A force for the Israeli government's project of continually expanding settlements.
I mean,
and
it
stealing
should literally at least say the 1, but there's been 3 super chats that should have gone to that.
Palestinian land. So Jeremy actually, to his credit, who I think, handled this all very admirably. He spoke to this in response to the Israelis saying, oh, we're so sorry, and we're going to pull them, we're going to retrain them, et cetera. Let's take a listen to E8.
The Israeli military that if you've been conditioned to think that the media is the bad guy, then honestly, you have no hope. Because when something happens to you and there's no coverage of it, you set the conditions. You were the one who was just like, nobody should trust the media. And then when, again, say your town gets devastated by tornadoes. Fake news. Tornadoes don't, you know what? It's climate change related. Fake news. You don't want to do that, by any means. Like, you guys need to fucking stop and realize that it's not fucking fake. Your media literacy is zero. You don't understand the laws that these fucking newscasters have to abide by in order to even do their jobs. Defamation law is very real in America. Trust me. Like, I think that you guys have seen how much Trump likes to fucking use it. So I don't understand the amount of fucking dipshits that I see from both sides that just constantly say, but we can't trust the media. And it's the same thing with the assholes that are just like, oh, look at these ghouls that are always there fucking trying to get their reports.
Indeed taken.
Now, sometimes the media can be fucking pretty egregious. Sometimes the fucking paparazzi can suck. But realistically, you shouldn't want all of it to just stop. Because I'll tell you what, once it does, that's when the true oppression starts happening there.
What appears to be unprecedented action.
Keep cheering it on. Keep cheering on your own opposition.
In the result of this, both in...
Nobody gives a shit about liberal or fucking conservative with this one, you dumb fuck.
Speed and...
This is an American thing. This is something that, honestly, you should... Like, it's part of our freedom of speech. But, you know... Whatever. Believe whatever you're going to believe.
In scope, with the Israeli...
Obviously, you know better.
The military's chief of staff suspended...
You can see it all, you know? You guys, what are you, God? Do you have an all-seeing eye?
The entire battalion from operations in the West Bank, sending them back for training. All of that happening within 48 hours of our report.
You arrest me for having a meal, a succulent Chinese meal.
Report airing. In addition...
Gentlemen... This is Democracy Manifest.
Meir, that's...
Get your hands off my penis!
Soldier that you saw speaking about revenge, about helping illegal settler outposts become legal. He has been dismissed from the Israeli military altogether. The soldier who assaulted my cameraman, Cyril Theophilus, he is under investigation now by Israel's military police. We will follow, of course, the results of that investigation. But I do think it's important to note that the swiftness and the scale of this response is only really happening in large part because of who we are, because we are journalists working for an American news network. We have seen incidents similar to this before involving Palestinian journalists where there is no accountability. We have also continued to watch as settler violence in the West Bank has continued to increase at a dramatic pace. And on that count as well, we have not yet heard a sufficient response from the Israeli military about what they are going to do to counter that growing settler violence against Palestinians. And that is also an issue that we will continue to cover extensively.
Yeah, and really appreciate him highlighting the fact that, yeah, if this was a Palestinian journalist, they wouldn't have done anything whatsoever. If anything, they would have arrested or criminalized Palestinian journalists. And that's the flip side of the conversation we were having earlier about how Palestinians are put through this military, quote-unquote, military court system where they're all convicted with almost no exception. And then on the flip side of that is when settlers steal land, brutalize Palestinians, even murder Palestinians, they almost never face any sort of criminal conviction or accountability, which is what makes it even more remarkable that Ben-Gvir is actually a convicted terrorist even within Israel. That shows you what an absolute maniac and racist monster that guy is.
Everybody go and follow Jeremy, because don't forget who's about to buy CNN. And so I wouldn't be so sure that David Ellison and crew are going to allow any reports like that anytime soon. The preview of The Real Future was last night when Jake Tapper spent 8 minutes on a segment.
You're saying I lost the plot, then I don't think that you get what
about
you're even here for, man.
Hassan Piker's anti-Semitism.
What do you think my fucking politics are?
Oh my God.
What a fucking joke.
And one of the guys,
Since you're a snowy man.
Guys that he had on his panel about bigotry too
in the night.
was out all day defending the racist.
No, I know that.
The racist law
Mr. Bumpy over here.
Mandating that Palestinians be mass murdered through this new system. I mean, it's just
8
insane.
minutes. Do you know how long eternity 8 minutes is on cable television? So 44 minutes in a 1 hour show. I'm just going to dedicate 8 minutes to this.
Yeah.
First of all, you could have done a segment on the Israeli thing. Even that, I mean, if I had 44 minutes, I think our first block today was 38 minutes. I can guarantee you that's not what I'm talking about. And yeah, I'm still gobsmacked.
No one said that I like Nick Fuentes.
By the entire.
I just said that you know nothing about my content. Are you retarded? Bro.
Thing. Look, Hassan and I have our differences, but for fuck's sake, I mean, can we take this thing like a little bit seriously?
Yeah.
So crazy.
Yeah, that same dude too, by the way, was one of the ones who was like attacking Miss Rachel as being anti-Semitic for standing up for kids in Gaza. That's who they brought on for this panel about bigotry, where he instantly said that every Jew in the world is associated with Israel and, you know, loves that. I mean, which was actually anti-Semitic and offered on that panel.
It's really funny.
Anyway.
You come for some people, and it's just like, for me, like, when you come for Miss Rachel, like, I'm ready to go. Like, I'm ready to fight as hard as I can. I can't deal with these people.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your...
I'll be honest, here, hitting that like, I'm already subbed. You guys should also do the same because it's very cool of you to do that anytime that you see something that you enjoyed. I think you need to cut your hair and find a Jew. I got a job, and also, I don't know what your obsession with me cutting my hair is, so... Fucking weird. Honestly, it's weird. When people, like, hyperfixate on my appearance, it's just like, okay. Why? Do you need me to have short hair so you can jerk off properly? Like, I know I made that joke a little bit earlier, but it seems to be a thing. Why are you typing in your zip code? What the hell's with that? Shit. Okay, give me 1 sec. Ooh. All right. Yes, the chosen people were not chosen to write. I don't know. Chosen people. There are no chosen people. I think that everything... I think that anybody that, like, thinks that they are, like, chosen, you guys are fucking delusional. All right. Let's do it. Oh, damn, the nightmare almost happened. I just caught myself. I was about to walk down the stairs. Excuse me. Oh, wow, good one. Very good one. Oh, yeah. I almost, I almost bent my ankle the wrong way, and I was holding my my banger, and I was just holding my banger. Yeah, to people that don't know what I'm talking about. Glass water pipe. It's all propaganda. Everyone has a bias. Yes, I admit my bias. I try to... This is always what kind of pisses me off about people that come to my show a little late, and they assume that they know what's going on here. Dude, I try to go through the news with a little bit of comedy and also just fucking, you know, applying my biases, but also trying to remove myself from some of this and try to see it from different angles. But whatever, man. You know better. Flour. I do flour. I save the dabberoonies for when I go to bed. 'Cause, yeah, I used to do the, I have like a nice little rig, but I'll admit it, I was getting a little too messed up when I was doing that, and didn't make for great shows. So, you know, I gotta kind of keep it, like, if I can keep it to like 24%, then we're good. Anything higher than that tends to take me a little bit out of what I'm doing, so... When you grab and turn and observe. Oh yeah, no, I would have. That's what would have happened. But I was at the top of my stairs, so I would have literally just fallen and possibly broken my neck had I done that. So confirmation bias is real, and this is a good example. How is that? What exactly is the confirmation bias here? What am I trying to confirm with my biases? Like what the fuck are you talking about? You drink beers? Oh, well, I don't mind that. I also appreciate having, you know, like having a brew or two. But I hope it's just no. The snowy dude is just like, oh, I know better. I know better. I'm way better. I'm better than everybody. I walk around and I see it for what it is. I broke through the matrix. I don't see propaganda. I only hear. Like, he doesn't even understand that technically he gets confirmation bias just based in like some of the information that he finds to be like true. Cheers. No, nice. I actually have been dabbling in the non-alcoholic myself. I don't mind them. Like, they're actually pretty good. I don't know what happened, but they moved on from the O'Douls. You guys remember O'Douls? Like, how is anyone supposed to take you seriously when you just say propaganda? Yeah, right. I don't know. But either way, man. Okay, so we're in the fun half now. Shit, I just realized that I gotta do this. Oh man, I'm dumb. I didn't realize that I have to go to the actual. Okay. I will send this off in just a minute. I learned some history, but I appreciate it. But the biggest issue is until Netanyahu came in, they were getting along. Yeah. Yes. No, it's almost like he admitted that this was his plan for, 40 plus years. He was the one planning this for 40 plus years. It's, again, dude, how many people are just like, Iran was our enemy for 40 years. We were at war for 40. What? No, we weren't. By any standards. No, we weren't. But whatever, man. 5 minutes. Okay, cool. Damn, you know what? I really gotta pee. So here's what we're gonna do. I am a bit of my protest video just as a placeholder. And then I'm going to bring on a special guest for a little bit so we can hang out. $10. Eat no more propaganda. Thank you for the $10, Isaac. Hey, propaganda is
Isaac Newton 98.
My exclusive show on this space, which if you guys do not know, is a working class collaborative. I'm actually about to have another collaborator on my show. But yeah, here guys, follow this space. Where's my this space? This space. Where's this space? Where is it? Oh, what the fuck? I actually can't find it. Oh no, I don't have one. That's weird. Here. This. Oh, space. Honestly, guys, you should check it out because it's cool. It's kind of a way like, hate to say it, like a TYT where it's just it's not a 24-hour. It's like a 8-hour, like 6 to 8 hour a day thing where each hour has a new programming block. Very cable-esque, if you will. But yeah, definitely check that out. And then yes, here, let me play this quick little protest thing from my time there. I gotta run up and pee, and then I'm gonna bring on my guest. Where are you? Wait, are you serious? No! Oh, damn it! It didn't save. Fuck. Okay, I put together like a little B-roll of my protest footage here. I don't know. It's a protest, but yeah, no visible. This is about visibility, not disruption. Yeah, exactly. I'll be right back. Oh. Yeah, this is. All right, I wonder if I can get across to the other side and not lose service like I did last year. Because I was at this same spot, pretty much. Oh, no, it was the same spot. Oh, dude, check out this. It's like at the bottom of a dam. Here. We're going to take a little break here for a second just to admire. Look at this. I mean, honestly, it's kind of serene. Minus the, you know, Victoria right there, but whatever. Former resident of DuPage County, now living in Australia. I rather like our King Charles, but not yours. Wow, beautiful. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. It is actually really pretty. Oh. That was fun. Let's see. Yes, if you guys did not know, this is my protest. I was at, well, my protest. It's my, the fuck? There we go. Sorry, I was getting the link. It was a suburb in Chicago, near where I grew up, but also I was put up for the weekend. Come on, what the fuck? Why is this not? Whatever, I guess I'm getting one upload. It's not a loaded question. I'm a free speech absolutist. Easy as that. Do you believe in it or not? I don't even know what you're talking about. Do you all believe in free speech? Yes. There are limits to your free speech, though. I mean, by law. So. Where are we going? There we go. All right. Let me bring a... Cool. All right. Boom. Let's get this going. I'll do this real quick. There we go. Chat is a little too large. There we go. Give me a second. All right. Oh, shit. I need headphones for this. Second. All right. Let's bring on my guest. A little chat. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How's it going, man? Welcome to the stream.
It's going good.
Everybody, welcome Dieter McBusiness,
real good. Yeah,
otherwise known as
thank
the
you for...
American Wasp. He is a video essayist on YouTube. If you, oh, there he goes. Awesome. I was just about to say, do your plug. And also a fellow contributor on this space. He's actually my lead-in on Wednesdays with Alex, the Devil's Advocate. So what's up, Dieter? Happy birthday.
Yeah, man. It's good to have me back. I appreciate that very much. Today is, as you know, Transgender Awareness Day.
Mm-hmm.
But long before it was Transgender Awareness Day, it was my birthday. And I don't know, something that's special about me is I was born in a snowstorm. And as ancient religions say, people who are born in storms usually have magical powers as that develop over the course of their life. So I feel like one of my magical powers is to get the left to toughen the fuck up and get a little smarter about winning elections, because I'm a little frustrated with the softness of the progressive left at the current moment.
I know that you brought up like sports and stuff like that, but
yeah,
I mean, because I actually do appreciate your take on that, because I kind of agree. I think that actually I was talking about DSA and how they're very much the classic hippies, where the first time that I went to a meeting, they wanted to focus on things kind of outside, like microaggressions. Like they actually said the word microaggression, and it's kind of like, oh, okay, and how we want to avoid them like at the meeting. I'm just like, and then all we talked about was just how to grow without growing, because it seems so steeped in just going to, certain stations, literature. They love their literature.
They love their literature.
But they do not really produce any good candidates, like as far as getting behind a candidate, like the fact that they didn't even back Kat Abu Ghazaleh, who is... Well,
they didn't power broker. I want to talk... Yeah, we should just talk about this, I guess, up front, because you know more about the race than I do. Mm-hmm. But look, from an outsider's perspective, it looks... This is my current issue with the DSA and the progressive left in general. Of course, we have problems with power because in our lifetime, we've never had power. So what's pretty frustrating about the Kat situation is that is a classic, traditional, typical power brokering situation. Now, I know that they couldn't have, according to you, actually dropped out. No. Technically, they couldn't have gotten their name off of the ballot.
Like, they just couldn't have.
But they could have said, don't vote for me, vote for Kat instead, because she's got a real chance at winning.
Well, there could have been, or there could have been silly when you think about it, like in the context of how much they've already invested, how, like, what they've had to go through to get on, like, their position. And also at the end of the day, it helps them in their futures. Kat, ironically, is the only one that's not really coming forward with any future plans. Bushra has already insinuated that she is going to be going for a state house position.
Great.
Mike Simmons is going to be maintaining his state house position, which
you think they'd be in, and you think they would be in a weaker position to pursue those offices had they not stayed in the race.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Especially
so
Bushra.
I think. Well, then I think there should have been some sort of effort made, and I think the institution that should have made it was the DSA.
Mm-hmm.
But do you know how, like, those deals work in that situation? Like, what would have been offered?
Not necessarily, no.
So what would have been offered if I were brokering the deal would have been, okay, Mike Simmons and Bushra, you guys get to work for Kat if she wins. You get to go and be on her staff. And that's
in the same vein, why isn't Kat doing
or
that
there's
for
another,
Dan?
or there are other favors that you can do. She could have supported, she could have helped campaign for Bushra's run for state house. Right. Like there's favors to be made. And I think this comes down to a lack of experience with the progressive left, not just simply not knowing what to do in these situations. And I know there are definitely, like, other traditions like the ones that you're talking about, where this is how you build a profile and this is how you become a player in the game. And if we want to go even deeper with the mistake that the DSA made was allowing this situation to happen in the first place, there should have been a consolidation before that deadline that you're talking about. All I know is that this was a missed opportunity. If they could have won.
I don't call it a missed opportunity, considering that a progressive technically did win. Like, Dan Biss may not be everybody's fucking cup of tea, but when it really comes down to it, he's not an AIPAC candidate as much as people want to make him out to be. He's not. He's just, it's a fact.
I know that. Isn't he a JPAC guy, though?
Yeah. Well, ish. Because again, he kind of like tried to distance himself from that even more. I'm really interested to see what he has to say about what happened today, today.
Well, he was the oldest candidate, right? Or he was the second oldest behind the AIPAC candidate.
Yeah, no, he's second oldest. He's like 40 something. I mean, honestly,
yeah. I mean, that's the other thing about me turning 42 today is, like, I don't really think anybody can fuck with me anymore. Like, I'm in my 40s. You can't play the fucking age card. Maybe if you're in your 30s, you can still kind of play it.
I mean,
but it's like, dude,
they don't know how old
I mean, yeah, but I think, what are you, like 38 or something?
39, yeah.
39. So yeah, I mean, look, if you were intellectually developed, so 14, 15, you're on your way to thinking for yourself when 9/11 happened, then, and you understood the magnitude of that event, or at least were thrown into that. Yeah. If you were thrown into 9/11 and that inspired you to understand America better, then you're part of the next generation of political talent that we need to lead. And that's why, like, so there's an interesting statistic I want to bring pride to the millennial generation and kind of encourage us to not necessarily be arrogant or entitled, but just be like, yeah, it is our turn. Yeah, it is our turn. You know, Bill Clinton was in his early 40s. JFK was in his early 40s when they took office. Why is no one in their early 40s other than AOC really being propped up for 2028? And why is it? And I'll tell you why. Because of money. Do you know how much wealth the baby boomers own in all of American wealth? Baby boomers are 62 and older.
It was something like 70-something%.
So it's 51% for just the boomers.
But Gen X is also included, right?
But then if you throw in the silent generation, then it gets to in the mid 60s.
That's what I thought.
Right?
Okay, yeah.
Then if you throw in Gen X, okay, so this is the crucial statistic. Gen X and older, that's 46 and older, okay? They control 91% of all wealth in America. 46 and older. So that leaves 9% for everybody who's 18 to 45.
Well, that explains our situation right now.
I mean, it explains everything. It's the resentment that we should be harboring rather than this racial resentment and this gender identity resentment and this, you know, even the class resentment. It's generational. They took all they could for themselves and left us holding a bag of shit. And the Gen Xers got in there and were able to establish some sort of foundation enough to buy a house and start a family and so forth. I mean, part of the reason why I'm not having kids is because they were just too goddamn expensive.
That is part of
it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, and I like to travel. My wife and I like to travel. So, you know, it can be a cramp on your lifestyle. If you have kids, you're always traveling at the peak travel times, you know, Christmas vacation and whatever, that kind of thing. But no, I mean, the affordability of having a kid is a serious concern. And the resentment now that I really think we're on a trail, like you and I, the progressive left, we're always ahead of it by about 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
And I've been ahead of it.
Fair.
I've been ahead of it on the generational resentment, on us shifting from racial resentment to xenophobic resentment, taking that resentment and putting it in the right place. I think this is the gateway to what I think could be the saving voting variable in our system that could do things like flip state houses so that we don't have to be as bipartisan on a state level as well as a national level, is the rural millennial, the pro-choice rural millennial, who looks at their parents and says, y'all fucked us over. And I'm not listening to anything you preached at me.
Yeah, but I kind of covered this a little bit about how like that our age group was so disenfranchised with politics at a pretty early stage where, you know, Bush and all that, we almost called it like the pro wrestling that it is, where we're just like, okay, yeah, they're all bought and paid for. It's all the same it's the uniparty. Like, you know, I'm not sure if we were calling it the uniparty, but like we were kind of on the way to just being like, there's like, they're all the same. Then Trump comes in and he almost did the thing where I think I might have said this to you, but he almost had me convinced where I'm like, maybe he is the guy that can like upend the system because he's an outsider. And that's what we all kind of theoretically were like, yeah, let's try this. That experiment failed. Because once the you know, the outsider is a fucking billionaire and, you know, also just kind of an idiot narcissist, I just kind of feel like that, you know, fell on its face. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it should ruin the opportunity for like an outsider on the left to kind of have.
So anti-establishment, yeah, you want an anti-establishment candidate, and a lot of people do. If you want to start with like criteria that you want in a candidate for 2026 and really for 2028, when the numbers are really going to come out, because presidential elections are always the 30% or more greater, usually more like 50% bigger vote turnout than midterms. number one on the criteria list is going to be anti-establishment, coming across as anti-establishment for sure. But I like Graham Plattner a lot, for example, and I like his campaign a lot. I like him a lot. Do I think he's executive branch material? No, I don't. I think we're going to have to probably eat it.
Though.
No, they don't. But people are hungry, looking for a viable alternative to Trump for 2028. And there's not a whole lot of great options out there.
There really isn't. No, because there's nobody that can rhetorically kind of match him. And like, it's not even about, doing the fucking the Trump tactics or anything like that, but realistically just kind of putting a little bit of caution to the wind, just kind of saying shit as it is, not being so nice all the fucking time. Like
I know. That's why I want to coach these people. I want to coach these people how to talk shit to the bully, because that's like, whenever you get lost in American politics, and I would say this I've said this to like foreigners before about how to understand American politics. Just think of the high school cafeteria and like high school culture. And, the Trumplicans are just the bullies. They're just the dumb jock bullies, and their time has come and gone. Now it's who is going to overtake the cafeteria? Who's going to overtake the school? Are the nerds finally going to get their chance? And maybe because it is now that I am in my 40s officially, I think it's going to take multiple presidents for us to get the real kind of big time change that we want. I don't think our hero is coming in 2028. I mean, look, like J.B. Pritzker is interesting. Wes Moore is interesting. I'm sure you've got more opinions about these people than I do.
I mean, Pritzker specifically, I mean, me and my wife have like the saying where it's like, he's a scumbag billionaire, but he's our scumbag billionaire.
Sure. But I mean, other than him being potentially Zionist, which we could maybe deal with.
That's kind of part of the problem between him, Gavin Newsom. It's just too many red flags with some of this shit, and just like there's going to be no change in policy with Israel at all. And it's like, dude, after everything that we keep seeing, at some point they have to understand the poison pill that is going to be. Like
yes.
The fact that AIPAC is such a dirty word in politics right now.
Yes.
No,
I mean, whoever. Honestly, the front runner, whoever wants to be the front runner right now, would just step up and say, if I were president, I would cut off money and weapons from Israel for 100 years. That would be my first act as president of the United States. And that would get attention. Like, that's the other thing that I think a lot of lefties don't know how to do, is to play the media game and be a little provocative and be a little in your face with the policy that would be proposed,
Well, that's where people thought Newsom, if he could translate his Twitter beef bullshit, into
but
it's
actual,
a one
right. What would you replace Trump with? See, that's the thing, is it's a 1-2 punch where you got to knock the bully on his ass for starters, but that's with and that's with one hand, and with the other hand, you got to replace it with something. And that's where the real criticism of liberals comes in, is what are you replacing it with? Because if you're going to replace it with more Obama economic policy and Biden economic policy, that's not good enough.
Yeah.
That's the second. That's, again, we're ahead of the curve by 2 or 3 years, right? People aren't going to start to think like that.
That's where you can
for
use
another 2
MAGA's
years.
fuckery against them, because now people are conditioned to accept a certain amount of just what's the word I'm looking for? Just
indiscretion.
No, just every day is like a fucking event. You know what I mean? So I know that there's an appetite for people to kind of not have that, but there is also the appetite for people to be like, no, we don't necessarily mind that as long as it's going well for them. Like if Trump was actually doing a good job, that is kind of where it's just like, oh, whatever. But with somebody on the left, like, let's see, because even Zoran's not getting by on everything, like he's not pure enough for some leftists, and now he's also failing everybody, according to the right. He's not filling the potholes quick enough, blah blah. Like it's
Everyone's always going to have something to complain about, especially with the new guy.
Of course.
And he's got guts. I think he's the only thing I wish he hadn't done was meddle with the Jeffries challenger and get the DSA. And he showed up at a DSA meeting and influenced a vote there to get rid of to not endorse the challenger to Jeffries. And like Jeffries has got to go, man. Like that whole generation. Talk about a generation that needs to put out to pasture. Like Jim Clyburn. You want to know about like I hate the term identity politics, but it's still such a part of the establishment left, where you got a guy like Jim Clyburn who is as dirty as they come and takes all kinds of corporate PAC money. And he's staying at like the ripe old age of like 86 or something. He's staying in Congress because he wants to see the first black Speaker of the House. Rather than like set up someone younger for success, rather than turn the page on his career on his terms and like anoint a successor, even though I think that someone shouldn't do that. But if you're this kind of politician, which is a narcissistic one, then, fine. You want to be in charge of who replaces you, then that's fine. But like do it in a timely way. Now it's all just going to be resentment. It's all just going to be like Jim Clyburn just hung on for dear life.
Well, I mean that's a lot of these people are doing that. That's actually why I'm kind of glad that Jan, she didn't. Like, I got to give her that credit even. Like, she had a pretty solid voting record as it was. So, like, as far as being a, like, career politician that was in my district, she actually did well. And she also left when she should have.
Right. Exactly.
But that's where,
we need more of that. But that's very rare.
Yeah, but
And
that's
it's not
also
a
where we need
coincidence that there's
more effective people. Like, this is where I'm going to just argue that Kat, as much as like people got behind her, and even I got behind her, like I said, like I voted for her, my wife voted for her, but there was just too much, not focusing on the local shit. Like I beat that dead horse so fucking hard, but then I also fairly pointed out that she didn't really have a plan post her losing. That's where I think her being a consultant with Daniel Biss is almost like that's a logical progression for her, where she should kind of try to pivot him left, and also he should try to like coalesce her base. Like now we are like this. It's the reality we live in. But instead, literally she just shows up in Minnesota, which that was weird. We were expecting her in like the Chicago protests at Grant Park. But I guess she doesn't want to face her, what would be her constituency. And that's what bothers me. I'll be completely fucking real. The fact that she carpetbagged the district, and that wasn't ever brought up. The fact that, honestly, she had no business even being in the fucking race.
Yeah. It's fair. It's a fair criticism.
It's like she wasn't owed that position at all. She didn't
She's
do
not
enough
from
to
there,
to actually show up to campaign.
And she
events.
just lived there. If she had lived there for like 10 years or even 5 years,
she would have had more people that would have come out and just based on name recognition showed up to the polls and fucking voted for her, just like Daniel Biss. Daniel Biss has literally been on the ballot, I think, 2 fucking times now. And like just in general, he has been around, people of Evanston, even before he became mayor. Like they knew, like you saw the guy. Like there's a good chance that you'll just see him at any fucking restaurant.
Right.
And that does matter. And like, this
I think
election actually fucking proved it. There's a few people that were really getting on my case about that, where they're just like, oh my God, like, why do you care so much about this? It's like, because she doesn't understand the community, and that's important.
Well, no one can fuck with your ethos on this because you live in the district. So I don't think anybody should really be challenging you unless they are also from the district or from that general area.
They're not from LA.
Yeah. I mean, if someone were from near you and had an opinion about it, maybe I'd find it valuable. But it seems, look, Kat is just young. Okay. She's young. Yeah. And
bright
this was her first chance. She and this is a learning moment for her, for Simmons, and for Maliwala, whatever the fuck her name is. Bushra, she seems like a nice person. So I hope they all go on to have great careers. But yeah, the fact that Kat just kind of showed up and said, yeah, I'm running for Congress in this district, even though I've been here for 5 minutes.
And the thing is, even though she was the first one to register, Simmons was already prepping his campaign at that point. And that was kind of the thing where it was kind of like, no, technically, of all the people that kind of came in here and should have just dropped out, she should have been the first one. But no, again, because Mike Simmons' policies were very similar, very, very progressive. And honestly, like, he was very nuanced on the Israel issue and all of it.
What was Kat's educational background? Because I think if you're going to go from influencer to Congress, you better have something about
I don't know. I know she went to some private school in Texas that her school newspaper was quoted, and I don't know. I honestly don't know. I know that she worked for Media Matters for a while. The other thing that nobody really wanted to bring up to her as much, like in the national platform, I wanted to bring it up to her, was why she was so coy about who she was married or dating. Because that guy, like, it's obvious. It's like, okay, we get it. You actually, you don't have money. Your boyfriend does, or your husband does, or whoever the fuck he is to you.
Partner.
Like, because that was that partner, but that was the other thing. Like, nobody could even, like, nail that down. Not that it necessarily matters in the context of, like, the candidacy, but if you're going to sit, like, I know that Tom Powell Jr., right? He doesn't even live in the district. He actually lives, like, I think maybe like 45 minutes south of everything, but he's like a pretty big content creator from Chicago. He came out and just said it. He's like, no, the thing that really bothered me was the fact that she fucking LARPed as a poor. He's like, as somebody who grew up poor, don't you fucking dare.
Yeah,
it's like, I've had to skip meals. What'd you do?
Yeah.
Not get the apartment you want? Like,
yeah,
it's a little bothersome,
Yeah, that would piss me off if I grew up in hardship and then someone else who didn't claim that they did just to get a little bit more political fame.
Mm-hmm.
That would piss me off too. Similarly, if someone grew up in privilege or didn't grow up in privilege and said that they did.
Yeah, I'm right in between. I'm right in between. My dad, he owned a business, didn't really grow up wanting for much until 9/11 hit and his business started taking a massive dive, and all of a sudden it was like, oh, we're skipping meals, hamburger helper 4 nights in a row, eh?
Oh yeah, sure,
that type of stuff. And it was like, oh damn,
it never affected our food. I was lucky. I never had to worry about the food.
Well, my dad was also a single dad at that point, so it was kind of rough.
Yeah, it's a tough road.
So much, or he's just like,
yeah, exactly. They all know breakfast really well. You get breakfast for dinner a lot.
That's where I learned how to cook breakfast. And you know what? My wife actually says that. She's like, oh my god, I love your breakfasts. It's just like,
if men know how to cook anything, it's breakfast.
Fuck yeah.
Bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches. I make a dope. I do. They're called Ernie muffins where I'm from. Bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches.
Nice.
But the real gem recipe that I'll send to you at some point is my huevos rancheros, which is
man.
The secret is, instead of a corn tortilla or flour tortilla, you use a hard, crispy tostada as your base.
I love it. I'm already a tostada, bro. Like, I love toast. My chat knows I prefer tostada over a fucking taco. I have gotten made fun of for such things, but I don't care. That's an awesome idea. I like to make the eggy in a basket where I just cut out a little hole of some toast, a little bit of butter in the pan, and just fucking crack them eggs, and you just quick flip. You got yourself a good old meal. Got salt and pepper those eggs though. Like, come on now.
Yeah, I'm very particular about, like, my English muffins have to be Thomas's English muffins.
Yes, agree.
They have to be.
Totally
it
agree.
can't be any other brand. It has to be Thomas's.
I love that. It's kind of like the Jimmy Dean sausage links. I'm just like, I know there's probably better sausage out there. I don't care.
I don't care. I just want the same thing every time.
Links are fire.
Dude, we want, in the mornings, we want predictability.
Hell yeah, man.
I want to be able to manage the grease.
Oh, it's nothing better than when you're just like, I got some grease to make though. Let's go. Let's throw that bacon in. Ooh, see, I like to cook my bacon in the oven for 400 for 17 minutes with some tin foil. Got to crinkle the tin foil, get it all nice, and it's the Alton Brown method. I literally learned it stoned as fuck watching Alton Brown.
Alton Brown, that's awesome. He's a nerd. I like him.
Oh yeah,
he's a total nerd. Listen, man. My dinner's here, and the wife. The clock is ticking on my birthday. I only got 5 hours left. So thank you so much.
Happy birthday, man!
For
Thanks
having
coming
me.
On, man. It's
yeah, dude.
fun.
Let's do it again soon. And we have a ton more to discuss. It's not a coincidence that we got onto food because I'm fucking starving. But I'll send you that recipe for the huevos rancheros. And
please
until next time, thank you for having me. And I'll shoot my link in the chat one more time before I go, just in case people want to hop over and subscribe to me. Thanks, guys.
Get your plugs in. All right, later, dear.
All right, see you guys.
Bye. All right. That was fun. Always love an impromptu visit from some of my pals over in this space. All right, we're definitely not done. We got a lot more to go through, so that worked out perfectly. Let's see, because we got this, we got the AOC thing that I really want to get to. Okay, let's do this. Watch mode. Again, that's my No Kings protest stuff. All right, here we go. Let's go. Who's ready? Anna Kasparian versus AOC. Fight!
We'll lose a few subscribers. Don't care.
Don't care.
The truth is,
I've said that on this very channel.
The truth. And there just aren't enough people who are willing
salad and scrambled eggs
to tell the truth, even though
fucking Fraser.
It might come at a cost. And we need that right now. Over the weekend, AOC, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, responded to a post of mine on X. Now, I was responding to a post of hers, did not expect a response from her. She doesn't like to really converse with progressives or people on the left as much as you would think, unless they're 100% friendly and will give her softball interviews. In that case, she'll be friendly with you. But if you're going to challenge her, she hates you. So I did not expect her to respond to anything. Now, let me give you her original post, my response, and then how she responded. She wrote, today, the FBI and NYPD disrupted a plot by a member of a pro-Israel terrorist organization to assassinate Nordine Kiswani. This is a reprehensible act of political violence. There is no place for it in our city nor our country. I am thankful Ms. Kiswani is safe and the assailant is under arrest. So I responded, and admittedly, in a kind of bitchy way, you should vote.
Ooh, Mama Salty.
To send Israel more money for weapons with a winky face.
I miss it when she was Mama Salty.
Obviously, I'm being sarcastic.
Now she's Auntie Salty. Now she's Auntie Salty. There we go.
Sarcastic there. And what drove that response,
and not your favorite one,
is basically the fact that I'm sick of AOC being incredibly weak on things that she shouldn't be weak on, especially at a time when overwhelmingly,
bitch, you were on Tucker Carlson. Her take?
Democratic voters are against what Israel is doing, are against unconditional support toward Israel.
Doing the Tim the Toolman Taylor and Scooby-Doo on that one.
And that includes, by the way, funding military aid for Israel, whether it's offensive weapons or defensive weapons, because guess what? Money is fungible. And I think that, and I mean, I don't think, I know based on now multiple organizations, including organizations within Israel, that Israel carried out a genocide in Gaza. That continues, by the way. They're trying to do the same thing in southern Lebanon. They already noted that they're going to annex southern Lebanon, just take the land. They displaced 1.2 million Lebanese people. They won't be able to return to their homes. So they're committing these atrocities and war crimes. Why would you want to give them any money for anything? I don't want to fund their Iron Dome. The fact that they have that defensive capability emboldens the Israelis to carry out more war crimes without any fear of consequences, blowback, repercussions. Not a good thing. But nonetheless, you know, she did respond to me, and she demonstrated that she does have some Trump-like responses to members of the media who dare challenge her. So she wrote, "I never have. Feel free to continue lying publicly, though. Those checks don't cash themselves, and you aren't talented enough to be relevant with the truth." I don't know what that.
Dude, this means that AOC was a TYT viewer for a long time, and just she feels the same betrayal that we all do, where it's just like, oh, you guys used to be cool.
Last line means at all.
Burn.
You aren't talented enough to be relevant with the truth. So I guess she's
oh, that one pissed her off.
Asserting that I lied about her voting record, which if I found that I was wrong, that I was mistaken, for instance, because why would I lie about someone's voting record? Everyone can check your voting record, homegirl, everyone. So if I'm making a mistake, that's embarrassing, and I want to correct that mistake, but I didn't make a mistake. She lied. So let's get to the details here. In 2021, and this was actually a smaller offense, although it was a devastating sign of weakness. Back in 2021, when Israel had a sweet economic surplus and we were drowning in $28.4 trillion in debt, the House Republicans specifically, had proposed sending Israel an additional $1 billion for their Iron Dome system. And that was on top of the $3.8 billion we already send them every year. Why would we send them more money when A, they have an economic surplus? How about you pay for your own damn weapons and defense capabilities? We're in debt, they have a surplus, and they have the freaking audacity to ask us for an additional $1 billion, okay? So originally, AOC was on the right side. She was gonna vote no. And then, and you see it on video, by the way, Nancy Pelosi, mama bear. She has a conversation with AOC and pressures her to change her vote. And guess what? AOC changed her vote from no to present, effectively making her useless, totally useless. And then she cried about it. Here's
that is kind of fucked up.
Breaking Point's reporting on it at the time.
But that also kind of makes me think that the party, like, they literally said, "We will ruin you if you do not fucking at least vote present on this."
8 progressives plus Thomas Massie, a Republican. Yep. They voted against, even on the floor in the full vote, they voted against funding Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system. AOC originally voted against it, and then at the last minute changed her vote to vote present. And this is the scene that unfolded on the House floor. For those of you who are listening, what's gonna happen here is she walks out, she's clearly upset, she's wiping her eyes, and she later on confirms that she was in fact tearful and weeping on the floor of the House. Let's take a look at that.
Designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote nay on House Resolution 483 amendments. He votes nay.
For what purpose?
Yeah,
so she's wiping her eyes. She's being, I think that's Barbara Lee who's consoling her. She's clearly very visibly upset. And we're all going like, what the hell is going on here?
No one can force you to change your vote. You changed your vote because you got a little bit of pressure and you didn't like the pressure. You want to get along with your Democratic colleagues, so you changed your vote.
So she's not lying?
Effectively making your vote useless because you voted present. So look, the reason why—
Usually I would argue against like what Anna's doing here, but this does actually matter.
I'm so tough on AOC is because of the whole reason why she was elected in the first place. The whole reason why she challenged a Democratic incumbent, a corporate Democrat. The idea was to transform the Democratic Party. No more, oh, we gotta pick the lesser of two evils. We want a party that represents us. And in order to do that, you need, challengers to the current incumbents who have been captured by moneyed interests. Now, AOC is not captured by moneyed interests, as far as I can tell. She hasn't taken AIPAC money.
It's not about the moneyed interest. It's literally about the party telling her that she wouldn't like. I got this feeling, man, that they told her like something that could have ruined her.
She just wants to go along to get along, I guess. I don't know, but
dude, come on. Why be that unfair? That's fucked up. Like, bro.
The opposite of what you got elected to do.
All right, she got to fucking do her bias part here, I guess.
I love your fiery speeches. They're great. They don't do anything, though. When push comes to shove and you have an opportunity to show us that you're going to do something with your vote, in the very least, to cave to the likes of freaking Nancy Pelosi shows a devastating level of weakness. So that was a big red flag.
Oh, yeah.
And embarrassing, to be quite honest with you. Okay.
To hit my age, this is the stuff that starts really getting you, where you're just like, oh, that's sort. Oh, that feels good.
She didn't vote yes in sending weapons to Israel or funding weapons to Israel in that case.
Oh, excuse me.
But she caved to pressure and voted present, okay? And then last year, and this is what really frustrated me, she voted against then Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment to cut military aid to Israel. Now again, it was, but it was defensive military aid. I don't care. Again, money is fungible, and if you call Israel an apartheid state, which she has in the past, why would you give any support to an apartheid state? Now look, I used to be wrong on this issue myself because I was just wrong. And I'm happy to admit I was wrong. There was a point in time where I was totally okay with funding defensive capabilities. No more, because I realized when you do that.
Yeah, I'm right there with her. I will admit that.
When they have these
no more Iron Dome
superior defensive capabilities.
No, because it would, like, we've seen like literally the nanner boo boo attitude, and then it's like then they go out and bully. Like, they really are the worst.
And they can carry out,
like, we've all known somebody like this where like they I'm sure it was around elementary school,
atrocities, genocide without any fear.
Little brat that fucking bullies people. Nobody likes him, but they also do that nanner boo boo like bullshit
of blowback. Well, then they're going to carry out. They're going to be emboldened.
And then they also, like, for some reason, have a great relationship with the teacher. So they, they always cry back to the teacher, teacher, they hit me.
Then to carry out those war crimes and those atrocities. And that's what's been happening. The other thing is money is fungible. So if they're genuinely taking money from us to fund the Iron Dome, well, that frees up money to buy other weapons, doesn't it? To continue committing the atrocities. So I changed my mind on the issue when I was presented with really good arguments.
Yeah, the Chihuahua with the big dog brother. Yep.
Arguments.
Yeah.
And that's okay. It is okay to change your mind. It's okay to admit you're wrong. In fact, if she had done that, I would respect her like crazy, because it shows, no, this is a person who wants to get to the bottom of things. She cares about what's right, even if it means admitting she was wrong previously. But that's not what happened here. I'm the untalented one. She's the super talented one who cried on the House floor and then a few years later voted no on an amendment that would cut $500 million from Israel's military aid. So let's take a look at this video, because here's Marjorie Taylor Greene explaining what her amendment would have done.
The American people are $37 trillion in debt. So this is money that is being spent that they already don't have. My amendment would strike $500 million in funding for nuclear-armed Israel's missile defense system. And it's important to phrase it that way. Israel is a nuclear-armed nation, which is very capable of defending themselves, and they have been proving that so as we've watched on the world stage.
The fact that she quit is kind of crazy, guys. I was gonna say.
She voted against it. So not only did AOC vote against that amendment.
Are you really gonna do this thing where you're gonna put Marjorie Taylor Greene on the fucking high ground for AOC for a bullshit vote when Marjorie Taylor Greene voted on so much more that was so much worse? Come on, Anna. This is kind of picking and choosing.
She pretty vociferously defended her vote. So to tell me I've never voted to send money for Israel's military aid, like, to tell me that is insane.
Well, she didn't. I mean, factually, she didn't. Just like, I'm gonna say it, she voted present. Therefore, she didn't actually vote for the conditions of, like, no. What you see what you did there? You see what you did? You were actually kind of disingenuous at the beginning.
You've never voted yes on a bill to send money. Well, actually, she has. I mean, she's totally in favor of sending defense capabilities to Israel. That's military aid. That again emboldens them to carry out atrocities without any fear of blowback. See, blowback is a deterrent. There's something valuable about fearing blowback. Fearing that your military activity is going to lead to a response that could get your people killed. You're gonna maybe rethink carrying out those military operations, no? But AOC decided to embolden them. She was very loud about defending her vote. Here's one example. This is Middle East Eye at the time, reporting about how she defended herself. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez defends decision to support military aid for Israel. The New York lawmaker has faced a deluge of
next she's gonna trot out Tucker.
For backing funding for Israel's Iron Dome defense system for a second time. So she has voted yes in the past to provide, funding for the Iron Dome. And then in this case, she voted against a bill that would cut the funding to the tune of $500 million. Later at the Munich Security Conference that happened this year, she told Haaretz, quote, I think that personally the idea of completely unconditional aid, no matter what one does not make sense. I think it enabled a genocide in Gaza. And I think that we have thousands of women and children dead. That was completely avoidable. It was completely avoidable, I agree.
The executive.
So wait, well, why did you vote no on the amendment again? I don't get it. And more importantly, why did you lie to everybody and pretend like you never did?
All right, folks. No, I don't think Anna's being fair. I think she's trying to
When
win.
you vote no on an amendment that cuts military aid.
Well, I hope Anna gets exactly what she wants out of this, and then everybody takes her side and abandons AOC, and I don't know, AOC loses her seat. We have Chuck Schumer. Like you do. I don't think that her foresight is very good on this, and yeah, I think she's just being an asshole.
To Israel, that means you are in favor of sending military aid to Israel.
You know what? I literally have like no care at all. Because there were other people that, you know what? Fuck it. They could have also, they could have shifted their votes on the shit.
About 8 months prior to her vote.
I don't know. I don't care. I'm gonna just be like, she abstained. She didn't even vote yes. This is a big nothing fucking burger. And honestly, this is kind of Anna just
on Marjorie Taylor
being a bitch.
Greene's amendment.
I'm sorry.
This is on November 20th, 2024.
She admitted
it. She voted in favor of House Resolution 1449, which endorsed the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, meaning that Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez supports the idea that criticism of Israel is the equivalent of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, it's subjectively pretty fucking stupid.
So the framing over this entire incident was really interesting. Over at Mediaite, here's how they framed it. AOC drops the hammer on fellow progressive. I'm not a progressive. You aren't talented enough to be relevant with the truth. And when I say I'm not a progressive, I reject any and all labels. I don't want to be part of any tribe. I want to stick to the truth. And you just can't do that when you're in a tribe, okay? You just can't. Because the second you deviate, people jump down your throat, and I don't want to go through that again. I want to be my own person. I want to think for myself. I'm not part of any tribe. It's that simple. It's easy. If you listen to what I support and what I say, you can deduce, what are Anna's political leanings? But anyway, so.
Do you even know?
Already Alex Griffin headline is wrong, but okay. And then in it, Mediaite's worker Alex Griffin decided to outsource his research to Grok. Ex-users asked Grok to fact-check Kasparian and Ocasio-Cortez's rival claims about the New York Congresswoman's voting record.
Yeah, because she didn't, Anna. Oh my God.
Quote, no.
Oh my God. Anna, dude, this ain't the fucking dunk that she thought it was. Holy shit.
No, Representative.
She's kind of fucking making herself look real bad.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has never voted to approve weapon sales or major military aid packages to Israel, Grok replied. Oh, well, then I guess it's settled. I guess Grok is correct. And this writer over at Media. I shouldn't, scratch the surface even a little bit to figure out what the truth is. But obviously, I just shared with you her legislative activity.
Now she's digging her own grave.
Which makes it clear that she supported sending military aid to Israel.
The thing is, dude, this could tank TYT because, again, who the fuck they gonna get behind? Now she's starting personal beef with like one of the fucking front runners. Like,
now
what? And then you guys won't get behind Newsom. Like, honestly, now
now the final nail in the
what the actual fuck? Oh my God, are they really are just fuck.
Coffin.
John, JR, get out.
For me, when
maybe Anna just needs a vacation. I don't know, but this was very, very poorly thought out.
To AOC,
she should not have done this.
Was this moment at the Democratic National Convention. Now,
hackery. I'm glad that she literally put hackery here because this is what she's this is hackery.
If you weren't in attendance, you weren't at the convention, you probably don't know about the fact that there were some protests happening behind the scenes. And the protests were carried out by pro-peace protesters, pro-Palestine protesters.
Yeah, this is just unnecessary and too long.
Who were outraged that
too long.
One of Kamala Harris's
hey, I promise this, okay?
Surrogates, who happens to be Palestinian, was not allowed to speak.
This is what they do to try to destroy the left
at the event for even 5 minutes.
How are they going to escape this criticism now?
And give basically a pre-vetted speech. But she's a surrogate for Harris. She wants Harris to win. So like, what were they afraid of? That she was going to go up there and start like hounding Kamala Harris and destroying her chances at winning the election? Harris did a good job on that all on her own, number one. Okay, but like, remember, she did not allow one of her own surrogates who happens to be Palestinian to speak at the DNC and give a pre-vetted speech. And then Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez told a massive lie about what Harris was doing.
Yes, and it's a stretch.
About the genocide in
not
Gaza.
A vote for.
Take a look.
I know.
And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
No, she wasn't, though. She wasn't. When asked by the ladies at The View how her presidency would be different from Biden's, she didn't have an answer.
I love how this is the left right here. Trump literally tells a lie per minute. But Jesus Christ, let's fucking pick this shit apart. You fucking assholes.
Sir, it'd be the same.
This is kind of what Dieter was talking about.
Biden enabled genocide in Gaza, as we all know. By the way, speaking of Biden, when it was very clear to everyone in
you like proving you're retarded, don't you, detector of perps?
The country, everyone in the world, that Biden's brain was leaking out of his ears and he was not fit to serve another term. AOC demanded that he stay in the race. You remember that? Great political instinct, so talented.
Make assumptions, get proven wrong immediately.
And the other thing about Harris was that she was pretty vicious to pro-Palestinian activists who would attend her campaign events. She never answered their questions, never took
God, this is so catty.
Them seriously.
Yeah, sure.
She's working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire, not buying it. The other reason why I'm not buying it is because of what we heard from the US ambassador to Israel soon after the
Well, racist dog, you just like kept saying open borders this, open borders that, but the records show that Biden kept funding and increased funding, but whatever.
2024 election.
We know that you can't read, so it's okay.
Because if Harris is no different from Biden, according to her on The View, well, it turns out that Michael Herzog, again, that's the
Gotta say, you are not always wrong. Carl, glad that you're coming around.
Israeli ambassador to the US. This is what he said. God did
what a kind way to say that sometimes I'm right.
State of Israel a favor that Biden was the president during this period. We fought in Gaza for over a year, and the administration.
That was like the most dad-coded way of saying that shit. Like, at least my dad, that's what my dad would have said. Gotta say, you're not always wrong. It's like, thanks, Dad.
Never came.
Instead of just like, hey there, kiddo, you're right.
To us and
you can't inflate my ego too much.
Said ceasefire now. It never did, and that's not to be taken for granted.
Gee, thanks.
So, Talk is real cheap.
It's not about being loyal to like either party. I don't give a shit. The fact is that she's being disingenuous in her breakdown of this. And she's trying to fucking like make it seem a lot worse than it actually is, while ignoring the fact that she has platformed way worse people in a fucking positive light.
And I've been doing this for a really long time. I used to be the optimistic, you know, starry-eyed.
Yeah, welcome to your 40s, dummy.
Young person who would hear these.
Yeah. And then you hit your mid-30s. Then you had, you know, some realizations. It's just like, I'm not making as much money as I want.
It's like wonderful, like Obama's 2008 speech at the Democratic National Convention. I was in the audience watching it. I remember how I felt, so excited. And then he was a massive disappointment. And that just kept happening again and again and again. It's been nearly 20 years. I'm sick of this.
Or you've been doing this for 20 years and you don't realize that all politicians kind of suck in a way.
You gotta.
And it's literally like lesser of two evils, like in every fucking comparative, because they're just politicians. No politician is ever going to be the perfect fucking person. You guys still have this weird fucking amalgamation of who you like, what you think the perfect politician is. Bernie's not even it. He didn't say genocide.
Elected.
It's always gonna be like this. The fact is, the left is really bad at this. You got the right who demagogues the fucking guy, or demigod, or whatever the fuck. I can never get that word right, but literally, they fucking make him God. And then you have the left that's just like, oh, they said two words I don't like. He said the R word. I can't like that.
To not just be marginally.
Fuck, we're so cooked.
Better than the Republican Party. And for all the Democratic voters who get on my ass about like, oh, but you have to support her because she's a Democrat. No, I don't. I don't have to.
No, that's not the fucking fact. That is just no. It's putting your cuntiness aside to fucking not do shit like this.
Support any.
What the fuck? This is obviously steeped in personal grievance. What are you doing?
Buddy, I get to support who I want. And if she were elected to be a typical milquetoast Democrat in a purple district, okay, I get your argument, but that's not why she was elected. She primaried an incumbent who was set to be, you know, the next Speaker of the House. She primaried that guy and won, which gave so many people in this country hope that maybe the Democratic Party is finally gonna transform after the shit they pulled in 2000.
You fucking ban evade one more time, dude. I'm reporting you to YouTube. I don't do that a lot.
Against Bernie Sanders.
What the actual fuck with this racist cock? Like, this guy sucks.
But, you know, it's tough.
Nobody thinks you're funny. Nobody likes you. Just leave. Leave the internet. Like, seriously, get out of here.
To walk into a room full of colleagues who don't like you.
Someone's insecure about the colors they wear.
I would know.
But you're insecure about a whole lot more than that. We get it, dude. You just told us that your penis is very small, that you're lonely, that nobody loves you.
But
keep going.
You want to know something? Either you have values and you want to fight for them, and really fight for them, not just by giving speeches, but actually strategically.
This guy needs to practice live, laugh, toaster bath.
Strategically, have a plan. You want to fight for what you believe in, then do it. And if you're not, and you get called out on it, calling me an untalented grifter? What are you, like a freaking streamer? Is that like that's what you've lowered yourself to?
As I said, it's all because she can't take a criticism from somebody that was actually a fan. That's kind of part of it. No, this actually shows that AOC was a fan of you, and she was yeah, you know what? This kind of made me like AOC a little bit more.
And if you're talking about
be real
checks, please, for the love of God, reconsider whether you're going to start calling out others for earning a living.
Thank you for sub.
When we, the American people, fund your paycheck.
How you doing, Tahir? You got yourself a vlog? Hell yeah.
So if you're wondering, why are you coming with all this heat for someone on the left? Well,
pot meat fucking kettle. What the actual fuck?
Why don't you?
Oh my God.
Just see.
What the? Holy shit! This level of fucking like, oh my god.
This heat
How?
for the right. The right tells us who they are. They straight up tell us to our
You found me by accident? Oh, well, cool.
faces who they are and what
Thanks
they're
for
going
that,
to
man.
do, and then they do it.
I'm not fucking pro-Israel. What? No.
AOC, on the other hand, was elected for something different. I have higher standards for people like that. And when they don't meet those standards...
Yeah, your standards are bullshit because you don't apply them to yourself there, Anna.
And instead attack people who want to hold them accountable, yeah, I'm going to bring the heat.
Love what you do. Thanks, man.
It's that
Appreciate
simple.
that.
Left,
Look at that. Some people are nice on the internet.
right, center. If you do the opposite of what you say you're going to do, or if you don't live up to the expectations that you gave to the very people who got you in that position of power to begin with, don't be upset when you have a few honest people in the media who are willing to call you out. I've been at TYT for almost 20 years, okay? The claims of me being a grifter are so stupid. I drive a 2017 Honda Civic that on some days doesn't even start. And I have to call in and say I gotta work from home. We lost a huge portion of our audience when I was willing to deviate a little tiny bit.
That wasn't what did it. That's not what did it. The lack of action, like this is actually part of the problem. And I'm not even gonna joke about it. It's the fact that she does not call herself out or hold herself to the standards that she holds all of these people
from the far.
Yeah. Oh, we lost a lot of subscribers. Yeah, because of what you said and did. It had nothing to do, like, now you're blaming the left. Now you're just blaming everybody for sucking. Like, oh, everybody sucks that doesn't watch me.
Left on a few issues.
Yeah, okay.
But I did it anyway because I want to be honest with my audience. I did it at a tremendous cost to me.
What's up, Devin?
A tremendous cost to Cenk. And I value him so much for sticking by me and letting me just be me. If I wanted to
Yeah, but I'm not sure how much that's gonna actually, like,
be a grifter, guys. You have no idea.
Like,
my commentary on Israel has gotten me fired from one of my side jobs that I loved, but I tell the truth anyway. I risked losing that job because I want to tell you what I actually think.
I'm not sure if it was the Israel thing or the fact that they just didn't find it to be worth anything to bring you to Florida once a week.
I promise you.
I don't know. Again,
I will.
None of it's just like, sometimes I suck.
Always tell you what I think, and I'll always explain to you why I think it.
Yeah, her take.
But for the love of God, please deal with the substance of what I'm saying instead of allowing your brain to atrophy by just going to you're just a grifter argument. It's
that's a face.
So stupid, it's so weak, and it makes you look pathetic. Anyway, wow,
right.
That's been bubbling up inside me for a long time, huh? And if you want to call me a grifter and say like, oh, you're cashing check, okay, then show me the evidence. What checks am I cashing here at TYT, where I've been working for 20 years? You know, the place that got you elected, you know? The place that did dozens of interviews with you in the lead up to that election.
This is so catty.
Are those the checks I'm cashing that you're so upset about?
Oh, fuck.
I'll read some comments and then we'll move on. This video, by the way, will lose a few subscribers. Don't care.
I think it will. I mean, I do think, I think it will. I don't see that going completely great for her. That's crazy. The fuck? Hold on, dude. Apparently, let's see if this is fucking uber alarmist or if it's not. Let's see.
All right, folks, we have some major breaking news. Donald Trump is making good on his attempts to unilaterally assert unprecedented, unconstitutional control over elections right before the 2026 midterms.
That's not right. Okay, here's where you're wrong. We have a whole summer to fucking counteract this.
Getting his ass kicked. And to analyze.
So, I don't know. Get them lawyers ready.
This, I brought in friend of the show.
I Googled Anna's net worth, $2 million, 2017 Honda Accord.
And attorney Pisco of Pisco Liddy, aka Pisco's Hour, But before we get to Pisco's analysis, I want you to see two clips from the executive order signing ceremony from earlier today. First, a White House advisor explaining to Trump what the hell it is he's signing, because he probably doesn't know. And then Trump espousing his own constitutional interpretation about why it's probably not going to get challenged. And if it does, he'll appeal and it'll be just fine. Take it away.
President, as you said, you have in front of you an executive order that deals with a number of issues relating to election integrity. As you've consistently identified, two of the biggest problems we have with election integrity in this country are, one, inaccurate voter rolls that allow ineligible people to vote in various federal and state elections all over the country. And then secondarily, you've consistently identified that vote by mail in this country has become rife with fraud. People returning ballots who aren't eligible to return ballots, ballots being sent to people who aren't confirmed to be eligible voters. So what this executive order is going to do is, one, we're going to take federal data. We're going to ensure that each state's election officials are provided with a comprehensive view of who the eligible voters in their jurisdiction actually are, allowing them to properly verify that everybody voting in their elections is legally able.
So they're picking and choosing who can and can't vote.
Able to vote.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is actually really fucking bad, guys.
It orders the Postmaster General, the U.S. Postal Service, to take bold new measures to verify that ballots both being sent to people or being sent to.
Yeah, I have a feeling that there's going to be a January 6th again, and it's going to be bad.
Eligible to vote, and then the ballots being.
Because this one's not going to be the thing. This was all set up. I think that January 6th was actually planned like for this shit, so they could just be like, see. Look! Although, again, how come we're always these assholes where it's just like, no, you guys said it was fine. You guys said that we could go tour the Capitol. We're touring the Capitol.
Properly returned.
Okay, so that's a big deal. Very proud of it. And I don't know how it can be challenged. You'll probably challenge it. You may say, find a rogue judge. You got a lot of rogue judges. Very bad people, very bad judges. But that's the only way that can be.
I never thought that the authoritarian takeover of America would be this fucking stupid.
Changed.
This fucking retard.
And hopefully we'll win on the.
This is the president.
Appeal of it.
Look at this fucking dopey fuck. Those giant eyebrows, his stupid hair that we still can't explain what the fuck it actually is.
I don't.
And then he's just sitting here telling us exactly what. He's literally just like, it's gonna get challenged, and they're gonna strike it down, but I'm gonna ignore it anyway, and I'm gonna send ICE because I'm convincing everybody that this is super important. The SAFE Act, it's not going the way that I wanted it.
See how anybody.
Fucking Christ Almighty!
Can challenge it.
All right.
I can't help but just laugh it out. Like, whatever, man.
With that in
if this is the end, this is the end. Whatever. This was fun.
I
guess.
Bringing in peace.
Now, even if you're mad at him as a Trump supporter, you can't do nothing. And he's just, yeah, fuck it. Fuck you.
Friend of the show.
Fuck you. Fuck everybody. I'm taking over. I don't give a shit what happens. This is why do you think that I was tearing down the White House?
Attorney Pisco.
Fucking asshole.
What the hell is going on with this executive order?
Man.
And is this the thing that everybody from Mark Elias
guess.
to Senate and House Democrats have been anticipating as Trump's
But Anna, tell us more about AOC.
Hail Mary to try to assert control of elections? Is this it?
Yeah, so we've been waiting for an executive order related to elections for a while now. There was reports, I don't know if you saw them, about people circulating a memorandum of how Trump is going to try to do this since his Save America Act.
Hey, again, the one saving grace we have is that he did it right before April.
Is not seeming like it's going to be passed in Congress, what with the filibuster. And so, yeah, we've been waiting for some kind of action related to mail-in voting, related to registration, and this is what they've produced.
So let's dive into this. Again, I'm somebody who did a couple of courses on constitutional law just in pursuit of a political science degree. I'm a fairly educated layman. I'm not an attorney, but to an educated layman, this seems like just facially unconstitutional because my understanding is the Constitution gives the executive no
power over federal elections,
role in administering elections, and the founders
literally none
did so deliberately.
Dude, you do understand that states can just ignore this shit, right? What are they going to do? Under penalty of federal law. What federal law? The one that you're breaking? You mean the one that we could challenge in court after that? Yeah, just ignore this shit.
Yeah, they did do so.
That's what the states need to do here.
So deliberately. There was a lot of discussion among the framers about who is going to run elections in this new union. The first kind of thought was that the states themselves would run it, but there was a pushback that said, well, hang on, for a government to be sovereign, the federal government itself needs to have some amount of control over how its own elections are run. And so there was a compromise that said essentially, well, we'll let states have the initial crack. And the elections clause of Article 1 says the state legislatures, subject to the state constitution, subject to referenda that you might see, that these are the bodies that initially have election regulation authority, and Congress, not the president, has that sort of backfill ability, that ultimate check on if states do something really wrong. But it's Congress, not the president, using their normal legislative authority. Of course, the president has the veto power, and that's still a thing, but it's Congress the one that decides and not the president.
So doesn't it say something, I guess? Well, first, I guess before we get to, the dynamic between Trump and his Republican-controlled Congress, so is it fair to say then that this is facially unconstitutional?
Well, you have to look at the executive order. He cites various different provisions of law that have been signed by Congress, but that don't give him the authority about what he's trying to do. And I guess we should start with that. What he's trying to do is mess with vote by mail by having this sort of national list about who's a citizen that needs to be additionally updated by the various states. He's got DHS kind of running point on creating these lists. And then he wants to get USPS involved in sort of refusing to help any vote by mail situation that doesn't conform with the ultimate lists that are provided by DHS.
Yeah, this is just a blatant move to steal the elections, which, again, you notice how, like, Biden didn't do that? That's kind of weird, huh?
Social Security Administration in conjunction with the state. So that's what he's trying to do.
I think it is time to actually go and do an audit of the 2024 election. I think that, honestly, like, dude, seriously, if he keeps pulling this shit, we just need to throw it right back at him. Every stupid thing that he ever does, we need to do the exact same thing to him.
The specific statutes,
it's easy.
Trump cites give him.
Honestly, it is getting easier to understand because it's like, oh, because that's what they do understand. They get really mad at it too. They're just like, nuh-uh. It's like, you set the tone here, bud.
The authority to do that. And as far as the Constitution goes, he cites, for example, the guarantee clause of the Constitution, which says nothing more or less that the United States government as a whole guarantees to the states, a Republican form of government. But that's never been interpreted to be a substantive power for the U.S. government, let alone the president. And so this is unconstitutional. It's not supported by the Constitution itself. And it shows based on his citations to specific.
Yeah, now his dumbass thinks it's like, well, you know what? It'll get challenged, but they're not going to take it to the Supreme Court before the elections.
Federal.
It's like, yeah. And also, it can't be implemented, before the elections.
Statutes.
You can try, but then you're just committing more. Like, this is where, honestly, like, I do think, like, we're done. Like, we're not going to have a presidential election in 2028. Like, if he gets away with this one, guys, like, this is it. And, like, this isn't alarmist. This is something that we've seen coming. We knew this was coming, but nobody did anything. Cool.
But there's nothing here.
That's awesome.
Here. And for that reason, I expect that it will be struck down in the courts.
So, in between us first texting about this and at the time of recording this video, we've had multiple state elections officials, attorneys general in multiple states, Oregon and Arizona in particular, and also multiple state governors, including Governor Gavin Newsom of California and Governor Josh Shapiro of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, publicly indicate that they intend to challenge this. Do you expect that this will be challenged by every Democratic-controlled state in the union?
Yeah, and maybe not.
Sorry, just got to be careful there.
Even just Democratic states. A lot of Republican states do a lot of vote by mail, and some of the reticence by Republican senators, for example, to destroy the filibuster, to pass the Save America Act, has to do with their notions that a lot of rural communities that are more Republican leaning tend to vote by mail. So it's not clear to me that this
aging population also makes it so they're not as keen as to go out and do this.
The push for limiting vote by mail and having these big lists.
Honestly, you know what you do? Make it just make it impossibly uncomfortable for all the old people there.
And this is going to actually,
seriously,
help Trump achieve the aim of stealing the election or getting an edge on the election. I think it's
go in there just fucking reeking of pot.
A lot of cope, frankly.
Oh, dude.
But I do expect Democratic states to immediately challenge.
No, Jess, but you can't be typing that shit like willy-nilly in these chats.
I imagine there'll be a lot of
that was close, okay? Like
different.
But I'm gonna just say, I get it. I fucking get it.
And potential plaintiffs withstanding, and I do expect this to be struck.
Now, wouldn't you feel bad if a streamer that you like, that's politically aligned with you, got taken down because you guys couldn't keep it in your pants?
Down. There's just no authority for it.
Sorry, I am getting a little like less patient with this kind of stuff. I'm sorry that it has to happen to you.
So I wouldn't be surprised if along the way there were Republican governors and Republican attorneys general.
Like, we fucking get it.
That may not initially, like, perhaps they won't file suit alongside their Democratic counterparts, but are secretly like, please prevail, please prevail. We do know that there have been red states that have refused attempts by the Trump Justice Department and other aspects of the federal government to turn over their voter rolls and things like that. So we're seeing that tension between the Republican Trump administration at the federal level and Republican governors and Republican administrations at the state level. This does seem, of course, I'm a cynic by nature. This does seem like a transparent attempt, you use the phrase steal the election, to do precisely that. So what sort of mischief, I know you expect that even this right-wing Supreme Court will probably strike it down. If you held a gun to my head, I would probably bet the same thing. But I guess my question is, in the interim, given that this right-wing Supreme Court on the tariff case, for example, they refused to stay the order, they dragged their feet before finally cracking down on Trump. What sort of mischief could Trump get into along the way, given that we only have 7 months before the midterm elections?
Yeah, so the kind of mischief, I think, has to do with how the rules that are being proposed would be applied. And we expect, obviously, Trump to think that
actually YouTube loves me. I'm a small enough account where I actually like make them a lot of money.
You know, there are more harsh sanctions or more scrutiny needs to be
They don't have to pay me the same type of ad revenue payouts
placed on Democratic states. And so I imagine there's like a 60-day cutoff.
So yeah, smaller content creators, they actually do appreciate
for when.
So I know, joke's on you.
And states have to present these.
I'm just mad because I actually have traction. Get fucked.
The final list to the government, or when the list needs to be actually developed. And in those
you don't like seeing people happy doing things that they like to do, eh?
Those situations,
especially when they're criticizing your Lord and Savior.
I can imagine a Trump administration or allies challenging in court certain voter rolls or registration efforts by Democrats, and to try to get people off ballots and things like that. But by the terms of the executive order itself, it doesn't seem clear to me that there's like a straightforward way for Trump to try to like interfere
more than you got
directly. I think that a lot of people are anticipating, for example, intimidation efforts like putting ICE at different polling locations, things like that. But that's not contained in the terms itself of the EO.
A kitty puking in a toilet or something.
Oh, but maybe, you know, violation of the EO might be like a hook.
Is your cat sniffing your opinions?
Or a justification that Trump would cite, as DHS is involved in its enforcement, to like put ICE in specific locations. So the kind of mischief that I'm imagining is selective and
who's irrelevant, madam?
Enforcement.
That's odd.
And trying to put some sort of BS justification for ICE to be deployed.
Yeah, I mean, Montana does a lot of mail-in balloting, and they voted for Trump. And Trump, like, it's so funny to see these, you know, Republican losers, both in the punditry class and politicians, bitch about mail-in voting, even though, as you say, Republican voters avail themselves of mail-in ballots all the time. Red states do it all the time, and these states vote for Trump, so that's okay. It's just California, New York, and these blue states that are really the problem. I do feel like selective enforcement would be the avenue for this as far as the mischief is concerned. I guess my question is, because you're both a legal analyst and
that's why I'm saying selective enforcement would just be state enforcement.
And a political commentator. How do you feel about this executive order besides its lack of constitutionality? Are you concerned? Are you not concerned because it's so facially unconstitutional? You think even Alito and Thomas will just strike this down with a fury, or are you concerned?
Yeah, I'm concerned in the following ways. I'm concerned because we know that Trump is going to try to interfere in the 2026 election. That's a given. And so anytime you have the most powerful person in the world attempting to interfere with our lawful processes and our democracy, that's obviously cause for concern.
Yeah, but that's also, like, you understand that's why he ramped up his fucking base thinking that's exactly what happened. Like, they get it. Look at what they did.
However,
the problem is it's actually happening, and now we're all scared to even fucking think about it.
Generally hopeful.
And it's not like what I'm doing here with my YouTube stuff, by the way.
The reason, number one,
the comment section is a little different.
That I'm generally hopeful is there doesn't seem to be a way for him to try to actually legally accomplish this. So number one, from a legal perspective, I think it's dead in the water. I also think it's copium, by which I mean, I don't think that even putting in these restrictions, even if they're successful, even if they put ICE in polling locations.
It's not going to do anything, dude. There's a blue tsunami coming, and there's nothing they can do about it.
That it will have the
and like I'm not even saying that as like a Kopi Dem or any of that bullshit. Like for real, just the writing's on the wall. Not enough people are still jazzed about Trump. Like I know that this again anecdotal evidence, but the Trump flags that I've seen for fucking almost 10 years gone.
The desire to
gone like magic.
Effect of
Trump store shutting down,
getting Republicans installed in office. You look at the president's
nobody's buying shit. Nobody's buying Trump fucking bullshit.
Rating.
Nobody's fucking really excited about his presidency. I've heard nothing but silence from a bunch of my like more nuanced fucking Trump supporters in my life,
right now,
where it's like they don't wear the flag or they don't wear the shirts and like have flags or any of that bullshit, but they still voted for
after
him.
The illegal and unjustified Iran war, and it's cratering. And so just like the Save America Act, I think it's, even if they pass that, I have no reason to believe, as I currently see it, that it's going to have this kind of dramatic effect when we're all kind of anticipating, I think justifiably so, a blue wave based on the Trump presidency's popularity. And so given the political reality, given the fact that a lot of Republicans...
I mean, there's polling and then there's just like, the vibes. The vibes ain't there for him, bro.
A reason to stand against these restrictions, or at least
unless
be quiet
that gas goes down to $2 a gallon by November, he ain't winning.
About them. And
like, he ain't winning shit. And I mean, like, in as far as like the midterms.
Given the fact that I think it's legally unsound, I'm not that worried, to be honest, except for my ambient concern about, the president trying to interfere.
So from a legal analyst perspective, I'm curious, how do you think right-wing LawTube will react? The Will Chamberlains, the Viva Freys, I mean, these principled conservatives who believe in states' rights and,
Nate the lawyer,
are fearful of an overreaching and tyrannical federal government. How many of them will join you, will link arms with you, Pisco, standing side by side in protest of this law? Or will they do the predictable thing and just bitch out like they almost always do and roll over for Trump?
They're totally bitching out.
Yeah, I've failed to see any basis to think that the right-wing LawTube is going to be shocked at what Trump is doing here. They support this kind of action. In fact, a lot of them who aren't already in support of what Trump is doing abroad would like for him to focus on things like alleged illegal voters and that kind of stuff. So I don't expect to be a big outcry about states' rights. That's all a ruse. They don't actually believe any of that stuff. That's all just make believe in their minds. All they have to be shown is some sort of executive prerogative or Article 2 citation, and automatically I think the president is allowed to do anything he wants. They were in favor of the tariffs. They were in favor.
Yeah, but today we're also he's not bringing up the fucking two stories that wrecked Trump today. Come on, man.
Of Trump's action.
These federal judges are coming after his agenda and just constantly just being like, no.
When it came to stealing Congress's.
Honestly, when it comes down to it, we don't have to think a congressperson. You actually have to think about this. Federal judges are the ones that we have to thank for fucking saving our democracy and saving the idea of a constitutional America.
Appropriation.
Instead of turning into some authoritarian regime.
Power. Right now, Trump is
Valentine
funding the TSA.
Welcome back.
Without any appropriation from Congress. And even though we'd all like to see TSA funded, and we all saw that the Senate unanimously passed a bipartisan bill to fund just the TSA and other components.
Thanks, guys,
for
subbing
ICE
tonight.
CBP.
Really appreciate that.
That doesn't mean that Congress
doesn't
have the authority to set appropriations, and the president can do whatever he wants when it comes to funding TSA, even if there's not a real appropriation. And so you don't see these big principled stands by right-wing LawTubers whenever Trump is blatantly violating the Constitution. And I don't expect you'll see one now.
Yeah, even the conservative Wall Street Journal regarded that Trump's executive order regarding TSA as a facial violation of the Anti-Deficiency Act, which says that, the executive can't spend monies that are not appropriated by Congress. But of course, they don't give a damn about that. I'm also sure that they would find their states' rights bona fides, and as soon as a Democrat wants to try to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act again, obviously, but that's a Democrat, so the rules are a bit different.
No, but that's how it always is. The problem is, dude, is because, we don't get behind our people like that.
Well, Pisco, we will
because we care about constitutionality. It's almost like, the way that but this is what's crazy. They've literally framed the people that are just like, no, we just want to live by the Constitution. Maybe flawed, but it's still good. And they're just like, nah.
Definitely be.
We want this guy to get whatever the fuck he wants, and we're going to watch you cry about it, and we're going to laugh.
Track of.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? My retirement's gone? What?
Of
gas is more expensive? What?
You know, the legal challenges here. Mark Elias and again multiple state officials have said that they are going to challenge this. I am hopeful. I would not
just imagine when the stock market crashes.
Bet everything on it, but I am also cautiously hopeful that the Supreme Court will strike it down. In the meantime, where can people find you?
You can find me at Pisco Liddy on YouTube and Twitter and all other platforms. The last thing I'll say, Josiah, is just any move that the Trump administration is going to make, they're highly visible. And so as long as you have people like Mark Elias, people who are paying attention, people like you who notice these kinds of things, we can inoculate and we can sort of craft a response here. So I wouldn't worry so much about us being sandbagged by some crazy strat. They're very open about what they're trying to do, and we're going to try to stop them.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like they wrote it down in this thing called Project 2025 and like kind of telegraphed it to us, and we just kind of were like, oh yeah. Reading, that's a lot. Why would I want to read? What? All right. Last few minutes of stream, fuck it. Here, let's see. Oh my god. Hassan. Here, let's just do this Hassan thing real fucking quick. All right, so Hassan got criticized by CNN, CNN's Jake Tapper specifically, so, yeah, the Democratic establishment is definitely trying. It's not just Hassan, by the way. I hate to even, like, lump myself in here, but they are trying to go after, like, the likes of me, where it's just, like, they don't want anybody that's a little, more left than the fucking DNC to even get any traction, so let's see what they got to say about Hassan.
Our politics lead now. Now, Hassan Piker might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence.
Adults. Go fuck yourself, you old hag. Seriously.
Expanding far beyond the
I might have to take, I made a whole long diatribe about how I'm like, we gotta stop playing this generational game. I don't know. Jake Tapper may have just ruined that.
Streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is, without question, an online influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hassan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments like this one.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it. We totally put it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit.
The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
It's Hassan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No,
you fuck with my stream? Are you saying it like, hey, I fuck with this? Hell yeah. Or are you like telling me you fuck with my stream? Because why would you tell me that?
No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs, unquote. Hassan Piker just recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive three-way Democratic primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the three candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that
thank you for the sub.
Piker will join him for 2 rallies in April. His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state. Our Donnie O'Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future.
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country.
He's actually got a great point there.
I don't want Republicans.
Yeah, the consultant class needs to go.
To win in this country.
We
can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note, I misspoke. It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor primary. Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish.
Hello, Pep. Aren't peace talks underway?
Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. He has called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. He has justified October 7th and on and on and on. What does his influence tell you about where the Democratic Party stands today? And I guess, is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I'll be honest, this is kind of like cowardly bullshit, because I like how you have everybody on here except Hassan asking these questions. Jake?
I think it's...
Gotta get the talking heads on there first, huh?
Despite those comments, a little bit. I mean, back to your first question, what it says about the party. I think Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is looking for a lane in a three-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling. And like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives, after the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men, go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space. It just so happens that Hassan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul El-Sayed to have him come into the state. It's an obvious risk, but he is grasping for votes in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary, and the general election.
Yeah, you could actually argue that the reason that it went for Trump is because of what Kamala neglected, which is the same base that he's not neglecting, that he's bringing out.
Has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there, and I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, the Speaking with American Men project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, polled Hassan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is. And then his favorable rating, he's -9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joe, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote,
"Yeah, it seems legit.
We're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side." Donny O'Sullivan asked Piker to respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic. He quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially a Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, whatever that means. Here is Piker's response.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel, and also...
The problem with Hassan is that he might actually convince people just with this clip alone. Jake, I think you might have played yourself.
Also the United States of America.
Jonas, there's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a lot to unpack
Piker
there.
Does that a lot of people
all.
of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out in places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out.
He's at a fucking protest. You're in a studio. What the fuck? Literally, Jake Tapper's been like LARPing as a podcaster.
Out on the right, oh, that's anti-Semitism. These are the tropes they use. And then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub-Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have.
No, because now you're whitewashing genocide and literally, like, now you're going to bat for a fucking...
Have a connection to.
A regime that is committing some fucking beyond the atrocities that you could have imagined, but whatever.
And is the homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media. And, you know, the Jews didn't pull us into the war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. And so he's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways when really his impact is just as harmful as any out and out anti-Semite. Just he's got a different name and he comes from a different wing of politics.
It's interesting. Politico asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president or who might run for president if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing to.
I think this gets to something important with this debate in Michigan. It's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas. I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hassan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart and they would have a spirited debate, as we say in politics. The difference is going out to campaign with somebody and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's the difference. I think candidates should be able to go on to podcasts with people who disagree with them. But yeah, I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fascinating. You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC, but also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor here, the more Democrats engage with influencers heading into 2028, they're going to have to confront some views, things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about the direction of the Democratic Party?
I'm worried. I agree that they should be able to debate, but they have to come in clear-eyed and know that they're there to debate and push back on these bad ideas, not to get it chummy and have a fun conversation.
Thanks so much for being here. Great.
Ew. I gotta say, that was fucking gross. Well, here's the reply.
Story is for the first time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Paint us a picture of what it's like on the ground. What'd you see?
When I first landed in Cuba, I was taken aback by how beautiful everything was. You know, you got the 1950s cars, and it's a tropical island destination.
Oh wait, this is him talking about
but very
Cuba?
quickly thereafter, as
same
soon as
day?
we got into Havana.
Yeah, this is the
main,
same day.
City area where people congregate.
I thought this was a retort. Oh my god. So does he respond to Jake Tapper?
I couldn't believe the sights that I was seeing. It was very sad. You had homes that looked like they were bombed out. Our tour guide at the time said that this was somewhat of a product of hurricane season and how difficult it is to like repair these buildings. And I already had known about the rolling blackouts, and I experienced them later in the day. And it was definitely unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Everything's pitch black. There aren't any traffic lights on. Like it's crazy, right? But I was taken aback. I was very sad by all the poverty that I saw, and then I was very angry. It was actually Ben Rhodes who told me that I would get very sad when I first went to
Former Obama foreign policy advisor.
Former Obama foreign policy advisor Ben Rhodes, who was formative in the previous normalization agreement with Cuba that Barack Obama had orchestrated, and he was right. It was very sad to see, but then it was very angering. It was very anger-inducing because I felt like there was a lot of potential on this island that we were just robbing the people of, and it's totally cruel and totally unnecessary. And it was part of the reason why I went to Cuba, because I've heard a lot about Cuban organizing, the Cuban government. I'd read a lot about it.
Sure.
I knew about the island's history of developing sovereignty, but I'd also heard about this blockade, right? And I wanted to figure out exactly how this blockade was harming people directly, and in many ways that are indirect, because the blockade itself is designed to be invisible. It's a system of sanctions. It's this like bureaucratic nightmare that basically renders it impossible for the island to do regular commerce, just like any other country. Banks can't take out loans from any other banks. And you, as an American citizen, as a matter of fact, have a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do, both on the island, or if you wanted to even send money, if you have relatives on the island. It's a very difficult process to like.
You actually find me comforting.
Directly send cash payments.
Man. You're being nice with the compliments today. Thank you.
To your relatives as well. It's totally unnecessary. These rules are so arbitrary, and yet they're so damaging to everyone, to everyday Cuban existence.
What were you most surprised by actually seeing it up close and personal?
I was surprised by the resilience. I was surprised by the fact that people, in spite of all of these, struggles, were still surviving. Right? They had a relatively chill attitude about everything. Which was somewhat shocking to me because I feel like I'm a much more high-intensity person. But I was also really impressed with the accomplishments that they've made in places like biomedical in the biomedical field.
What do you think is at this point the biggest need? Because we hear like the New York Times reporting about the fact that the power goes off in the hospitals and like babies are having to, be hand pumped to keep them alive in certain situations. I mean, what do you think is the greatest need
It's oil
on the ground?
100%. And it's actually totally legal for Cuba to trade with other countries. It's just that America makes it impossible. So what is a necessity is for the grid to come back alive. And for that to happen, they need to get oil. I believe there's a Russian tanker that just docked in Havana as of this morning, if I'm not mistaken, with 730,000 barrels of oil, which will provide much needed respite and will allow the Cuban energy grid to survive. They'll still ration it heavily, but this way medicine can be transported on the island.
I want to give you a chance to respond to two criticisms of this trip that have gotten widely reported. The New York Times sort of called you out for the fact that you all stayed in a nice hotel that was very luxurious compared to a lot of what the people on the island are dealing with every day. What's your response to the allegations of hypocrisy there?
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting as well. So we went on a humanitarian aid mission with foreign dignitaries, delegates, advocates, activists, journalists, and the like. It was around 200, 300, 400 people. I'm not exactly sure on the number, but the American government has placed, and this was fascinating to me, we had to get an OFAC clearance from the Treasury Department just to go, right? Yeah. And the American government has actually created
why didn't he ride the boat?
Incredible restrictions that only allow American citizens to stay in four hotels on the island. There are thousands of hotels on the island.
God, if this is the problem I have with him sometimes, is if he could just say, I had an opportunity to make it a little more comfortable for myself, and honestly, like, I didn't have time to commit to it. Something like that. But god damn it, dude.
Well, we can only stay in.
What is it? What is it? Like, again, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, Hassan, what is it about these people that they just are adverse to recognizing their shittiness and just admitting it? Is this what they learned from Trump? And this is what they took from it? Cool. We're fucking cooked. If this is how it's going to be, that nobody can ever admit when they're fucking wrong because they're worried that it's going to damage their fucking image, and they don't understand that it damages their image even more. I mean, maybe just to the likes of me. Maybe I am just fucking pontificating on this.
And if I don't stay in a hotel, and these are 5-star hotels, according to the American government, if I don't stay in one of those hotels, I could go to prison for 10
Carl. I appreciate
years
that. Take care.
And have to pay a $250,000 fine. Wow. I'm an American citizen.
Yeah.
It's so totally ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it.
And real quickly, there are a lot of people that are watching this, especially places like South Florida, that feel like the regime is repressive, that it's been a terrible regime, that it's killed people, and that what you're doing is propping them up. What do you say to that?
I just don't want babies to die. I don't want people to suffer. I think that the difference in opinion as far as like how Cuba governs itself is up to the Cuban population. I just want, as an American citizen, to stop putting our hand on the scale in this incredibly violent way, because the results are unbelievably violent. Collective punishment is a war crime after all, and there is no other way to look at what we've done, especially as Trump has like basically said the quiet part out loud and restricted all.
Wait, what is Hassan wrong about here? Nothing.
Oil from going into the island.
Somebody mentioned him not riding the boat.
It's impossible to ignore.
Yes, it is. And according to what he's saying, it sounds like this story is not going away anytime soon.
Someone mentioned him not riding the boat, and he's been a little less than genuine in actually addressing them.
Soon. Hassan Piker, thank you for sharing.
Whatever. It's a minor annoyance. Like I said, my biggest thing, and that's why I brought up Kat, where it's like, what is it about them?
Your view is great.
Like, come on, just fucking admit like some of your shortcomings. It actually makes you more endearing. But whatever, man. You gotta be perfect for your weird audience. Sorry, Sylvie. I know you watch him regularly. But you also watch me, so what's that say? I'm kidding. All right, folks. Well, that was fun. Honestly, goddamn, I had a fucking blast today. We were ribbing. Honestly, I think that this is just the culmination of we need people to be more be like you. Thank you. Damn, dude. And thank you. Shit. Yeah, I mean, I would like to think that, but I don't know. I also occasionally would be like, I mean, like people to be a little bit smarter than me. I don't know. I do appreciate that. Again, take the compliment. Oh, God damn it. But it is time. I gotta go. I haven't eaten all day. So it's time for me to get upstairs, eat, and go to bed because I got a long day ahead of me tomorrow. So I appreciate you all hanging out. Definitely stop by and check out this space. Hint, hint, around 3 p.m. Eastern because I got a special surprise for y'all. It's gonna be fun. We got some fun, and I mean like legit. I can't say anything about it, but it's a little different than what we usually do, and it's with different people than I usually collaborate with, except for one person. But it's going to be a good time. Let's see. Can I hint? If you've ever wondered what a right-wing pep would say, there we go. All right. I appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. Thank you again. If you haven't already hit the like button, please consider doing so. I really, really appreciate it. It does actually mean a lot to me. It matters a lot to other creators, I hope. But to me, it matters that you be good to them. So be good to your creators. Please hit the like button, not just on my channel, and also subscribe if you haven't already. So I'm supposed to be cooking bacon so I can make bacon fat cookies. Ooh, bacon fat cookies. Yum. But like I said, appreciate you guys being here tonight. I will catch you all tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.